Hello, everyone. Welcome to the hold on, let me turn that off. That was a little... Right, that can't be there yet. We haven't hit that yet. Welcome to the Doom Eternal 24-hour QuakeCon stream presented by G Fuel. I mean, they sponsor me every month, but essentially, it just makes sense for 24 hours to be... So, yeah, nice wallpaper, thank you. It's random, and this one's not so bad, but they can be. I made this right before the stream started, so every time we fill up this bar up here, we're going to add an hour to the stream, and we get to hear this beautiful thing here. Ooh. Kind of proud of that. Anyway, because it took me like 20 minutes to make. So there's that, but also, every time we fill up that meter, I'm going to read a selection from the Doom novel, which is, the physical version is on the way. It depends how quickly that meter fills up. But I want to read from the full physical novel, but until it gets here, it's on an Amazon truck. Until it gets here, I'll have to use the Kindle version. Thank you for the cheer, Jay Borden. Scoot Joseph. Did you change your name? Does this count to it? It absolutely does. All subs of any kind, resubs, gifted subs. Unfortunately, cheers do not work this time because I wanted something a little more, like I wanted more beats. You know, I wanted moments where I could like stop and do something else. And the other clock I had that like added cheers and stuff, it just kind of racks up time. So I could do a mix of both, but that'd be too complicated. Flav, thank you very much for gifting a sub. Rannick, thanks for gifting 2 subs. Thank you guys very much. So that's the idea today. We're gonna hang out up to 24 hours, which I don't know that that's actually gonna cover. I don't know that Doom Eternal is 24 hours long, but we'll see. I've made this mistake before of underestimating how long it would take. Borden, thanks for the gift. Jay Borden, thank you very much. Sponge Blake, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Dirt Farmer, thanks for the resub, and you guys have already started a hype train. Thank you very much. The first order of business, though, is going to be figuring out what kind of Slayer we want to be. Hey, I guess I could be the Slayer skin. Vandivord, hey, thank you for the resub. It's good to see your name again. How you been? Let's see here. Yeah, we gotta pick a Slayer. So there's a lot of them, but let me just give a little scroll through. What love we playing at? Nightmare. Always Nightmare, Spapples. Agent Straggler, thank you for gifting a sub. Gafgarian, thank you for gifting as well. Roberta Suerta, thanks for the resub. If only QuakeCon mode was always available. There's a QuakeCon mode? There's something wacky going on in battle mode? You think it's the QuakeCon skin? I mean, there's 2 QuakeCon skins, though. There was one from last year. So, my favorite, like, version of a QuakeCon skin is like, the cosplay Slayer, but we'll get there. So, these are all palette swaps. Nothing too sexy here. Actually, Phobos isn't... It's pretty nice looking. QuakeCon mode is a cheat code in the game. Oh, that's right, where it does, like, cheering and stuff. Oh, shit, I gotta turn that on. You don't have that from the drop, though. You gotta find that in the game, right? So classic Doom Marine's fun. You get the little, like, ab window. He's so mad. Big ol' beefy arms. Let's do Unicorn? Maybe? Let me, I'll put up a poll of some of the top picks. Gonzo Genius, thanks for the prime. Doctor, thank you for the incredible spread of sweet cheers. Thank you very much. 1337, 420, and 69. All the biggest, hottest numbers. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're gonna have a productive 24 hours, aren't we? You got some coding to do. So there's the QuakeCon 2020 Slayer. Not bad. Brandon B. Moore, thanks for the resub. And then, oh, I like the blue accents. I can't, there's like maybe there's some RTX going on the visor. Okay, it's reflecting the platform. I thought there were some color accents on the visor too. That looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty nice. I actually might just pick that. Skeleton one for spooky season. We should vote. Sentinel's fun. All right, now they get wacky. Oh yeah, and then there's Beer Belly Slayer. Barbarian's always fun. Every hour, new suit. That I could do that in between levels, I guess. That's not a bad idea, actually. Not a bad idea at all. Yeah, well, yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. I don't mind that at all. Cosplay Slayer, so good. Oh, but we should start with QuakeCon 2021. We ought to. There's our Slayer. Start vanilla and go from there. Love the skeleton one. We'll rotate them all in. I think there will be time. Brainwave Melter, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it very much. Thank you guys for all the support. You've already bashed out the hype train. Battleroid with 10 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. I'm not even gonna start the game, and I'm gonna have to start reading the novel. That's a good thing. No complaints here. All right, so here we go. The same ritual that I performed so many times, deleting my save and starting another one. But this is actually a good thing. I actually do need to recreate a 100% nightmare clear, so that I have something to play the master levels from. So this is very useful. This is all very functional. All right. And, oh, right. So a couple of other things to take care of first. I gotta turn the HUD off. I don't know why I like playing that way, but it's fun. And I think you can turn... Yeah. Okay. So this makes it tough because I have to rely on just, like, rhythm and audio cues to know when I have gas, when I have blood punch, everything like that. So I will die a few times because I won't know. But is RTX on? You bet it is. You bet it is. I scrolled past it, I think. I thought it was like right here. There it is. It's up at the top for some reason. Clippy, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Don't forget QuakeCon mode. Can you turn that on a new save? Because that's a cheat, right? You have to find it? Or... I have to be honest, I've never actually turned on a cheat. Which sounds like a really stupid humble brag. I would love... man, I would love to turn QuakeCon mode on. Is that just in the options? Oh, you have to use level select? Well, maybe we can replay a level with that on. You have to find it? Okay. Well, don't let me miss it then, but we'll get moving. Clippy, thanks again for gifting subs. Appreciate that. Oh, it is a cheat? Okay. But turning on cheats doesn't affect progress at all, right? It doesn't... Like, I think it just disables you from getting in-game milestones, but you can still, like, pimp out your save that way. Yeah, we got more than enough time to work it out, exactly. Brawley, thank you for the resub.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you.
What, the achievements? I mean, normally I'd say yes, but I've gotten every...
Until it is done.
All of the non-wacky milestone completions. I haven't done, like, famine mode or anything like that. Also, if you guys see any issues with the capture, any issues with the sound, let me know right away and I'll fix it. Monorance will fix it. Oh, sick. I already got Knee Deep in the Dead, the Doom novel on Kindle, so we're all set up. Stream quality is always so good. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I forgot to message you. I went out to see a friend's show last night. Ended up staying out way later than I thought, so I apologize. But paperback not come in yet. It is on the way. Horde mode out, or is that later? That's later. That's like the thing that they announced. They basically said we're tabling invasions. And we're gonna do horde mode instead. I think it's the right call. Based on usability, I can't imagine at this point a whole lot of people would really use the invasions feature, or that there would be a lot of people grinding the campaign to invade. God, this intro is so class. Get some issues with the stream. It's too hype. You should probably get on that. Only a matter of time, my friend. Give me 12 hours. The hype might die down a minute. It's so ridiculous that games look like this now. Doom Eternal's like a living parody of what I thought games would look like someday. Jesus Christ. I have a limiter on the stream audio, but not on my headphones. Ow. It's soundtrack too good. Soundtrack too good. Oh wait, I gotta get secrets. And I have the relative assurance that this save file will not loop the map music forever, so happy days are here again. I just love how fuzzy the light looks when ray tracing's turned on. It's just got that like, it's like borderline Vaseline lens. It's like kind of soap opera effect. But in a good way, Hey, Gamer McGee, thanks for the sub. Just Cream, thank you for the sub. Look at that secret already gotten. It's good stuff. How was the show last night? Oh, it was great. It was great. I mean, just not only was the band really good, but also just got to go outside and hang out with friends and have a beer or two, listen to some music. It was nourishing. This is 100% run. I'm gonna try to pick stuff up just for the sake of picking it up, because I do need a 100% nightmare save. I guess I don't need one, but it'd be nice. Mindful of shotgun shell usage. Never realized the first Hell Priest just had a chainsaw chilling in his Titan Fortress. Yeah, that's a really interesting kind of observation. I was thinking a lot about this playing like the Quake map packs like last night. Hey! The difference between like making a game that's a video game level and you don't make any excuses for where you put stuff. It's just all in service of the pacing of the level and the experience of the player. That's pretty clearly what Eternal is all about. Or you design a map where the gun has to be in a place that makes sense for the world. So it'd be in an armory, or like in 2016, how there's like an entire story around getting the BFG. You have to go into the lab and drop the thingy, and there's lore behind it and all this stuff. It's kind of it's two different sort of philosophies, I think, when it comes to creating video game spaces. Jesus. See all the little rusty bits on the door? I don't mind it at all. Just love the Hell Priest like chainsaws. Yeah. That's just kind of the case with this game in general. There's still a bit of a story to the BFG, because it's a, you know, it's a very narrative-focused gun. But I was kind of noting that like Quake 1, the map design in that is around moments and around level flow. But in the first map pack, they're already starting to do things like having to hit a switch to turn off a piece of equipment to open a passageway. Like, they're putting more internal mechanics in the map versus just hit button to open door.
The first Hell Priest has been terminated. The demonic consumption of Earth has been reduced by 36.8%. There are 2 Hell Priests remaining.
Ah! Cacodemon does kind of have little butt cheeks. They're just sort of spread off to each side. What is that glowing talisman thing he had again? We don't know. That is actually, that's one of the things that is the least explained in Eternal. Well, like the mechanic by which the Doomslayer is able to kill the Hell Priests, and how it relates to those coins. The only hint we've got is that they're similar or the same coins that are offered to the Slayer by the ghostly apparitions of his fellow brothers in arms, the Night Sentinels. Oh, you're not a zombie. Clip. It squeaks. I like how Doom Guy has like a spiritual connection with all of the toys of himself. That's like the kindest he ever is in any of the games. This one's he's interacting with his own toys. You also get a coin from the Gladiator. That's yeah, wait, yeah, that's right. It like spins up out of them when they die. There's clearly some in-universe rule for what that is and how it works, but I think deliberately did not explain it. They're very careful about like leaving in bits of unexplained things just to be like, oh, that's neat. But I don't think they ever intend for Eternal to be, or Doom for that matter, to be 100% plotted out and like the lore Bible 100% known and cinched in. It's supposed to be a little silly. A little silly and unknown. Plus, I think if you start really trying to explain every last little mechanic, you invite people to find holes and flaws. If you leave part of it, fuzzy, then nobody can really say. I think the coin is a offering for the passage to death across the river Nyx in the afterlife. So, the process of death and of dying is somewhat described in the world of Eternal. Now, you're right. You're absolutely right that it is the imagery is certainly locked in with the notion of, you know, having to pay Charon to cross the river Styx, or Nyx, I guess. Maybe I'm blending a lot of mythologies here, but certainly the imagery is there of like I'm sending you to your death and giving you a little money along the way. I think that's 100% there for the imagery. But as far as the lore of Eternal is concerned, oh yeah, I got the Reflecto gun. When somebody dies, they go to hell where they are tortured until their spirit energy leaves their essence. Like they separate out the life force from that through like decades of torture. Once the hell energy is removed, the bodies or like the physical whatever is thrown out into the hellscape where it just morphs over time to turn into a demon or a zombie. Those are like the lowest level demons you see. So then that energy is then refined into basically the life source of the universe. It's spice from Dune. It's the stay young juice from Jupiter Ascending. I mean, really, truly, at the core of it, Doom Eternal and Doom 2016 are about energy crises. Most good narratives, well, not good, I shouldn't qualify that way, but I feel like a lot of conflict narratives sort of are. I think I have 3 fuel. Let's try it. Hey! I probably should have saved that for the subway. Well, whatever. Whoop. Time for a jingle. Oh, yeah, we did it. Look at that. Look at that. Hold on a minute. I'm excited for this. Hang on. Nice. Nice. All right, let me finish up this encounter. I'll add us. Ooh. I'll add some time on the clock. Ooh, okay. That was intense. All right, let's see here. This is actually pretty good background audio for book reading, too. Let this open. Man, good. So good, you guys. Thank you for hitting the first sub goal. There we are. That means it's time to wait. Hold on, I gotta check something real quick. I'm gonna have to check it anyway. So, Brainwave Melter, thanks for gifting a couple subs there. Love the Doom Shotgun clickety clack. Me too. I actually had to separate it because the clickety clack's always after, but that doesn't work. It's got to be clack clack boom. So had to do a little surgery myself. Action Philosoph, thanks for the prime. Okay, let's see here. So, I made us a nice little scene here. Had to move out of the way. Actually, hold on a second. Oop, sorry about that. Sorry about that little audio glitch there, but guess what? It's lore time. Thank y'all very much for... Thank you very much for hitting that goal. Time to read a little bit of Knee Deep in the Dead, the first Doom novel before the beginning. I don't have the physical novel yet. It's almost there. Oh shucks, I need to I need to add my my alerts here so people can see the overlay and stuff like that. What about gift subs? Did those add an hour for each sub? No, it adds an hour for each group of 50 subs we hit. But that's like a minute and change per sub. So yes, gifted subs definitely do count. There we go. All right. Wait a minute. Wait, what? Hold on a minute. Did it not reset? Or did it reset? Or did somebody just gift 50 subs? No, that did not happen. Okay. I guess it didn't. Hold on a minute. Did I hit the wrong thing? Oh, I think I hit the wrong thing. I did hit the wrong thing. That's me. Okay. There we go. My bad. All right. Just noticed your camera feeds a Spotted Doom guy. Yeah, I was worried that it would be, that nobody would see it because it's so small. And I was like, well, I can make it bigger, but then you see less Doom. So then I just decided to make the video small. All right. Before the beginning. This is the very beginning of the first Doom novel. I should look to the side like the old Doom guy. Well, I gotta square up to camera first and then... Kefristan is about as close as you can come to hell on Earth. I say that with authority. I've spent the last 18 months doing a tour here, trying to keep the Kefiri People's Liberation Army, who call themselves the Scythe of Glory, from the throats of the rightist Korastissi, who have the backing of the Azeri transplants from the south who want to keep their enclaves, who are fighting a, quote, dirty war against communist Cuban and Peruvian Mirs. Geez, you get the picture. It's a snarled skein of a million bloody threads up here on the top of the world, in the northern extension of the Karakoram Range between Afghanistan and Samarkand, Uzbekistan. We just punched through the craggy pass, pleasantly known as the, quote, Torn Hymen, holy fuck, in the local tongue, and came across the small Muslim city of Peak Nizganj, Nizganij, perched on a mountain peak of 2,200 meters. I stared in horror. Even 18 months of picking up after the Scythe of Glory and their Shining Path buddies didn't prepare me for what was left of Pick Nizganij. It might trip me up every time. We'll see. Okay. It was a Bosch canvas, severed limbs and hollowed out trunks eaten out by animals. I prayed, planted through the fields like stalks of corn, blood painting over doors and walls like the first Passover, except it was human's blood, not lamb's blood. Corporal Flynn Taggart, Fox Company, 15th Light Drop Infantry Regiment, United States Marine Corps, 888-23-9912. Everyone calls me Fly, except when they're pissed. Fox crept through the town, hell-shocked, trying without much success to count the body parts to make a reasonable KIA guess. Fog or an evil cloud rolled across the mountaintop, shrouding the sprightly red decoration and muffling our footsteps. It was like we walked along a cotton corridor, tripping over gruesome reminders that war, especially the virulent hatred of one tribe for another, throws men back into the pre-bronze, pre-agricultural savagery. I wondered how many victims were killed by the victor's bare hands. Something moved in the mist. A shadow, a shape, nothing more. Gunnery Sergeant Goforth, yeah, that's his name, froze us with a slighted hiss. Fox is damn well trained, even for the light drop. Gates stopped next to me. He touched my arm, silently pointing to left and right. Little tactical hand action. I saw it immediately. Whatever the shapes were, they surrounded us from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. We might be able to retreat, but we couldn't flank. I watched the gunny. Arlene Sanders was whispering something in his ear. She was our scout, the lightest of the light drop. PFC Sanders could fade into the night, so not even a werewolf could sniff her out. My best buddy. Weird. Okay. Staljegel, hey, thank you. Thank you for the sub. She might have been more. Once, we were buddies. We didn't talk about that night. Anyway, she had Dodd, and I don't separate bookends. I don't separate bookends. What a way to describe oneself. Arlene backed away, backed past me, throwing me a wink as she vanished. She would swing in a wide arc, ease around behind the still-moving shades, and report back to the lieutenant and Gunny Goforth via a secured line. I'd find out soon enough. I hadn't moved, and neither had the rest of us. This author actually really likes semicolons, but they're overusing them. You don't have to use them for every, line break. Anyway, I could barely hear Bill breathing next to me and couldn't hear Dodd or Shale at all. If we were lucky, maybe the dinks wouldn't even know we were here. They just pad right on by. Then Lieutenant Beelzebub came running up, demanding, "What the hell is going on?" in his normal speaking voice and irritating whine. Oh, I got there later. The lieutenant's name was Weems, actually. I just call him Beelzebub because he's a fat, sweaty heathen always surrounded by a swarm of gnats. They like the taste of his perspiration. The dinks froze as suddenly as we had, no longer moving. They vanished into the swirling gray. We had just lost whatever surprise we had, lost our best chance to get out of this encounter without a shot fired. And all because a buffoon who had been a first lieutenant for 3 years now couldn't figure out it was a Medusa drill. One of them moved, then another. They moved singly here and there, and we no longer had a clue where the mass of them was. Weems began to panic. Another semicolon. We'd all seen it before. "Aren't we going to take them out?" he asked Goforth, who was frantically putting his finger to his lips. "Somebody should take them out." Goforth put his hand to his ear. He was listening to Arlene's report, trying to stifle the lieutenant with his other hand. But Weems saw a ghost to his left, a specter to his right. We were surrounded. In Weems' mind, M-, I use the term loosely, another M-. It's in a positive, it can be commas. I don't know. This author really likes their punctuation. They were Indians. We were the 7th Cavalry, and he was Custer. Oh, dear. "The lieutenant isn't gonna stand for this," snapped the lieutenant. "Goforth, take out those soldiers!" I don't know if that was never... Wait, the lieutenant. I don't know who the lieutenant is. Whatever. The gunny broke his own drill. "Sir, we don't even know who they are. Sanders says they're wearing robes and hoods." "Scythe of glory," said Weems, again raising his voice. "No, sir, just robed men." "Gunny, I gave you an order. Now take down those men!" Arlene flashed past me again. "What the hell's going on?" she hissed. "Weems want us to take him down." "Fly, they're monks." God, Fly. "You gotta stop this crazy son of a bitch." I was the second-ranking non-com. Goforth would listen to me, I thought. I hunched over and jogged to the gunny sergeant. "Gunny, Arlene says they're monks." "Taggart, right?" said Weems, as if bumping into me at an oyster shucking party. "Sir, they're just monks." "Do you know that for sure? Does anyone know that for sure?" Sanders said. Ooh, Sanders said. Does Sanders have to deal with Colonel Brinkle every week? Sir, began the gunny, I think we should recon the group before we open fire. Weems looked him in the face, shaking in fury. As long as I'm giving the orders here, Marine, you'll obey them. Now take out those men! No way, there's no way that's the line. It's the line! It's so sick. Sausage Worship, thank you for the resub. Monks. Freaking monks. That is the line. Freaking, with an apostrophe. I snapped. Maybe it was the bodies or the body parts, the mountain of air, thin oxygen, a gut full of Weems, Arlene's frightened, incredulous stare, the way that like, the man who puts his bookends together knows the word incredulous, sure. Excuse me. We're reading the Doom novel. Cool guy, Nick. The way Goforth's jaw set and he turned to give the order, a 20-year man, he wasn't going to throw it away over a bunch of lousy religious dinks. Why does he keep calling them dinks? But suddenly it occurred to me that if Weems were lying face down in the deep muddy, he wouldn't be given no orders. Then we could let the damned monks disappear, and nobody would be the loser. Excuse me, sir, I said, tapping the Louis on the shoulder. He turned, and I Georged him. Georged him, with a capital G, George, like the name. Full body swing, came out of Orlando, where I grew up, picked up speed over Paris Island, hooked in at Kafiristan, and turned off the lights of Mr. Lieutenant Weems and Pick Nizgandnij. Alas, they only flickered. Power was restored. The dork didn't have a glass jaw. Have to give him that. Semicolon. Weems sprawled messily in the mud, and a couple of the boys were on me like monkeys on a tree. Weems flopped for a bit like a giant spider, and then he found his hands and knees. He glared at me for a moment, an evil smile cracking his face. Later, he said. Then he turned back to Goforth. That don't mean crap, Gunnery Sergeant. Now take down those men. Or are you gonna frag me instead? Goforth looked at me, looked at Weems, looked at the ground. Then he clicked his M92, ready to rock and roll, and just quietly said, Fox, take down those men. I closed my eyes, listening to powder hiss, bullets crack, and the metal clang of receivers slamming back and home. Slamming back and home, yeah, okay. The screams of the dying, the shouts of the victors. I smelled the smoke from the smokeless powder, the primer, fresh blood. I'm in hell. I remember thinking, I'm in hell. Another semicolon. We mopped up the enemy troops in record time. Strange thing, none of them shot back. Another semicolon. No weapons were found, just 53 men ranging from preteen to 70 or 80, wearing brown robes and hoods, shaved heads, and carrying a couple of prayer sticks. The boys wouldn't get off my back. Weems wouldn't even walk around where I could see him, the murdering bastard, while he formally charged me, and I opted for a formal court-martial instead of a captain's mast. Jesus and Mary, somebody should put a bullet in his brain. I could taste the trigger. I don't even know how I was ever going to be shriven if I couldn't feel remorse. A word, I don't even know that one. All right, that's the prologue. That's a prologue. Welcome to Flynn Taggart, a.k.a. Fly, and the world of Doom, the novel. Well, you want to hear the next story? The next chapter in Doom Eternal, or sorry, Knee Deep in the Dead. I kept forgetting to turn that off. Just gonna have to fill up that sub bar again. All right, let's keep going. How the Doom guy was sent to Mars. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that, like, as punishment for his insurrection. Oh my gosh, Scott Joseph! What? Did you just... I think you just did it. I think you did it already. I think you just filled it up again. Scott Joseph, holy crap. Thank you very much. I'm gonna let... Here, actually, I'm gonna take an edge off this sub alert, because it's gonna be rolling a lot. I might actually mute it today. I'll just make it quieter. I know it can get a little annoying when it hits with such regular intervals. But Scott Joseph, or excuse me, Scoot Joseph, excuse me very much. Thank you very much for the extreme generosity and for single-handedly propelling us into a... Wait a minute! Hey! Thank you very much. All right. I'm kind of excited for the story to start. Because, I mean, none of the reviews said the book was good, but they did say it was straight up just like a video game book. Where it's just like a series of video game actions. Add you on PSN? Well, you've subbed long enough. I mean, I don't have any PSN friends, really. But thank you very much for the resub. It's good to see your name again. I was gonna scatter those throughout the streams, but I want more of that prose. It's pretty impeccably written so far. I like that this author is using like is overusing semicolons in a Doom novel. It's almost like a statement of it's almost like a statement of what's the word? What am I looking for? Protest. I don't want to write this fucking shit. Fine. Guess what? I'm gonna use semicolons everywhere, and the biggest words I can find for your stupid Doom book. Sounds like a bad sci-fi book from the 80s, which this author probably grew up with. Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what Doom was. It's a big, stupid game, and continues to be. Angry man with shotgun, shoot zombie. I'm here for your audio cover of this novel. Well, fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to provide a variety of entertainment on twitch.tv for your viewing pleasure. Sounds like the author wasn't allowed to swear either. Yeah, there's some freakins. There's some... They called people dorks and dinks. Somebody mentioned that dink might have actually been a pejorative used by the military at the time. Oh boy. Shit! Oh boy. Ooh! That can always get a little spicy. That specific area right there. Is it hard being the ultimate gamer? I won't lie. There is a responsibility involved. One that I don't allow myself to take lightly. I do feel the weight of the world upon my shoulders any given day. That is true. That is absolutely true. But, I just consider myself lucky enough to be born with the talent and the stature to live up to that. Oh, it actually is a slur. Like, is it one of those that got really bad? Like something that people said with abandon in the 90s, but now it's totally not okay? Do I need to... That term was a disparaging and or offensive slur applied to the Viet Cong or North Vietnamese soldier during the Vietnam War. Okay. I mean, there's worse ones that are still used. It's more like a 70s thing? Okay. It's... Hey, Stub. we just had a demon sighting. I think, I don't know, if anyone in chat is uncomfortable with it, I'll try to find a way to not say it. But I think it's so far removed from its intention. I think in this circumstance, I'm clearly not using it in that regard or sanctioning its use, but yeah, time to cancel me after all those subs too. Yeah, Scoot, you tried so hard. Just get banned 1 hour into a 24-hour stream, resurrecting some deep slang. Had to consult the ancient texts to find new slurs. Our boys on Xbox Live have been doing a lot of hard work, and we've discovered 12 new slurs this month. I will admit, it's a little unfair that Xbox Live, like, those jokes are so out of date at this point. There's some, like, internet culture jokes that I still hear repeated. I mean, hell, I just did it, but... Like, so what would it be now? It'd be Twitch streamers, right? Although it's been a while since a prominent Twitch streamer has had a gamer moment. All gamers are racist, not just Xbox gamers. Yeah, it's just kind of ubiquitous now. Ubiquitous now. There's a Doom word. Oh, Reddit? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the subreddits that are just like, just borderline enough to not be banned. I think I missed anything. Yeah. Sure does sound great not having that map wom rolling all over the place. That's why gamers are so oppressed. I mean, one of the many reasons, yeah. One of many.
For your support during this transition.
Shiny Vagicarp, don't... You're giving me PTSD with all the WOMs. Ooh, Cronus. Cronus 206? Ah. Thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Awfully generous of you, appreciate that a lot. Ah, okay, yeah. It is River Styx? Alright. Makes sense, because Doomslayer's trying to get rid of demons, so offering a coin. To essentially prevent them from coming back as demons. So... yeah, I think you're right about that. From the way they talk about it, and especially since the makers are all about reincarnation and like using the life force to basically recycle an individual life, or an entity's life, I think the coins basically cut the Hell Priests off from whatever like life insurance policy they've got. Where if you kill them in their body, then their Hell Priest just goes back. Their Hell Priest essence goes back into the well or whatever, and then they're reborn into a new physical form. But somehow the coin means they die for good. So I think it might be like severing their connection with that or something like that. I think they're a little implicit specifically about how that reincarnation process happens, because they were doing it with the Icon of Sin, and then they talk about how they lost the ability to reincarnate when the father was taken. But like they don't say why. Like why can't they reincarnate if the father's not there? Like, so they're real fuzzy about the rules. Any upcoming games you're looking forward to tackling, or plans for visiting some games you haven't played yet? I want to get into Flight Sim, Microsoft Flight Sim. But apart from that, I want to finish up Dragon Quest XI. I was thinking, oh yeah, this is something I haven't really gone over, but this is a loose promise. It's a light idea. But if we do hit 24 hours on this stream, if people throw out that much money, I'm thinking about, because Steph is going to be traveling to Europe pretty soon for a work trip. She's finally going to be going to CD Projekt and spending some time in the office and getting to know her coworkers finally. But if we max out the clock and I go the full 24 hours tonight, I'm going to do a week-long stream. Where I'll still sleep and eat and work out and bathe. Like, it's not going to be me for a week straight. But the stream won't go down for a week. I'll leave up MediaTek, and I'll be on a ton with a lot of different ideas and bits. So part of that will be finally playing through Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric, reading the Hackers novel, trying to put together like a Raspberry Pi thing, like doing a bunch of other side projects and stuff, but basically just keeping the stream live for an entire week and seeing how that goes. Doing various MediaTek blocks and things like that. I don't have like a full list of things in my head of what would be included in that week, but a lot of video games, obviously. So it would be a fun project, and it's something that I'd like probably wouldn't do under any other circumstance, because I want to maintain work-life balance and all that. But I don't know, with Steph gone, I have the opportunity to like really dive in. So comedy bits, improv skits, maybe. I'm not too bullish on that. Special guests, probably not. It's enough work to like, it's a lot of work, right? Coordinating with other people and trying to convince people to do stuff and coordinating times. It's enough work to figure out stuff to do for an entire week. You can't expect me to actually do work, can you? That's why I'm a Twitch streamer, so I don't work. Slam poetry? I mean, I do have the Hackers novel, too. So if the dramatic reading of the Doom novel is tickling your pickle, there is the novelization of the hit film Hackers. Special guest Bruce just hanging around. I mean, I'd be into that. Fuck yeah. Bruce has his own stream though, so it's like he's very very conscientious of splitting time away from that. Make sure in that week you have ASMR. I don't know that. Well, maybe. Actually, my mic might be able to do something like that. A Blade Runner novel? Oh, you mean Do Android Dream of Electric Sheep? The short story? Fuck. Oh, Pop-Tart, thanks for gifting a sub. Aw, you don't have to do that. It's so generous. In like every way. They have ASMR reading? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Is it like ASMR around the like the ritual of reading too? Like really high definition page turning and like page swishing sound effects?
That demonic citadel. I will mark her location on your hunt.
Alright, I'm almost done with this level and then we'll get to the next chapter of Knee Deep in the Dead.
Gathering of Hellcrease.
I didn't miss anything, did I? Oh, maybe I did. I heard that map wom.
My scans indicate there is a lift at the center of this facility.
But it's gone. Nerdlinger999, thanks for the prime. So there's 2 lures in this room, but I think I did miss something. Power Wash Simulator stream? I mean, sure. We could do that. Oh, Nerdlinger, thanks for gifting a sub too. Uh-oh, I did miss something. Good. Oh, there it is. Oh, right. Yes. I remember now. No HUD run? Sure is. 100%, I'm not going to like go crazy about that. If I miss a pickup, I'm not gonna like replay a level. The 100% aspect is mostly for my convenience later. So that when I want to do more master levels. I'm trying to remember how to get this. It's like you have to get up into vents. Yeah, there it is. When I want to do master levels, I have a save file with everything unlocked and upgraded. Like that. They give you the infinite lives cheat on the very first level. Good guy id Software. All right. Accessibility. And then they give you like the Slayer armor later too, because I think they don't want you to like. They want to at least like make you want to try. They want to feed you a little grit. Like, okay, infinite lives, but you still have to die. And then later it's like, okay, maybe you don't have to die if you really just want to get through it. Terrasambad master level is so hard. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I did that on classic mode where I didn't have the BFG and I only had 1 blood punch. Oh my fucking god. I think that might be the hardest shooter I've ever played. The Terrasambad master level. I mean, Doom Eternal's the hardest shooter ever. That I've ever played for sure.
No man can pass through the gate.
Oh, Sentinel Armor is also available if you die 10 times at the same fight, whether you do have the cheat or not. Ah! And no Crucible, yeah. You get Crucible right at the end. Loyal Royal and Fumofu, thank you guys for the primes.
And the energy will be restored once again.
I'm glad they have it as a choice, but I wouldn't want to play any game with cheats like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it's there too. I think it is just about destigmatizing letting people do that if they want to. Blah. We're at 2 lore readings now? Yeah, I just haven't reset the timers and stuff.
You cannot interfere.
Did I buy Doom or the entire collection? I want to get it, and it's on sale, but I don't know if I should get the entire collection or just the game. I mean, there's no harm in like getting just one. I guess QuakeCon is happening now, so they're all on massive sale. Just up to you. Which is a cop-out answer, but I swear I still hear the map woms back there. It's just quieter. They're still there! But they're like getting cut off. Or maybe it faded away finally. Maybe that was the end of it. Maybe they fixed it. Okay. Jeez. All right. Yeah, we'll have the menu music rolling under some lore time. I got some stuff. What's that? Oh, okay, it's an icon. Normalize playing on easy? Yeah, sure, whatever. Normalize playing on whatever difficulty you want. Fuck it. Like, it's only a good thing if somebody gets more of the experience they want out of a game. Because that leads to them getting the experience that maybe the developer wanted them to have. But if that first step doesn't happen, they're never going to get to the second step. So it's just so silly. Like the people who are like, oh, Souls is a particular kind of experience, and if you didn't lose items or die, it wouldn't be that. That's true. But maybe somebody would be more willing to enter into that kind of experience if they did have a mode where they didn't die first. They play through it, and if they fall in love with it, then they like love the music, they love the art, and then they're like, they play it a ton, and they're like, oh, I got better at it. But I don't know. It frustrates me because no one thinks about that. Like, if you play a multiplayer game and you're surrounded by people who are so much better than you that you don't learn anything, you just get fucked. That's not a growth experience. I think a lot of people take for granted the bank of existing knowledge they bring into games that are challenge-based or have punishment mechanics. I think they take for granted the decades of experience they have and the games that they played that did that for them, like stair-stepped them up. And now that they're up here, they expect everyone to like, it's that whole like, I earned it all kind of shit. I don't know. Yeah, Battle Royales, 100%. Like you land on the ground and you get a bullet to the dome and you're like, what the fuck? Okay. What did I learn today? Not much. But that's enough of that. Let's get to some lore. Oh, actually, first let me swap out my timers and stuff here. That, and then update this old timer here. Thank you guys very much for the generosity. I really do appreciate it. And I love sharing Doom with people, so. All right. Chapter 1. From Flynn Taggart, aka Fly. We've learned that he's a good guy. He was in the Middle East somewhere, doing military stuff, and he wanted to save the people, and his stupid commanding officer didn't let him. So he punched his officer, he was court-martialed, and Chapter 1. I didn't miss Earth, but I sure as hell hated Mars. Sitting in a dingy mess hall on Phobos, one of the two tiny Martian moons, seemed like a nice compromise. Ordinarily, the CO, Major Boyd, would have handed me over to the Jaggies for trial. Please, dear God, tell me that's not a slur. But the day after Weems gave the fateful order that brought him a mouthful of fist from yours truly, the 15th received orders to answer a distress call from Phobos. Fox Company was due to rotate back to the world anyway. Boyd decided to mail us to Mars. There's a semicolon there. They poured me onto the transport along with the rest of Fox. Plenty of time to fry my butt after we figured out what the hell the UAC miners were squawking about this time. The core, all glory to the core. I don't think you know what the Marine Corps truly means to me. It has a bit to do with my father, semicolon. No, he was not a Marine, God no. Maybe something to do with growing up in Orlando, Florida and Los Angeles. Seeing first the AirSats Hollywood Boulevard of Universal Studios East, then the even phonier real thing out west. Glitter and tinsel. But what was real? Weapon LTK? Tell you you're pretty? Weapon, you're pretty. Thank you. Thank you for the prime. Oh, it's reference to Jag. Judge Advocate General, alright. Reminds me like Janny's from a forum or something like that. Anyway. Everything in my life rang as hollow as the boulevard until I found my core in the core. Honor wasn't just something you did to credit cards. A lie wasn't called spin control, and spin was something you only put on a cue ball. Yeah, right. You think you know more about it than I? I know it was all BS, even in the core. I know the service was riddled up and down with lying sacks of dung, like everything else. There is no cause so noble it will not attract fug heads. Fug. F-U-G-G. Fug heads. One of those sci-fi writers, Arlene, is always shoving at me David Niven or something. But god damn it, at least we say the word honor without laughing. At least we have a code. I will not lie, cheat, or steal, nor tolerate those among us who do. Even if individuals don't always live up to it. At least it's there to reach for, even if our grasp falls far short. At least decency has a legal definition right there in the Universal Code of Military Justice. At least respect means more than leaving the other guy's graffiti alone. At least we do more crap by 6 a.m. than most of you civilians do all day. Who's he talking to? Is he just muttering all this to himself? He's just sitting on Phobos, like, staring into his coffee? I'm a Marine, I'm a cool guy, god damn it. Also, this book is not very long, so I don't think... Hold on. How many chapters are there? I might need to pace myself a little more. I think I'm reading too much. This book's gonna go by real quick if I'm not careful. Hold on, let me... Oh, wait, no, I think this is just the sample. They're only giving me the sample until the physical books arrive. Okay. Maybe not. Okay. At least the core is the core. Semper Fidelis, damn it. We know who we are and why we are. Do you? This is... Doom Guy's kind of a prick. Alright. Arlene never saw it the way I did. Semicolon. Hell, no one did. I was a majority of one. Super sick. But you can't understand me unless you understand this much. Colon. There was a place in the world where decent men walk the streets, where water flows uphill, where miracles happen behind enemy lines without air support, and where a guy, boy or girl, will stand on the wall that divides you people from the barbarians at the gate. Take a bullet and shoot back at the son of a bitch what fired it. This is some, like, I studied the blade shit. This is awesome. Unless you've been there, you'll never know. I want to take you there. He's gonna Jokerize us. Awesome, sick. He's gonna red pill us. The long trip to Mars was dull, and the little voice in the back of my head had plenty of time to ask whether I would do anything different if given the chance. I had to honestly answer no. Funny thing is, I'd always hoped to go to space one day, but not like this. My idea was to be on a deep space exploratory ship, pushing out beyond the bounds of the known solar system. But when I scored only a 60 on the Mills Space App test, the chances of me receiving a deep space assignment ranged somewhere in between infinitesimal and forget it. The big surprise was that one right uppercut to the concrete jaw of Lieutenant Weems opened my pathway to the stars. Not only would I do it over again, I'd still enjoy it. I stared at the two men whose job was to guard me, and I had a strange feeling of unreality. Want some coffee? One of them asked, with something that sounded like actual concern. His thin face reminded me of one of the monks. Yeah, I said. Black, if you don't mind. He smiled. We'd run out of cream back in Kafiristan, and when he hopped up to Phobos, the supply situation was no improvement. The guard's name was Ron. The other guard's name was Ron, too. I called him Ron, too, but they didn't see the humor in it. What's the point of that entire... Whatever. We didn't talk much. It seemed like a little insulting, only having two Marines protecting such a dangerous type as yours truly, semicolon. But the other men were busy figuring out what had gone wrong on Phobos. That's actually a very improper use of a semicolon. Those aren't two complete sentences. After we upshipped to Mars base, we sat for a solid day trying to find out why the UAC miners on Phobos had sent a distress call and why they didn't answer now. In the Marines, you'd spend an eternity so bored you'd look forward to your own court-martial as a break in the tedium. Then an unexpected danger with huge, jagged edges comes rolling over all the set routines, a reminder that the universe is a dangerous place. The last message we received from Phobos was, quote, "Things coming through the gate." When something that serious hits the fan, boredom is returned to its proper place as a luxury. The court-martial of a corporal was deemed less important than a potential threat to Mars. Not important at all compared to the immediate threat of the profits of the Union Aerospace Corporation. So are these the only Marines in the universe? We can't court-martial him now. There's an invasion on Mars. Send him. Oh my god. With a ringing cry of sounds like they're smoking something up there, Lieutenant Weems boldly led his men into the transport. At first I thought I'd be left behind on Mars base, but either Weems thought I might prove useful to have along, or he just didn't want a loose end. I volunteered to go along. Sometimes I'm not very bright. Major Boyd did his best to brief us by video feed under the obvious handicap of complete ignorance. He made the best of it. We were issued pressure suits in case we had to leave the immediate vicinity of the gate. You couldn't stay very long outside the pressure zone, and you get mighty cold, mighty fast. But at least the suits gave you a fighting chance to get to a ship or a zone before you were sucking vacuum. I was pleased to be issued a suit. I was less pleased that Weems didn't issue me a weapon. While I contemplated the lethal uses of common household articles, PFC Ron 2 brought me the promised cup of coffee. It tasted bad enough to be a strategic weapon of deterrence. The expression on the guard suggested that he might have sampled it before passing it on to me, but maybe he was just plain scared of the situation. Couldn't really blame him. A word about these gates on Phobos and Deimos, the two tiny moons of Mars. You probably heard about the gates, even though it's officially a secret. Why is this second hand now? He's like talking to me, the reader. This is weird. They were here when we first landed on Mars. It was a hell of a shock, discovering that someone or something had beaten us by 1,000,000 years to our own closest neighbor. It was long before I joined up, of course. But I can only imagine the panic at the Pentagon when we found ancient and wholly artificial structures on Phobos, despite the complete lack of any form of life on Mars. But vacuum sucks you? That's interesting, isn't it? Oh. They finished episode 1 up there. I gotta hurry up. It was pretty clear they'd been placed there by some alien intelligence, but what? All my adult life, I'd heard speculation. All the usual UFO culprits, Reticulans, Men in Black, Ancient Martians. That was the most popular theory, despite not working at all. There was no native life on Mars, but I tried to tell that to generations raised on Martian Walkabout, Ratgash of Mars, and Mars Arise. Cool. Me, I figured it was a race of alien anthropologists. They got here and said, not quite ready yet, and left a helipad in case they decided to return, which they might do tomorrow, or 100,000 years from now. Somebody decided to call them gates. Hold on, let me see how much... I can finish out this chapter. I'm probably not going to read as much for the future ones, because I don't want to kill the momentum of the stream. But surrounding them was a zone of about half Earth normal gravitation, on a moon whose normal gravity is just this side of 0. In addition to the big inert gates, there were also small pads scattered here and there. They were instantly transported a person from point A to point B within the area, evidently without harm. Teleports, if you will. I had heard about them but never seen one. Damned if you'd ever get me into one either. This was 2 hours added, so a bit longer is okay. It totally is. Yeah, Scoot. It's fine. When the United Aerospace Corporation bribed enough congressmen for the exclusive contract to mine Phobos and Deimos, they built their facilities around the gates, taking advantage of this artificial gravity, except for those parts of the operation that wanted low gravity, which they built outside the pressure zones. After the big reorganization, the Corps got the task of guarding the gates. Well, it looked as though the big gates weren't quite so inert as we all thought. Once we landed on Phobos, the gunny dropped me and my 2 guards at the abandoned air base depot in the western pressure zone, anti-spinwards, and took the rest of Fox Company onto the UAC facilities, Weems in tow to reestablish contact and secure the situation. All my friends went with Weems, leaving me with the 2 Rons for company. The Phobos facility is built like a gigantic underground cone extending many hundreds of meters into the rock. There are a bunch of levels, I'm not even sure how many. 8? 9? The whole thing is built into the center of the solar system's largest strip mine, which would be terrible for the Phobos ecology, except that Phobos doesn't have an ecology, of course. It's an airless moon of ice and rock. That is a really long sentence. The facility was on the opposite hemisphere from the base. Big deal. The entire moon is only about 25 kilometers in diameter. You can walk from one pole to the other, except most of it is disturbingly close to 0G, outside the pressure zones. We had the radio on in the mess hall, and were periodically picking up messages from Weems Weasels. Got him. We'd about given up hope of hearing anything from the UAC guys who used to be on Phobos, as I sipped the scalding wake-up call, wondering who I could sue if I burned my tongue. I couldn't help but scrutinize the 2 Rons. Neither gave the impression of being on top of the situation. They kept glancing at the closed cafeteria doors, at the radio, at each other. They weren't paying much attention to their prisoner. They were also having the same conversation every 20 minutes or so. It generally started like this. "What do you think's happening?" one would ask the other. I was tired of listening to variations on "I don't know," so I volunteered a theory. Somehow the gates turned on, and whoever built them decided the UAC were trespassing. Maybe they were wiped out. "But who attacked us?" asked Ron 1. Funny, I never thought of the Union Aerospace as part of us. "They said monsters were coming through the gate," said Ron 2, with the same sense of surprise he displayed the other half dozen times. "They said things," I corrected. Neither had heard me. Things were monsters. I had faith in Arlene and the rest of the guys. The guards didn't strike me as being overly interested in the subject of high-order physics. They had reached firm conclusions in the realm of the biological sciences, however. They didn't believe in monsters. The truth is, neither did I. In one respect, I was as bad as the PFCs. There were questions that couldn't be answered yet, but they wouldn't stay out of my mind. Who was the enemy? How had they reached Phobos through the gateways? And most troubling of all, why hadn't Fox found any bodies yet? Major Boyd and even Colonel Brinkle back on Earth would want answers to these questions and a lot more. Suddenly, the radio sputtered to life, grabbing our attention, an invisible hand reaching out to choke the breath from us. It was PFC Grayson, out front on recon, reporting to Weems, who was elsewhere in the facility. The young Marine had found a corpse. Weems radioed back the obvious instructions. "Oh, SGK, thanks for the sub." After the first act BS, yeah. It's good to front-load it, I think. Once he gets his shotgun, it should pick up a bit. "ID impossible, sir," reported Grayson, his voice tense. "It's in too many pieces. I can positively say that it was a white male. It looks... Jesus, sir, it looks like claw marks. And this body's been chewed." Wild beasts on airless Phobos? Judging by the sickened expressions from Ron and Ron, it was all too evident that neither of these specimens had ever seen combat. I've seen my share. And all at once, the idea of living long enough to attend my own court-martial seemed very appealing. Even 5 years at Leavenworth looked good. The fact that it didn't have a gun crawled around deep inside my gut like a tapeworm. Right then, I decided to remedy the situation. The masticated body parts had been found in the processing plant. We heard Weems over the radio issuing orders to converge on that point when a burst of static interfered with the reception. When Grayson's voice came in again, it was loud and clear. Up until that moment, the universe still made some kind of sense to me. Of all the military scenarios running through my mind, none prepared me for what happened next. "Jesus Christ, it's not human!" shouted Grayson. "Too big! Shaped all wrong! Humanoid red eyes!" While Grayson was providing this fragmentary report, he punctuated his description with bursts from his rifle. Before he could become more coherent, we heard an inarticulate roar of animal pain from whatever he was shooting, and then he shouted, "I can't put it down!" The next scream we heard was fully human. My whole body went cold. Jesus. Arlene was there. "Keep cool. Keep your head. She's a Marine, damn it." Wait, is this really gonna be? He has to save a damsel. Oh man, he has to save a damsel. Doom guy's gotta save his girlfriend that he banged once. One of the Rons looked like he was about to throw up. "Okay," I said. "This has gone on long enough. We know we're in this together. Give me a gun and let's make some plans." If Arlene were being shot at, goddammit, I intended to shoot back. The honor of the Corps was at stake, not to mention my best buddy's life. The radio was reduced to background noise for the moment as Weems the Weasel tried to control the situation. The nervous looks exchanged between the dynamic duo in the mess hall made me wonder about training that completely destroys initiative. On the brink of death, all the Rons cared about was going by the book, even if that book printed their own obituaries in flaming letters. One finally generated the initiative to say, "We can't give you a weapon." I tried again. "Staying alive is the objective here. We've all got buddies down there. They don't court-martial the dead. You can't help anyone or defend anything if you're dead. Now give me a piece!" If either of them had shown a glimmer of intelligence or guts, I wouldn't have taken the next step. But they insisted on being idiots. Jesus Christ! As Godfather said, there are men who go through life begging to be killed. Is he really gonna murder his guards? Holy fuck. Alright, chapter 1. Complete. Flynn Taggart. Ace Marine. Oh my gosh. The computer fell asleep. Who is being court-martialed for punching his commanding officer, is about to kill his guards so that he can escape and fight demons. Good shit. Alright. Okay. Gonna continue on now. He's gonna kill his men and blame them. Yes! Ron and Ron 2 are about to eat it. Well, there's no way he's gonna do it, right? Like, a demon's gonna burst in, and he's gonna be, like, almost about to kill them.
I do not have the means to locate
And then the Rons will die, and then he'll kill them.
the celestial locator is missing a component.
Like you holding off on the F word right there, at least it seemed like it. There are no dirty words in this book. Oh, change skin. Right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Design of your
No, you haven't. I'm gonna go with cosplay. That feels very QuakeCon as well. I should try Dread Templar. I have it installed.
the flame belch is now
I do intend to try it out. It looks cool. Are we voting? I think there's enough skins that we can just go through all the interesting skins, level by level. If we get like, if we're plugging through the DLC and some people see some skins that they haven't seen yet, and there's only a limited number of levels left, we can vote. But I want to be a little mindful of actually getting through the game.
This is an ARC broadcast. There are reports coming out of the quarantined hellified zone near the San
Oh,
Andreas
Merg. Thanks for the cheer.
Imagery show what ARC personnel
Sorry, I missed
believe
that.
to be the legendary Doomslayer himself fighting the mortally challenged. The Doomslayer, or Doom Guy, as he is sometimes referred to, was thought to be a myth of the Resistance, a sort of avenging angel. He was last reported to be seen on Mars, and is allegedly responsible for the destruction of the Argent Tower there. He disappeared soon afterwards. The UAC continues to deny all reports of his existence. We will continue to broadcast new information as we receive it.
Also, I did, hold on a second. I did receive a donation. Apologize for, I have, my tracker is so whacked out, so I apologize. Let me bring this up. Fix this. I gotta basically like, I gotta wiggle some stuff every time just get it to show me it. It's bad. It's bad. When people give me money, I oughta say something about it. So let's see here. Click this. Weej, thank you very much for the $10. Very generous tip, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you. All right. Touch the orb. They ever explain how he got out of the coffin at the end of 2016? Well, he wasn't put into a coffin at the end of 2016. He was just sort of like put somewhere. Basically, like, Hayden was like, you're just gonna keep fucking shit up, and I have stuff I have to do, so I'm gonna put you somewhere where you can't bother me. And it implied that he was like going back on ice, basically, but I don't know. Eternal starts, and now he's got this. He's got a floating castle, so who knows? Bjork, thank you for the prime. He was thrown through a portal? Yeah. Yeah, because you do kind of get tossed back, and then it becomes very bright. So absolutely a valid take. I mean, the ending of 2016 was pretty vague on purpose, I think. They didn't want to write themselves into a corner, I don't think. Oh! Forgot I can't dash yet. I feel like there's a cool prequel game that could happen between the two. Absolutely. They have constructed a like so many gaps of time where they could put a lot of game content if they wanted to. All of like Doomslayer's escapades with the Night Sentinel, traipsing around the galaxy, subjugating / liberating a bunch of alien planets. I feel like in the way that Doom is an allegory for like an energy crisis, there's a lot of colonialist and imperialist sentiments in the way the Night Sentinel operated. Damn. yeah, I forgot. Like, the flame belch is... It's a big old cardboard box. It's so good. I love the effort they put in all the skins. They're so nice. They're so good. Love to play Doom game from the POV of a normal soldier, kind of like COD but with demons. Yeah, I guess Nazi zombies or the zombies modes in COD, about as close as it gets to that. Back for Blood. This one, The Blade, came out 23 years ago today. Man, sick movie. I watched it again a while back, and it holds up. Like, it's got great pacing, good characters. The dialogue is not as like there's a little bit going on there. Yeah, the first one's really good. I mean, the second one's good too, just in a different way. And then the third one is just silly. Like, by the time the third one rolls around, I don't know what was going on. But the second one has, like, fucking... It's got somebody doing a full tombstone drop into a glass table. Oh, Guillermo del Toro is so good. It's like Shakespearean drama plus pro wrestling, which I guess is still just Shakespearean drama. Yeah, it has Ryan Reynolds. I feel like people have been trying to put Ryan Reynolds as an, like, action lead for a long time. Makes sense. You just described Doom as an allegory on energy crisis, colonialist undertones. That's a high-level game analysis I come here for. I mean, yeah, it's all there. It was all there in 2016. I mean, the energy crisis stuff was certainly all there. That's all that's up here. Also, yeah, gotta say it. Wesley Snipes is a great lead. Great action lead. Wonder what could have been if he didn't. I feel like his career got sidelined by being in prison or whatever. This tax evasion stuff. I don't know if he actually went to jail for that. Rich people don't go to jail. Maybe that he had to be at like home in his $20 million mansion with an ankle monitor or something. Back then, Ryan Reynolds was box office poison. Yeah, right. Well, I don't know the industry well enough to like. To agree with that, but it did seem like he seemed like to have all the qualities of a leading man, but the movies he was like part of didn't seem to do super well. Ow. Loved him in Demolition Man. Yeah, he was awesome in that. I mean, he's really good in Blade. Ow. They make a joke about the jail with Wesley Snipes on that action movie I forget the name of. Well, at least it has the one good joke in it. I was supposed to chainsaw one of those guys, but oh, reflections. God, to see the light like wrapping around every little bit of geometry on the gun is so ridiculous. Oh, foolproof? Oh, Expendables 3. Oh, okay. I don't know that I ever saw 3. Oh, 6 Underground? Yeah, I mean that's you have to be able to tolerate Michael Bay, because it's a very Michael Bay movie, as all of his movies are, except like Pain and Gain might be the least. Maybe The Island, but I liked it. But it does have that like you just kind of feel gross watching it aspect to it sometimes. It's also not comforting to think of Michael Bay as like championing some kind of like superhero squad of elite military executioners that goes around the planet unilaterally killing people. that was a film that was just here's how I would solve the Syrian crisis. Yeah, so like the undertones are gross in the way that every Michael Bay film, excuse me, feels like a 13-year-old became the president. Demolition Man is an amazing movie. I remember hating it when it came out. When I grew up, I picked up on all the jokes and winks in it. It really tried to do a lot. I think it's really successful. I just don't think people were ready at the time for an action parody like that. There were a couple of other attempts, like Last Action Hero, that I thought was far more blunt and way less good. That movie kind of sucks. Last Boy Scout, kind of. A little bit. Oh, the Ben Affleck commentary about working with Michael Bay on Armageddon. I think there was a clip on Reddit or something of Ben Affleck sort of dissecting the scene of Bruce Willis meeting all of the stodgy government types with his folksy, like, blue-collar wisdom. Just, like, completely in seconds dismantling all these stupid government eggheads. And Ben Affleck's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, of course, this makes sense. This is exactly what would happen. RoboCop was satire, depending on who you talk to about it. I mean, it was, yeah, I think that's true. I don't think anything about the movie. I mean, it's satire in the way that, and again, it's Paul Verhoeven, but it's satire in the way that Starship Troopers is satire. Some people watch it and, like, kind of like Fight Club, the wrong people get the very wrong message about it. Alex, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much. I think that the thing that I've always loved about Verhoeven films is they don't tell you what they're telling you. It just is what it is. And it relies on you being an intelligent viewer to understand that this is not aspirational. So like in RoboCop, at the end of the movie, OCP isn't like run out of town. The RoboCop program isn't shut down because it's inhumane. No, none of that happened. The only thing that happened in the movie is that a shitty businessman got killed. That's it. There's no, like, actual moral reckoning to the film. So, like, I think that's part of its satire and commentary, is that, like, this is gonna happen, and it's not gonna be good for anyone, really. And the movie doesn't, like, even touch that part of it, because in the universe, it's just accepted that that's where morality is. It's kind of like how Starship Troopers dances around authoritarianism and our desire for, like, the sort of, like, I don't know, that, like, gung-ho military hell yeah thing. And there are some scenes when it's like, it's very obvious the movie's making a point, but some people don't get it. That scene when, like, I think it's like Rico's at the recruitment center, and he's talking with the guy at the desk, and he's like, the Marines made me the man I am today. And then he looks down, and the dude's, like, missing his legs and missing one arm, and, like, hands him his paperwork. Like, it's not... It's pretty obvious, but you have to actually think. And, I don't know. People don't really like doing that. I saw an article last year talking about Starship Troopers explaining that it's about Nazism. I don't see how you can watch it without seeing that. Yeah, I mean, especially at the end when fucking... I'm dropping his name. He's a magician. Damn it. He's on How I Met Your Mother. Anyway. The psychic guy. When he shows up and he's just straight up wearing a full, like, Goebbels leather... Neil Patrick Harris, thank you very much. I don't know why I was blinking on that. I kept thinking, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I was like, it's one of those, like, da-da-da. It's like a three-word name. But yeah, he shows up in just a straight-up, like, Nazi scientist jacket. And it's like, and there's the Iron Eagle imagery that's all over that movie. The subtlety decreases as the movie goes on.
Know our laws. Despite their transgressions against the government, they are still...
But yeah.
Blood.
I mean, I watched it when I was like 14, and I don't think I necessarily read all those overtones.
Bigger than you can imagine. It is written. It is their time to give penance.
Also, if there's like,
You continue.
I think it's like edgy teen boys tend to think that shit is awesome.
Heaven's wrath.
Yeah, this skin is so good, right?
They are no longer your people to save.
Also, again, at the end of Starship Troopers, you only have, like, a positive mention that the war is going to go well, which, you know, spoilers, it doesn't in the books. And I guess even in the movies kind of extend the narrative, but... because there are other Starship Troopers films, and, like, CG ones. Anyway. Yeah. Like, the society is still grossly militaristic. What is it? Service guarantees citizenship? You're not a citizen until you, like, participate in the military. So it's nigh compulsory military service. It's... Oh, 420 remaining. The time for a Starship Troopers reboot. Oh yeah, it's time. Well, hold on a minute, let me... There we go. So future Rome? Yeah, but there's people who get off on that. Imperial legions and shit. Would you like to know more? Yeah. I always say it in the, like... For some reason, I always hear that in the like, bartender voice from Total Recall. Oh, got a free pass on that one. You want some more? Verhoeven's films are beautiful. Even Showgirls. If y'all haven't seen Showgirls, do yourself a favor. It's got titties. It's got a lot of other things. It's got a lot of titties, though. Dudes played Rome Total War once and suddenly became fascist. Yeah. There's just something in dudes that like order, precision, de-individualization. Something about guys that see like 80 dudes all wearing cool armor standing in a line and they're like, yeah, that's sick. I want that. I want to be in that. I want that. Waving a big flag. Dudes love big flags. You think the casting of Elizabeth Berkley was deliberate? Oh yeah, see, like, I remember I had some friends talking about that, and I didn't even think about that. The, like, I never grew up watching, Saved by the Bell or anything, so that didn't mean anything to me.
Will enable you to utilize the full functions of your command station.
Maybe? I don't know. Probably? Oh, wait, that's Fifth Element. You're right. You're right. Yeah, when he's complaining to the robot bartender. And then he just gets a little squirt. Man. Fifth Element's so good. That might be my favorite vision of the future. It's like borderline Futurama, where things are futuristic but still annoying and like quirky and weird. I guess it's just very French. Huh. Whoa! That's awesome! There's like a demon that was half crawling out of that thing, and I guess they shut it off, so its hand just collapsed. Neat! Although I don't know how the rest of it would fit through that thing. Oh yeah, Johnny Cab. Maybe I'm getting it all mixed up. Haha! Yeah, that stupid fucking guy. I hated Fifth Element when I first watched it, and then someone said it was written like a comic book. I watched it again and loved it. So, it is. Yeah, there's certain movies I think you have to understand that they're, not you specifically, generically, audiences kind of have to get on board with them being in a different world with different rules, and that's true of every film, but like, I think about like Pacific Rim. You have to, at some point you have to realize that it's anime. And then you're like, oh, wow, now this rules! It's just like you have to kind of reframe, I guess. Oh, I missed a life. I don't know that I need that. Well, if I'm gonna do Slayer Yates, I might. I'll go pick it up. Excuse me. Kill Bill's live-action anime? Volume 1. I mean, it's literally anime at one point. That's basically how pro wrestling grew on me. I realized it's basically a live-action fighting video game. Yep. It's a soap opera with stunts. That's why all porn is documentary filmmaking. I like that idea. Excuse me, I'm a documentarian. Now stuff it in her ass. I'm thinking we go with this lens on this one. We'll get some nice backlighting. It'll slim our actors down. And can we get a spotlight on this? I really want to capture light gleaming off the jizz all over her face. I mean, these conversations have to happen, right? Surely there's a director that has a vision for what they want their porn to look like. Maybe that's why I don't like Pacific Rim. Maybe. Guillermo is, he has a lot of influences in his movies that aren't just, like, Western cinema. That aren't cinema, even. Oh, damn. Oh. Jizz is a metaphor for our decadent days, yeah. You see, the jizz represents the internal guilt that all Americans have for being born in the first world. They understand that their lifestyles are destroying the world around them, but they still enjoy them. Just like Carl when he blasts a load right into our lead's face here. Maztec Prince, thank you for gifting a sub. Come on, where's my friend? Oh yeah. Oh! Oh! I got distracted. And I forgot that this little fellow was here. That's fine, that's why we have lives. That's why pencils have erasers. Oh, man. The next time anyone does anything wrong, I'm gonna say that to them and watch them just hate me. Could you imagine somebody saying that to you if you, like, trip? Don't worry. Everyone makes mistakes. Oh, I inspired you to start 14? Fuck yeah, Action Man. What role are you playing? And how far are you? How many times have you said that honestly? In my life? Under 5. At least. Facials do not do it for me. It's too gross. Eh. I mean, I guess to some degree, I think it's a little arbitrary where you draw the too gross line when it comes to intercourse. It is a pretty bestial activity. I know, kind of by definition. Can I not punch this yet? Can punch that yet. Oh, just about finishing Realm Reborn. Awesome. Cool. You're sort of finishing up classic 14 vibes. Then it feels kind of Final Fantasy 4-ish for a bit, and then it feels really Final Fantasy 6-ish for a bit. And then, man, I don't know what Shadowbringers would be. Shadowbringers almost reminds me of some of their other PS1 games. Like, Shadowbringers almost feels a little Xenogearsy to me, with how kind of philosophically bent it becomes. Anyway, that's awesome. Fully clothed, no touching or eye contact, otherwise it's gross. I mean, that's a fetish unto itself. I saw something where it was like, like normal clothes everywhere, except specifically for like genitals that are exposed. So it's just like two people who are in full normal clothes having sex because there's a like surgical hole cut out exactly where that should be. So you actually don't even see anything. Isn't Shadowbringers 8? I mean, so 8 was the raids that they tacked onto it, but I don't think the game itself was like similar to 8 in theme or tone. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. I guess it was actually fairly it was fairly like 8 to me is pretty open-ended and pretty ethereal and it's like story beats. Whereas Shadowbringers was, I felt like, kind of clicked together and made sense by the end of it, as opposed to like leaving you in this weird effervescent philosophical cloud about what's actually happening and who these people really are. I want to smack the person who does it in the hair unless you're okay with it. You know how gross? How much we do to our hair? Yeah. I mean, bodily fluids notwithstanding, even things like drinks or water. Things that seem playful, like shoving ladies in pools. Y'all gotta respect the fact there's a lot of time and investment in that hair. And you burn it all up. Do something like that. There's a very fine line when being completely ungross loops back to being at the peak of grossness. I agree. I have my boundaries, but
Core nearby. You can use it to activate the mech and clear a path forward.
I guess it's just like, I mean, logic doesn't apply because again, it is such a primal thing, and everyone has different thoughts and feelings about it. Cooties are icky 100% of the time. Well said. Very well said. Oh, Caged Money, thanks for gifting out a sub. I don't know if I missed that. I'm having trouble dividing my attention. On one hand, your stream is on, just as good as it's ever been. On the other hand, I just got a new fantasy book, and there's just nothing quite like that feeling of starting a new fantasy book and being whisked away to some new world. That is a trouble, isn't it? I permit you to not pay total attention to me. Oh, there is an extra life. Thank you, Agent Straggler. I'm just used to blazing right past it. Got an email, my G Fuel shipped. Nice. Yes, and also Sino, thank you very much for reminding me. We do have, what's that? 30% off G Fuel! Wait a minute. It's not playing. Did I not hit the button? Hold on. Try it again. Oh, I know why. Ah, shucks, I know why. This is what happens when you try to get too fancy with streams. You have all these like fancy macros set up. What's that? G Fuel! Ah! There it is. There it is. Panther's on the prowl. 30% off G Fuel. You can use the G Fuel command. That'll give you a link. It'll pre-populate it. Pre-populate the discount code. Or you can just go and enter code SirLar at checkout. 30% off your entire order. That includes boxes. I got me the Sanic shaker and chili dog flavor. You just blow up Monster Energy? Oh. You have identified the subtle branding in my stinger. Get the Doom flavor. It's really cheap with the code. Oh. I actually haven't tried it yet. Which is unforgivable. Spicy Demonade? Yeah. Spicy drinks can be interesting. I doubt it's like mega spicy though. I don't know, for like in Los Angeles, spicy drinks are really spicy. It's usually like chilies and tequila and mezcal and like a cocktail. So that's kind of what I associate with spicy drinks. Like it actually has a straight up jalapeno burn in the mouth. I don't think the G Fuel flavor is that intense. Wind Squid, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Is the Sanic Shaker specifically your brand? I mean, it may as well be. It's not. Like, I didn't collaborate on it or anything, but I just love that it's got crappy gotta go fast Sanic on it. Like, all the lettering is all fucked up. It's so good. I love it so much. The first Demonade was pretty peppery. Definitely not an all the time drink. I think they changed it since then. Okay. There are a variety, like, as evidenced by the chili dog flavor. I'm impressed that G Fuel is not afraid to go to certain flavor places. Which I haven't experimented with this too much because I've been trying to watch my weight. But I imagine you can make some really nice cocktails with both with normal G Fuel and the hydration mix. Could you imagine a drink, an alcoholic drink, getting you fucked up and hydrating you at the same time. Can you imagine it? The hydration mixes I've been all about lately. I've been so into it. Because it works really well. Oh boy, I'm already out of... I thought I just... Oh wait, I just used a lot. Never mind, that's right. I'm wearing my merch too. That's true. That wasn't quite as intentional. I won't be plugging that too much today, but... Ooh! I think there's another... There's another Arachnotron at some point, I'm pretty sure. Damn it. Damn it! Hey! Yep. God, I don't have my dashes. I tried that with the Bahama Mama G Fuel and rum. It was okay, but the texture was too thin for the flavor, if that makes sense. That makes total sense. That makes a lot of sense. I imagine for that, like Bahama Mama, it's kind of like, it's a tiki drink. It's kind of, do you expect an almost maybe more banana flavor profile or coconut? I would say with that, like, you'd probably want rum, like a scoop of the G Fuel, maybe like a half scoop, and then maybe like some coconut milk, or, maybe like a fruit juice, like a thicker fruit juice, like a nectar, a peach nectar or something like that. I'm kind of torn on G Fuel. On one hand, I'm hearing good things, and it seems like a genuinely good product, but at the same time, I've never really liked everyday products that cater to gamers specifically. Well, if it helps... yeah, pineapple. Pineapple goes with every cocktail. You're 100% right about that, Dr. Sinwar, but... if it helps, despite having a G on the front of the name, they actually don't market to gamers that much. And that was my misconception, too. Because I assumed G Fuel gamers, and like they had sponsored some gaming streamers, or a fair amount of gaming streamers even. But actually, they're way more focused on like Gen Z lifestyle stuff. A lot of their bigger influencers are like TikTokers and people who wear like denim overalls and do handstands and stuff. They're there, sure, but what I realized is that was just the part of their sponsor network that I saw. Having worked with them for a bit and like done some gaming stuff with them, I can say that that's not really their focus, but they do have a lot of video game flavors, so that is true. It's just it's interesting. I wouldn't say that they're not just, how to say this. They're not as tuned like core gamers you might think. They're still an energy drink brand. One that's like sold in restaurants and things like, or sorry, not restaurants, but like gas stations and stuff like that. So they're kind of a broader player than just specifically like selling powder to gamers. A lot of their special flavors are game related. That is true. That is true. I guess my impression is a little more informal. I can't really point to anything to validate it now that I think about it. It's just like talking with them and stuff and pitching like core games content. Maybe it's just an audience issue or audience size issue kind of thing, but. Well, G Fuel, give me kidney stones. I'm very prone. What causes kidney stones? Because I hope not, but I don't know what causes them, so I couldn't tell you that. Calcium buildup? So is the idea like if it has calcium in it, that might cause kidney stones? Because I can go look and see if it has calcium in it. I think it actually may. The The big thing for me is, I don't know, they've been super good with me. They've been really receptive to a lot of stuff. They've been really hands-off about what I do and how I do it. And like, the normal G Fuel is, it's an intense amount of caffeine. I will certainly be leaning into it tonight, to make it through the 24 hours. But now that I have, they like really leaned into their hydration mix line. So there's tons of flavors there. And man, that, I can't tell you how much that has taken the edge off of hangovers. Now I'm confused again. Is G Fuel an energy drink in powder form? Yes. It is also a sports drink in powder form. So they have caffeinated energy mixes, and then they have hydration mixes, which don't have caffeine, and instead have a lot of, you know, electrolytes and, you know, the things gamers crave. Vitamin B12, lots of vitamin B. And then other just, like, mineral bits that your body needs when you're dehydrated. That's what plants crave. Yeah. It's G Fuelium. I checked for calcium in the hydration flavors I purchased. No calcium in these. I don't like having vitamins. I don't like having that in vitamins or anything either. Okay, so no calcium. But yeah, the hydration mixes pretty much are just, it's just vitamins and minerals in water form. I've woken up with like raunchy headaches and upset stomachs, and I mean, the caffeinated G Fuel is good for this too, because caffeine is also good at killing a headache, but I'll just like shoot back a tight little cup of hydration mix scoop, and like 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, I feel like $1,000,000. It is wild how much that actually does help and how quickly. Water and vitamins are the way. Yeah, I mean, with as much vitamin B as in there, you're basically flavoring your pee with a good amount of it, but... Woo! Oh boy. Anyway, I kind of get it, you know? I get the hesitance about the brand or the product. I think it's just appeared in so many places on Twitch, and maybe in alongside influencers or streamers that you kind of made an association with. I don't know. That's kind of where I was at. It seemed like I had a weird impression of it. Oh, here we go. Doctor Talk. Kidney stones can form due to a couple of different reasons. Calcium is the most common type, but there are also struvite stones that are associated with UTIs and uric acid stones that come from your urine having way too much acids in it. Doctor Talk. All right. I don't know about the pH of G Fuel. Maybe the citrus flavors might bend it acidic? I looked at in terms of cost of comparison with stuff like Mio, and with the discount, G Fuel comes out cheaper. Nice. I mean, I don't know about, like, for me it's, well, I guess ultimately for me it's the most cheap, because if I ask, usually they'll send me stuff if it's not like super limited order, but I had to buy the Sanic shaker. Totally worth it. But for me it would be doubly cheap because, yeah, I don't even use their suggested serving size most of the time. I get a good enough kick out of like a half scoop. The stream nearly over. No, there's at least 4 hours left. And and on top of that, potentially another 22 hours? Depending on how much people throw at me. Oh, you drink 2 to 3 scoops a day? Ooh. Well, Urge Splittin', thank you for being a loyal customer. That's a lot. That's a fair amount of caffeine. But you do you. I think you're not in like the not in a medical danger zone yet. Crohn's and ulcers are miserable. Ah. Uric acid stones are often due to an excess amount of red meats, alcohol, and shellfish. Lots of purines in there. How much caffeine is in one scoop? Good question. Here, let me go grab a couple of tubs, and I'll be right back. Okay. Used to work overnights before the pandemic. I would drink like 2 energy drinks and a few cups of coffee a night. So this is cutting way back. That's good. I mean, I don't know. I don't think caffeine is a bad thing. You know, it occurs naturally in tea and things like that. It's a tool that you can use on yourself. Well, okay, let's see here. 1 scoop of caffeine, approximately 1 scoop, has 140 milligrams of caffeine. So yeah, Yando said 160 milligrams in a typical coffee cup. It's about the same amount of caffeine. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, for me, I get a pretty decent lift out of just a half a scoop. So what is 40 servings then turns into 80, and I'll just sitting right there in your cabinet. You don't have to buy bottles. You don't have to throw away plastic. You don't have to throw away cans. So yeah, let's see here. Vitamin C, E, niacin, vitamin B12, vitamin B6, choline, and sodium. No sugar, and then the blend is taurine, L-tyrosine, L-citrulline malate, caffeine. Oh boy. Glucuronolactone. And then a lot of other stuff. Cool sounding things that I can't quite say. And a special kind of salt. And then yeah, the hydration mix basically has the same composition. It's got a few fewer ingredients in it. I think the ones that are supposed to juice you up are not in the hydration mix, but how much sodium? Yeah, 1 scoop here is 79 milligrams. Hydration mix has 80 milligrams, so about the same. All right. Yeah, gamer ingredients. It's the ingredients gamers crave. If you want info on what's in it, look at more plates, more dates on YouTube for a breakdown. Oh, okay. I should do that. That's something I should do. This G Fuel stuff honestly sounds pretty good. I like it. I have to admit, I gotta be 100% honest. Like, when I was first approached about it, when I first went independent, I was like, man, G Fuel, like, I did a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship too, and I was like, eh. I wanted to, like, at first I was like, is this, you know, am I doing this? And then they were like, we'll send you some samples, and I was like, okay. Like, I won't decide until they send me samples. And then they did. And I was like, dang, this is actually really handy. So, I tried it. I was converted. That's simple. I was getting G Fuel outside of the US. Unfortunately, I don't quite know. Oh, only artificial sugar substitutes? Yes, it is sucralose, aka Splenda, that is used as a sweetener in this. I know some people have digestive reactions to that. They might have other mixes that don't specifically use sucralose, but thank you for calling that out. But yeah, gotta give it up for G Fuel, because like I said, they've been a great sponsor to me, and they've enabled a lot of business stuff that I've done. They've enabled me to work on inside games. They've enabled me to pay editors to make highlights for my YouTube channel. They've enabled me to pay a really good worker to like make thumbnails and stuff like that. So because of the operating capital that I've been able to use through G Fuel sponsorship, I've been able to pass that money along. I've been able to create work for people. So sell it or starve. Only way to be a creator in hyper-capitalism? Yeah, I guess it's more like... That's... Yeah, pretty much. I don't know if it's really starve, but it's more like... Do some work here that creates other opportunities there, and it's a question of what's important, you know? I could just say no to the money and not worry about it, but then there's things I wouldn't get to do, you know? Well, that's life. Where's my paycheck, though? It's in the mail. It just takes a while to get there, that's all. Sell out, but am I selling out when it's a brand I use and like? I don't know, that's a question for, I don't know. The concept of selling out is silly in the first place. So, like, I think it goes back to the core of like a notion, are you an artist or are you an entertainer? Like, why do you do what you do? I think most people in my position would merely say like plugging sponsors or whatever. In this case, I don't mind because yeah, I do like them, and I will say that even after they stop paying me. But I think most people would say like, whatever I do is in service of having streaming or just sitting on my ass playing video games all day being a viable way to earn a living. That's like step one. Which, to that degree, it's like you're just... Then the motivation is, this is work I like to do. But I think after that follow the questions of like, okay, what's the nature of what you're doing? Are you doing it to earn money? Are you doing it to entertain people? Are you doing it to express something? It can be an intersection of all those things. I think the time, like, selling out would be if I had a grand creative vision for this stream that talking about G Fuel interrupted or destroyed. I don't think that's the case. But... Okay. I'm gonna try this. The Slayer gates are pretty rough before you have upgrades, but... God, that dash is gonna get me effed. Oh, that was stupid as hell. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Ugh! What was I thinking? Just standing there like an idiot. Just headshotted like 3 dudes. Or like 13 dudes, like thunk, thunk, thump. I figured I was gonna drop a life in the Slayer gate, but not like that. That was dumb. I was just standing there. Got too distracted talking about my stream integrity. I think selling out for me, in my specific case, in the way that I sort of, what I make my streams about, and what's meaningful to me, selling out to me would be playing a game I genuinely don't like and don't enjoy, and sort of faking good things to say about it while I'm playing it. If there's a game that just, like, utterly does not appeal to me, and I feign enthusiasm for it, just because I want the money. And then I tell people to play it, and I talk about all the good things about it, when I secretly don't believe those things at all. And believe it or not, I actually really do like Raid Shadow Legends. And also, I have to admit, I have a bit of a cheat in that regard, because I like most games. I really do. I just like games, so I can usually find something to like about most games. So, in that regard... Oh! That was weird. In that regard, my nature also gives me a sort of a cheat, basically. It gives me a free out. There's a big difference between selling out and beneficial collaboration. Let's see, Last of Us 2 VOD? I mean, I can even find things to like about Last of Us Part 2. There's definitely things I respect about it. A great deal. Let's see. Oh, that map music. It's taken me back. I don't mind ads if it's made entertaining, like Internet Historian or comment etiquette. Yeah. I think that's always the goal too. I always tried to do that when I was like reading ads for, you know, the podcast or doing anything with Funhouses. Tried to turn it into a bit or add content to that section. I mean, the functional goal is to prevent people from skipping it, but for me it was always like, we have to work to entertain people. There's so much competition for people's time. Holy shit, by the way. Yondo, thank you for gifting 20 subs, and Dimmy with the 5 subs. But Yondo, holy crap! I think that's gonna tip us over. Which I think means it's time for more lore. More Doom lore. Things are finally hitting the fan.
The betrayer's life signal is nearby.
Oh, the ads with Funhouse and the Photoshops helped? Yeah, the open house ads? That wasn't necessarily my thing, but yeah. That was good for a short form video. Oh yeah. All the Blue Apron reads that I did. I tried to turn that into like, hey, I'm gonna learn cooking. and have a little discussion about it every time. Thank you guys so much for the generosity, Yondo and Demi. Thank you guys. And Grieve, thank you for the Prime. Wind Squid, thanks for gifting 5 subs. I may have missed that. Stupid skin. All those little pouches.
Your people will not
I like that his abs are drawn on.
the burden you carry.
Oh, it's so sick. Have you played much with the graphical filters in Doom Eternal? Yeah, they're all really good. I played with the retro one a few times, just when I was like practicing Ultra Nightmare.
Maker herself. It is your people's time now,
Maybe we'll swap through those a few times.
just as it was mine.
Are there any ads you regret doing? No? Because if I really didn't support a sponsor, I wouldn't have read for them. There is one near the end there that I kind of refused to read the way that they wrote it. I can't remember which one, but there was some glasses brand who, like, this is when blue blockers were becoming, like, trendy. And then they sent this copy that, like, had all of this just factually, scientifically incorrect data in it about what yellow light does to your eyes. And it was just like, it was just straight up lying to people. And I was like, I'm not reading this. This is not okay. Because I remember reading up about it. And there were just a lot of dumb, inaccurate, straight up wrong statements made about it to sell people glasses they didn't need. I was like, I'm not. That was a weird morning too, because I was super stressed out. Ugh, it's like a short week. And then I got this copy. I'm like, that was kind of peak, like, why am I doing this? To make somebody else rich who can't even find the time to, like, talk to me. Blue light filtering is bullshit? Well, it's not bullshit. So it's just not really what it's pitched to be. So here's the extent of my Googling. I read like 3 whole pages about it. Like, light frequencies are normal. Yellow light is normal. It happens in the universe. The sun puts it out. And that's why it affects our circadian rhythms, basically. Blue light. Sorry, the sun puts out blue light. It actually does. Not yellow, but... So blue or white light happens in the world around us, and because that's what the sun puts out, we tend to associate seeing that frequency of light with daytime. The issue is that if we're looking at screens late at night that are putting out that frequency of light, our brains and our bodies think it's still day. So, yeah, blue light late at night messes up sleep schedules. Yes, your body doesn't start like producing melatonin and stuff to coax you into sleep because it thinks the sun is still up, or your eyes are sort of telling your brain the sun is still up. So that's why all you have to do is turn on night mode on your phone or night mode on your TV, and your brain will be like, oh, it's nighttime now. That's it. It doesn't strain your eyes at all. Blue light doesn't result in eye strain even a little bit. That was the big thing. They kept the copy that I got kept being like, blue light strains your eyes, and eye strain is bad. Eye strain happens because of totally different factors than the color of light you're looking at. It has more to do with like the distance your eyes are focusing, the thing they're focusing on, specifically I think the light contrast in what you're looking. If your eyes go from like very bright to very dark imagery, quickly, that causes your eyes to contract and expand, which leads to eye strain. Staring at a screen all day without blinking. Having wind blowing in your eyes, like drying your eyes out. So I have a desk fan, and that can pink up my eyes a little bit. Yeah, that fireball to the face. Ugh. Not a good start to this stupid encounter over here. We got an extra hour. We did. Check that out. Also, my cam froze. What the heck? Okay, that's weird. Gonna be one of those days, huh? They robbed me of my hype, man. My hype. Can't take my hype away. Ease that. Like this. And we're back. Then I got a few more things to click, due to the extreme generosity of everyone in chat. Thank you guys so much. Love it. I love it. We haven't even slipped. Haven't even slipped the clock yet. Let me finish this level, and we will read the next chapter in Knee Deep of the Dead. In the Dead. The literary tour de force from the Doom universe. Frozen cam? Wait, oh, sorry. It's back. Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm a little worried there. Oh no! I don't have my dash. Crap. Crap. That's not a guy. Crap. Like the plasma gun squeak. I do love that they brought back the, like, Doom 2 plasma gun for this one. It doesn't look like the rifle anymore, it just looks like the giant cardboard box. I never could figure out, like, when I saw Doom 2, I was like, what the hell is that gun? It's just a big stick. I really did like the sound it made, though. Blah, 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 blah. I've done that so many times, shooting that dead dude thinking it's an enemy. Looks like I got everything. Hundo %. 2016 plasma gun was so bad. It wasn't as inspired. I like the reload. Or like the, when he like slams the thing into it and it like powers up. Uh-oh. What did I miss? Oh, I missed a toy. Womp womp. Well, wait, what is this then? Oh well. Missing one secret. Womp womp. Ah, I did get a sub. Thank you. Anders98. Thank you very much. Oh, Magic Prime. Thanks for the Prime as well. The drunk stream of you, Bruce, and Alana, and that fight is a nice memory. Yeah, I sometimes when I'm playing some of these encounters that we did on the stream, I think back to that very fondly. But you have Cruelty Squad. Oh yeah. I've streamed Cruelty Squad before. That's good THC content. Microsoft Flight Sim be really good THC Tuesday stuff too. What was your favorite piece of media as a child?
The second Hell Priest is located in the northern region of Earth.
I really liked the Will Vuitton's claymation Christmas special.
Power has been restored. You will be able to access the entire.
I had one of the like Skip Rogers tips and tricks videos that showed off a bunch of NES games, and I thought it was just so cool that there could be like video content made about video games, instructional like that. So I watched that quite a bit. World Video Game Champion. I could beat Skip Rogers in a fight. I could beat him up. Flight Sim LAX to Poland in solidarity with Steph? That's not a bad idea. Just 10 hours real time, falling asleep in my chair. Or 20 hours, I think. Wait, how long is that flight? Oh. Holy Bones, thanks for the sub. I'm gonna get to the Repertorium so I can listen to BFG Division while I read.
Fire either ice bombs or frag grenades.
Thank you, Vega. Thanks for the tips. Thanks for those hot tips. Hey, what's up? Oh, Roberto, hey, what's up? I'm doing alright. I'm doing better than alright. I'm doing great. Playing some Doom Eternal, hanging out. About to read some literature. You finished The Ascent? I did not, actually. Games like that I always hope I can, like, play through with buds, but I don't know. It's weird. Streamer buds seem to move on pretty quick. I just played through myself. Just played through it myself. I never finished Outriders either. Has anyone ever used the Ripatorium outside the required time in the campaign? I never have, no. That's a good question. It's not a bad thing to have, but perfect. All right. Guess what? It's lore time. Time to learn more about the adventures of Flynn Taggart. Although, let me check and see. Let me see what the delivery here is. Because I have the physical book coming. Just don't know how close it is. Ooh. Arriving today between 3:45 and 6:45 p.m. Out for delivery. Oh. Should be soon. Should be soon. Yeah, I never finished 7 Remake Intergrade. Or Intermission. I could do that maybe over the week stream. I just had so much stuff happening, man. It's been crazy. All right, chapter 2. Shut up, said the first Ron. You're going back to detention, said the other. This was a truly pathetic spectacle. All right, let me catch you all up. Let me catch you all up with where we're at. Doom Guy was in Kyrgyzstan. His commander wanted to gun down a bunch of innocent monks. Doom Guy said, "Don't do that." Punched him. They did it anyway. So he got court-martialed. And but before he could get court-martialed, something bad happened on Mars. So apparently there were no other Marines in the universe. So they sent Doom Guy and his Marine detachment there. But since Flynn Taggart is being court-martialed, he's being kept under guard. But something weird's going on. Gonna play Psychonauts 2? Yeah. I mean I was a huge fan of Psychonauts. Played it back in the day, excited for a sequel. I mean I played the first one. I wanted to finish it before 2 comes out. Maybe I'll be able to. Alright, so Doom Guy is in a room with 2 guards who are both named Ron. That's not a joke. And we pick up where we left off. Suddenly, I'd become the threat in their eyes, the Rons, that is, simply because I was forcing them to face an unpleasant situation head on. A number of things happened at once. More screams and gunfire came over the radio, and I thought I heard a woman scream. Oh yeah, he's got an ex-girlfriend that he has to go save, too. The nearest Ron unholstered his 10mm pistol and pointed it at me. Then the poor jerk gestured the direction he wanted me to walk. He gestured with a hand holding the pistol. With an invitation like that, what could I do? I caught his arm, moved the gun aside, and rabbit punched him in the kidneys. The gun slid across the floor. The other Ron was still fumbling with his holster, so I turned and jabbed him in the throat. Not hard enough to kill, but with enough impact to keep him busy trying to breathe. Alright. Now this is italicized. Sorry, Rons. Arlene PFC Sanders means more to me than the both of you rolled together. I turned my back to the first one, who surprised me by regaining his feet and making a grab with his good arm. Too bad for him, he was off balance and fell towards me, providing another irresistible target. I flat-palmed the back of his head and he was out like a light. Got him. The other Ron was still doubled over, trying to breathe as I collected their weapons. You guys aren't exactly cut out for light drop infantry, I said in as kindly a voice as I could muster. Now I had a problem. They weren't bad guys, but I couldn't trust their goodwill not to come after me. Their fear might be enough to keep them out of my hair, but I couldn't count on that either. Nor did I want to leave them sitting ducks for the hostile forces that were loose on this station. So I helped the one who was still conscious get to his feet and waited for his glazed eyes to clear a little bit. Listen, Ron, we got a situation here. So far as I can tell, we only have these 2 sidearms between the 3 of us. This is not good. The lieutenant should have left us with some weapons, don't you think? It was a rhetorical question, so I kept on. I'm leaving one of these guns with you, unloaded. I let him sink back on the floor and slid the ammo clip across the floor. When you feel well enough to reload, I suggest you barricade the door better than I can lock it from the outside and wait for orders. He looked sick as a dog, but nodded, and I left him to his own devices. I pocketed the remaining ammo clips. I wanted all the edge a few extra rounds could provide until I could find an armory and lay my hands on some real firepower, if the factory had any. As I locked the mess hall doors behind me, I heard the radio sending out useless static crackle. Semicolon. No Weems, no Goforth, no Arlene. Well, at least I heard we were all going to have a party, with Grayson's remains as the guest of honor. I didn't like that particular train of thought, so I derailed it. Time to get serious. After 10 minutes of humping around the compound, I found a land cart, the last one. That was thoughtful of them. Phobos is so small, a diameter of only 22 kilometers, that I almost could hoof it to the factory, particularly in the ultra-low gravity. But I might need to evac the survivors, and in any case, speed counts. Although I'm not claustrophobic, I'd lately had my fill of blank walls. The spaceship was the worst. Traveling through 1,000,000 miles of nothing in a little cubicle just so you can reach another cubicle at the end of space is not my idea of the conquest of space. At least for the one day we spent on Mars, we had a view. The domes were made of super thick insulated plastic, but were cleverly designed to give the illusion of being thin as a soap bubble. The only trouble was that the view wasn't very impressive. A blank expanse of empty desert broken by an equally barren, dark purple sky. I was only so thrilled with looking up at the stars. I liked something bigger up there. Although we could see Phobos from Mars base camp, it was so tiny, it almost looked like a bright star trucking across the sky. Not enough moon for a melancholy mood. But now, as I crawled to the land cart out under the black, airless sky of Phobos, I enjoyed my first genuine feeling of freedom since I left Earth. Mars loomed in the sky, 3/4 full, larger than any moon, and burning red as all the blood of the armies ever spilled in uncountable battles across the stupid, drooling face of eternity. The face of a monster. Man, what the fuck is that line? What the fuck? Anyway, by contrast, the gray, dull surface of Phobos looked like a brittle What? Okay, what? Oh, okay. By contrast, the gray, dull surface of Phobos looked like brittle. I guess like the food. Laundry soap or dried oatmeal. The only variation was Stickney, the huge crater that covered 1/4 of the moon's surface and filled the rest with impact striations. At that moment, I thought that Mars might be the last beautiful sight I would ever experience. Ahead lay nothing good. The thought that I might shortly die didn't bother me nearly so much as the dread of letting down my loved ones. ... Again. Oh man, what a complicated character. There weren't that many back on Earth, but there was one here on Phobos that meant everything to me. Oh, here we go. Maybe I did love her. I couldn't say. I mean that literally. I couldn't say it with her hooked up with that Wilhelm Dodd, the dirty bastard. But that didn't mean crap. Semicolon. If Arlene were in trouble, then putting my life on the line was the easiest choice I'd ever made. Doing my duty didn't mean I had a death wish. It meant I would have to stay alive as long as possible to find her and hump her out. I mean, he means like get her out, I think, but Jesus Christ. All right. And the rest of Fox, too. Flint Taggart's got a lot of humping to do. Holy shit. So with Mars looming gigantic and our sun a shrunken, distant ball of flame quickly setting as I crawled towards the factory, I sped through Phobos daylight, across the Terminator, and into the black of night. My stomach started roiling the moment I left the zone and entered the correct gravitational field of Phobos. Not quite 0G, but close enough for a queasy stomach. I had to watch my speed very carefully here. I wasn't sure what the escape velocity from Phobos was. Probably a lot more than a crawling land cart could make, but I sure as hell didn't want to end up in orbit. The tractor treads didn't work too well out there. I wished I could drive the land cart right inside the refinery, but I had to leave it in the garage on the surface. It sure felt good to get back under even the half-normal gravity in the refinery zone. The silent station lurked below the surface, containing what was left of Fox Company. As I began the long descent, I promised to keep a... Wait. As I began the long descent, I promised to keep very, very quiet. Early in a career... Wait, what? Ugh, Jesus Christ. Early in a career in the light drop infantry, you learn the absolute essential of lying to yourself. Sure enough, there was noise, and I was the source of it. Even in the low G, my boots squeaked slightly. Each squeak was magnified in my imagination as if giant rodents nibbled at my heels. The rectangle of light beneath me grew in size as there was no turning back. Rectangle of light? Fuck. I thought about using the lift, but there was no telling who I'd find inside. The access tube ladder looked a safer bet. A popular feature of these permanent stations is how there's always light and air so long as the small reactor is working. Imagine my disappointment on climbing down the ladder into the hangar when I noticed the first signs that something was seriously wrong. The lights were flickering, and I didn't hear the whine of the air recirculators. The light was adequate to show an empty corridor stretching out in front and behind me. The section didn't seem to show any signs of recent conflict, and no sooner did a small part of me make the mistake of relaxing than I heard a sharp, hissing sound. Before I had time to think, the 10mm was in my hand and I had spun around into a defensive crouch. I'm sure I scared the leaky pipe real bad. At times like this, nothing is more welcome than an anti-climax. I think Flynn Taggart knows a thing or two about anti-climaxes. Given how he talks about the chick he banged one time. Oh boy. As I examined the damaged pipe, mindful to not be scalded by the escaping steam, I realized that I might have found something interesting after all. The pipe had been dented by a blunt metal object of some kind, and there was a rusty stain on the floor underneath it. There was really only one direction to go, so I went. That direction would also take me toward the hangar control room, where I could swear I heard low, growling noises. Somehow I didn't feel like reholstering my gun. I didn't like the way my palm was sweating, either. Taking it nice and easy, I proceeded down the corridor. I had a good long view ahead of me. No room for surprises. I didn't hear the animalistic noises again, but that didn't make me feel any better. Finally, I reached the control room. Right before I pushed the door open, I felt a sudden shiver on the back of my neck and spun around, trying to look down both directions at once, like one of those crazy cartoon drawings of a double take. But there was nothing. At least nothing I could see. No casualties yet, thank God. The control room was empty, but it had a peculiar odor, like sour lemons. After months in a barracks, whether in Kafiristan, on Mars, or in space, you get used to the smell of paint and gallons of disinfectant. But this was nothing like that. I didn't like it, one bit. The entire fucking scene in the book goes on forever. Yeah, it's dragging on. I mean, they think they're building tension, right? It only took a few minutes to establish that all the equipment was in working order, except for the communication system, which was smashed into non-existence. Then I had a brainstorm. There might be a gun locker here. Something left over from when Phobos was an Air Force outpost. Something a bit heavier than a 10mm pistol would greatly improve the adjustment to my new environment. I found the locker and jimmied open the door fairly quietly, semicolon, but there were no weapons. Not how you use a semicolon. Bare cupboard. Not even a slingshot. But so it shouldn't be a total waste, there was a nice selection of last year's flak jackets. Not combat armor, but better than skin and a pressure suit. One looked like it fit me, so I put it on. Oh, Rush, thank you for the prime. There seemed nothing else to do but resume my journey along the corridor that must ultimately take me into the rest of the station. I was reaching that dangerous psychological state when you feel that you're the only living person in what had been a battlefield situation. Another word for it is carelessness. Reconnoiter, you bastard. My little voice was telling me to get back with the program. Not a moment too soon, a human figure came striding purposefully in my direction from just around the curve of the corridor. I almost shot first and asked questions at some undetermined future date. Really how you say that? You could just say later. You could just say later. It's not clever to put in more words when you can use less. Anyway. Reminding myself that Arlene and my buddies were here, as well as UAC civilians, I relaxed the old trigger finger at that crucial moment. But I kept the gun on the human shape and experienced a sickening moment, not of empathy, but of a reluctant understanding of Lieutenant Weems and the monks. when the fear snake slithers around inside your gut, it's pretty damned easy to just start squeezing off at anything that moves. Sick. That's so sick. The fear snake. Then I recognized the shape as one Corporal William Gates. Bill! I shouted, relief flooding me at contact with a fellow light drop. What the hell's going on? Are you alright? Where's Arlene? The rest of Fox? At no moment was there any doubt that this person approaching was the corporal with whom I'd played poker, drank, and told nasty jokes. We'd been through enough together that I didn't even mind that he was one of the monkeys who jumped on my back when I popped Weems. Bill had a very distinctive face with eyes spaced wide apart and a scar that ran prominent from his prominent chin to his lower lip. He was walking in an erratic manner. Fatigue, I assumed. Men in combat situations can get very weird, and I'd seen plenty worse than this. Battle fatigue might even have explained the strange words coming out of his mouth, stuff that sounded like an old horror movie. Bill was staring straight ahead, but he didn't seem to recognize me as he chanted, "The gate. The gate is the key. The key is the gate." I didn't like the spittle on his chin either. As much as I wanted to run over to him, I held back. There was something really wrong here. Nothing I could put my finger on yet. But it was like that smell in the room, little hints that something was foobarred on Phobos. That rules. That rules a lot. Bill. I tried again. Bill, it's your cuz. Fly. It says that. It straight up says that. Bill, it's your cuz. Fly. C-U-Z. Fly is fly. This dude is so cool. This time, he noticed me. I could tell because he grinned the most evil grin I'd ever seen in my life. Then he raised his rifle and opened fire. He was walking in an... Wait, hold on. Next page. Even then, I didn't want to believe what was happening. Fortunately, my body reflexes were more realistic. Hoo-ha! Diving behind a pillar. Ooh! I was already preparing to return fire. Ready for it. I had to try one more time. Stop firing, billets! It's fly, goddammit! Stop shooting! Bullets whizzing by. Pew, pew, pew. And there ends chapter 2. Luckily, Flynn, Fly, McTaggart. No, just Taggart. Flynn, Taggart, McTaggart, whatever. His reflexes kicked in and saved him. God bless. Whew. Oh my gosh. Oh. I'm all flustered now. Goo. Oh, I keep forgetting to turn that off. I usually have a script that deactivates those for me, so it keeps playing every time. All right, we did it. We got through the prologue. It's time for some hot action. Just pretend that, like, I'm gonna pretend that all these demons are Bill. Bill! We played poker and told each other dirty jokes. Bill! God damn it, Bill! Remember when you came over to my house? Maybe Bill's the only one I told about my my crush on Arlene. How many Pulitzers did you say this game received? Or this book received? All of them? We can only hope. We can only hope that the, oh, maybe that's why. Try that. We can only hope that, the author had to build a new wing onto their house to house all of the awards they received. You guys think Bill's gonna make it? You guys think Bill will be okay? I don't mean to be alarmist, but I'm worried about Bill. What's going on with Bill? There's Daisy. Bill's already dead? No. But we told dirty jokes. Oh, I can see myself in the monitor. Like when the loading screen kicks on, you see yourself, you see like a swollen ball of flesh. Legs splayed out on the couch for a second, you're like, don't ever do that to me again. Oh, wait a second. I think it's like... The frick? there a way to put in like a... Oh, I guess I already did it, so it's unlocked. So yeah, here if you type in the code Flynn Taggart, the name from the novel that we were reading now, you get to play Doom. How exciting. We've seen the Doom mod that's basically all of Doom 1, but it's done entirely by memory. Oh, that's so sick. I love ideas like that. Man. Or it's like, I gotta play through that, because it'd be kind of right, but kind of not. Everything would just be a little bit off. No, I'm not familiar with that. Maybe it's time to start getting into Doom mods. I want to play through Sigil. Now that I've played Quake 1, and like really played some of Romero's work, I'm like, damn, he actually really is a good map designer. I kind of want to play his Doom mod now. Oh, more lore?
This is an ARC broadcast. To any ARC personnel or survivors operating inside the Hellified zones, please be advised.
Yeah, playing Doom inside Doom.
Have been coming.
Doom Eternal includes Doom 1 and 2.
Leadership do not recommend any attempts to communicate with the Slayer directly. Please avoid...
It's apparently pretty sadistic at the same time as being good. Ooh.
While it is clear...
Okay,
Slayer
I like it.
is the enemy of the challenge, it is unclear if he could also be a threat to civilians.
I found an interview with Romero. He's just a real nice guy. Lives in Ireland now, which I found funny. Yeah, that's good. That's good to hear. Hopefully did the, like, had the run at it, kind of mellowed out kind of thing. What do I need to do here? Baroni, thanks for gifting 5 subs. We probably saw Doom 3's Monster Closets and thought it was the best game design ever. I mean, I think with games like that, you're probably limited by, oh yeah, you have to get this. You're probably limited by how you can spawn monsters, where you can spawn monsters. I tend to think, like, Monster Closets were a factor of needing to, like, have everything in memory or loaded in a map. So the monsters have to be somewhere. And if you can't teleport them, how do you, like, surprise the player? You gotta have them hiding in a little room, and then a door pops open. But Doom had teleporters. I did see some use of teleporting in Quake to, like, spawn enemies in places. Kind of like having a room packed with enemies and then a teleporter so they kind of trickle into another play space. The flamethrower particles disappear when the animation is done, and it's been bugging me since I realized it. You mean for the flame belch? Like the little cinders don't wisp up in a way? Well, that was the thing in Doom 1 and 2 as well. I don't like the map design of Doom 1. I played through it in, like, I don't know. I think I prefer Quake. I think they did as much as they could with Doom technically being a two-dimensional game. Because then it was just sort of like, it was sort of like a series of almost, board game puzzles, kind of. That's part of the speedrunning strats, getting enemies to trigger early and try attacking before the teleporter prompt opens so they frag each other. Oh, that's smart. One thing I did find pretty interesting about later Doom levels is how important ammo rationing becomes. Like, you're not allowed to just blast, like, waste ammo on whatever you want. There's a specific amount of ammo in the level, and you have to be pretty judicious about where and how you use it. I was always used to Doom, you know, being purely shoot it until it dies. Oh, damn it. Yeah, like, playing Doom and Doom 2 made a lot more sense to me when, I understood that it was like, okay, They're not just asking you to shoot everything until it's dead. Like, you have to be smart about it. And it is, at some point, it is almost a survival horror experience where it is more about resources. Resources in and resources out. Than it is about, action. Like, you can go into an encounter and, like, okay, I'm gonna take damage, but I can only take X amount of damage if I want to, like, come out with enough health to keep moving. Oh, no. Wait, can people please try not to lick their fingers when touching a public item? I had a very confused person jab their mask several times with their finger with the intent to lick it so they could take apart the receipt to hand a copy to me. Honestly glad they didn't pull down their mask. Like 98% of people come to the counter and figured to rub the two pieces of paper together. Yeah. I always thought that was a little weird. Wetting your fingers with your spit. There's the dope fish. An id Software mascot dating back to Commander Keen, I think? Maybe even before that? Weird, I heard a whiplash skittering around somewhere. Giant skeleton, that's so cool. Something old people do? Yeah, it's kind of old people. Remember in school when the teacher would lick their fingers and then hand out papers and you'd look at your paper and there'd be a wet spot? Oh, that's gross. That's gross. I don't think that ever happened to me, but... Any new movies you've seen recently? I watched The Green Knight, because that hit streaming. I really enjoyed that. Kind of reminded me of Legend. Very similar to Legend, actually. But, pretty sick film. I watched Wrath of Man as well, which I didn't quite like as much. There were some parts that were alright. Green Knight was pretty cool.
Let's see if you're strong enough to survive this.
Part of me is not, like... I think I have kind of figured out a lot of the themes, and I really appreciate them. I like that the movie gives you some kind of clues about the meaning of, you know, the colors of red and green. They kind of give you a primer for the imagery of the film. Which kind of makes the ending make sense, too. And it kind of has a fun twist ending that would, like... But I kind of think about it as, like, this is a fun story people would tell when they're drinking. That doesn't necessarily mean that, like, the themes and the plot are all cinched together. It just has, like, no spoilers, but Green Knight would have been so much better for me if it ended, like, 30 seconds earlier. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I didn't mind that. To me, that was, like... It's like ending on a, ha! Like, that's kind of what I mean of, like, it's a good drinking story. Not necessarily, like, you know, a fulsome tale told in, like, in a movie format. I liked it too. It gave me a lot to think about, I'll admit. You ever read the poem or story? No, I haven't. I'd be curious to know how close it is. I imagine, like, if it's like a deep legend, there's probably many versions of it. I really like Pig. Yeah, a lot of people really like Pig. I was not a big fan of Pig. To me, it just seemed like a kind of a collection of a lot of tropes, like a lot that we've seen lately. I guess the John Wick Revenge Rampage setup is good enough, but it doesn't make the intro any more interesting. It is a dark movie. I just can't. I guess I can appreciate the fact that it's well made, but it's just so thoroughly and cynically nihilistic. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it. But you know, it's I guess there were some scenes in it that I enjoyed. But, like, I don't know. It was a collection of Nick Cage scenes. I didn't ever get the sense that he was a character in that movie. Man, that's so sick. He was like, his character was so ambiguous in the story that it was just whatever the scene needed him to be. And that was most of the film. I don't know. Kind of, I watched and I was like, there's a whole generation that this is going to be their Boondock Saints, where it's like, this is the movie that's going to blow their minds, I think. What's the premise of Pig? Portland, legendary Portland chef who has since retired to the woods has a pig. Some people steal it, and then he goes to get his pig back. That's the setup. Along the way, it's like, it's kind of a down the rabbit hole sort of tale moving through Portland's culinary scene. I never got the impression though that like the movie could have been about anything. I didn't really ever get this, so I apologize. I may be injecting a little too much of my own cynicism, but I don't think there was anything about it that made it about food. And any way more that like, I don't know. Nick Cage was in a better revenge rampage movie already. It's called Mandy. I mean, Mandy's a lot more straightforward. Pig is a lot more arty. Whatever, a lot of people like it, so I don't know. And that, I've grown to understand that there are weird things that make me just check out of a movie, and I was not as enthralled with Pig as many people were. I think Dune will end up like Blade Runner 2049. Good, but not for everybody. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how heady the script is going to get. The trailers certainly make it sound like, you know, privileged, make it sound like hero's journey, you know? Privileged kid becomes, or even like white savior shit. I mean, I guess that's what the novel is, but Paul comes to the planet, has an exotic and foreign hot girl who he will, like the trailer implies that, you know, there's going to be a relationship. She's mystical and he has powers. It's like Avatar rig out. Dune is indeed a hero's journey and later a subversion thereof. Later novels indeed. Yeah. So it's, I guess at its core, given that it is like a hero's journey, there is I think a framework to work from that's a little more broadly palatable than something like Blade Runner 2049, which, man, you want to talk about inverting a hero's journey, holy shit. 2049 is phenomenal at that. Most Western heroes' journeys are. Oh. Yeah, white savior. Yeah, I mean, it's, you get to go to an exotic location and save the day. Who doesn't like that? It's like, it's everything all packaged into one. Not only do you get to, like, bang exotic broads, but also you're the best one among them. I'm speaking in crude terms, of course, but Frank Herbert explicitly says that Paul is not a hero and not to be praised or emulated. No, I agree. I'm not here like dismissing Dune as like pandering science fiction trash. That's not at all what I'm trying to say. I just think more like when it comes to mass market, sometimes those are the story hooks they need to buy into something. And that's why something like, you know, 2049, it's not a crowd pleaser. I mean, it pleased me, but I'm into shit that, like, makes me question stuff. I guess that's ultimately, not to drag it back to this, but ultimately that's kind of what, like, Green Knight had me questioning some things, wondering about some things. I don't, like, I watched Pig and I'm like, I actually don't, I have zero thoughts. In a movie that seems to have something to say, it really didn't leave me with anything to think about. Just a few, like, pretty generic, like, slam dunk alley-oop scenes. Where you take the easy moral dunk in a given scene and that's it. I don't know. The true meaning of Christmas? Yeah. Was Pig an emotional landscape sort of movie or not? To me, it's just sort of an indie anthology. It's a series of scenes. each of which are pretty well made, but don't really thread together into a greater whole. I don't think it did have anything to say. I think it wanted to come across like it did. Pig wasn't smart. It wanted to pretend it was. IMO, of course. I don't know if it's necessarily smartness. I mean, the movie's pretty clear about its nihilistic underpinnings, and I think to some degree that does excuse it from needing a message, or the movie itself tells you there's no point. So why bother? But it doesn't even get to the why bother part. It's just like there's no point. And then the movie's just kind of... Anyway, I don't want to talk about it too much for people who haven't seen it. Here, Player C, A Night in the Woods. Player C. I started it, I think. That's the one with all the little kitty cats, right? I get it crossed over with Oxenfree sometimes. It's art house, you mean? I guess that is what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's just it. It's fine art. It is there for you to consume and come away with your own meaning. Another dope fish down here. Hello, mister. Oh my gosh, the eyes got ray traced. Ah, that's so stupid. I don't mind a movie that doesn't give me much thought. Just something with fun to watch with a good moral is fine with me. More advanced movies make my brain hurt and make my opinion hard to express, since I'm afraid to because of so many different interpretations. Huh. Yeah, I guess I'm... I don't know. I don't find a lot of value in like the marketplace of reactions, I guess. If you have friends that you find it difficult to talk about that stuff with, that's a shame. Ideally, people could watch something like that and it would create conversations, you know? Here's what I took away from it. Oh, you got that? Oh, I got this. Oh, okay. A series of disjointed scenes is how I describe art house. It's all ideas to be put on film, no matter if it works or not. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. It felt like a series of short films with a loose theme connecting them. But to me, the theme was there is no theme, and I'm like, well, okay. I mean, I'm familiar with that trick. If you basically, and this is something I did all the time at Funhouse, but if you're limited on time or budget or creative unity, then you make that part of the thing. Like, you wrap it in. No, it's supposed to be like that. That's the idea. Oh, Ansem asking, first game that deals with mental trouble or mental health, or Malcolm asking about mental health. My bad. So this is a Max Payne. That's true, but I kind of did it in a weird, and I wouldn't say at all like serious way. This is where my head goes, but I think about this game a lot. So I think about Earthbound. This is a game where like being homesick is a status effect, and it prevents you from attacking. Like the main character can get sad and misses home, and you cannot fix it until you call your mom and talk. Like, so I always thought that was super cool. It is sort of acknowledging that mental states can affect you physically, and that remedying them, like the remedy is human connection. So that, to me, that's the first time I remember seeing any game sort of acknowledge that you're not just, you know, like a Contra man with a gun or something like that. I guess Dragon Quest III might have had some notes in it about that. I don't know about like mental health or mental illness or anything like that. That might be different. Yeah, Spec Ops: The Line is like, I think the big one that people point to. It's like probably the biggest one that makes PTSD like a focal point of the story. Ugh. Also, I don't know. I feel like maybe not mental health issue. I mean, it's certainly a very mental and cerebral game. But to me, Spec Ops The Line was more about like the protagonist bias or hero bias, which in a way is, you know, commentary on the American military. We can't be the bad guys. We're us. What about Dead Space? I mean, Dead Space, I get, like, I don't know if it counts if in the context of a game you're going crazy because there's like some like foreign influence. Then for real, like Doom 2016 counts. Everyone's going insane because there's like an evil artifact putting demon waves in people's heads. Oh, I forgot to change the skin. Ah, well. Yeah, it was some alien stuff. I think it's... I guess it would be mental problems discussed by characters that aren't under the influence of any supernatural powers. I don't know, this is getting arbitrarily restrictive. Yeah, it wasn't really about PTSD, it was about the flaws in connections and self-honesty. Yeah. I agree with that. I think it... I think Cyberpunk has a really good way of dealing with the idea of dying. I mean, yeah, I think out of all games, Cyberpunk is unique in that it is exclusively about death. Almost no games deal with that. I mean, in a more than like that you shoot a bunch of enemies to death sort of way. But yeah, the way that Cyberpunk dealt with mortality and legacy and existentialism was really, really, really cool. And there's a lot of, you know, side quests in Cyberpunk that deal specifically with depression. And even people stigmatizing depression. So I think that was neat. I think the OG Dead Space 3 concept did want to tackle mental health stuff with Isaac, but we know how that actually ended. Ah, yeah. I mean, that was kind of neat, though. I guess Kane and Lynch. If you played as Lynch, you would see some different stuff than if you played as Kane to represent your psychotic break, whatever. Oh, Silent Hill 2. Yeah, yeah. Silent Hill 2, very good. 1, not so much. One was more about like cults. 2 was the one about like straight up like mental shit, being in very, very, very bad situations, very bad human situations. Like, there's no demons, there's no like ancient eldritch terror. This is just the terror of life. Kind of reminds me of stuff like Heredity, even though, you know, there was a cult or demons or whatever. I still feel like that aspect is sort of secondary to the real-life terror that surrounds those narratives. Or Midsummer. Like, sure, it's about like that, but it's actually about like social coercion. It's about being alone. It's about being compelled to be in a place you don't want to be. Silent 2 is about facing your sins, about guilt. Yeah. That entire game is essentially guilt manifested, but so many different layers of guilt. And guilt to the intensity that becomes like its own syndrome, its own... It starts to have physiological effects in the world around you. It's so cool. I thought Doki Doki Literature Club was about trauma causing hard-to-fix glitches in reality for the rest of your experience. Huh. So it's... I will give Doki Doki a lot of credit, because a lot of people take away some different themes from that game. I kind of read it, I mean, going back to like the hero or the protagonist bias. To me, Doki Doki Literature Club was a message to people who are a little too bought into like harem fantasy. The whole philosophy of harem fantasy is that like you're the important one and everyone else is just a one-dimensional accent figure around you, participating in your life. What I loved so much about Doki Doki is that a lot of the characters that they prop up to be these one-dimensional harem figures, there's scenes later where they're like, oh, no. They have a life, and it's kind of messed up, and you have the luxury of ignoring that because they hide it from you. So, you get to see this cute anime girl being a cute anime girl because she likes you, and she's trying to be that for you. And it's kind of shitty of you to never think about that. It's kind of shitty of you to just assume that was it. You didn't care about her. You didn't think about her as a person because she was just here for you. That was what I took away from Doki Doki. The notion that, like, no, people can be full people. And you gotta stop thinking about the world in terms of media tropes. because that's doing a massive disservice to the people around you and in your life. That was my takeaway. But then again, I also am excited and giddy for media that targets the anime set to maybe teach them a thing or two about why that media can be a little bad. Maybe bad is strong, but why living according to those stereotypes is not great. Isn't the premise of Fear that Alma's so traumatized that the trauma starts getting manifested physically? Yeah, it's essentially the same as Silent Hill with who was the girl in Silent Hill 1 and then 3? Fear is about Alma being a mega psychokinetic child. But yeah, she was like experimented on, right? Like a lot. And then her like terror and pain opened up the ability for her to project herself psychically. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Fresh like bagged salad. What a great name. Holy crap. Thank you for the prime. Jado, thanks for the resub. How am I? I'm doing great. And look at that. You saved your sub and everything. Appreciate that. Oh crap, I smell food. I'm hungry. I'm gonna have to take a break and eat here in a minute. Oh, wait, Heather Mason? No. That was the protagonist of 3. I'm like the actual kid. There is an Alma of Silent Hill. Like a child who was kept underground and experimented on. And like she suffered so bad that her suffering projected out and created the like nightmare dimension of Silent Hill. That's what the first game was about, right? What's on the menu for today? It's the leftovers from breakfast, really. Seven about mental health? Yeah, okay. That's, yeah. I guess you have a pretty diluted main character. It's a little strong, the depiction in 7, but yeah. I don't know that that's a real... Is that a real mental illness, though? Does that really exist? Does that ever actually happen? People, like, project themselves onto somebody else so completely they think they are them? Spoilers. Fungus Mouse, thanks for the resub. Thanks for inching our progress bar a little up there. We just got to some hot action in the Doom novel.
My brothers and sisters, but he is weak. Your hate must match his will. Only then.
And when that meter fills up, we're gonna hear more from Flynn Taggart on Phobos. Oh, personality disordered people. Okay. I mean, there's like single white female, right? I've only seen it in like pop media, which doesn't mean it doesn't exist, of course. I feel like feels like something that like would be in a Star Wars movie, which makes me question it. Maybe that's really disrespectful to say, but... Probably not very nice to say no. Well, I apologize. If you have personality disorder, then I apologize to both you and the person that you think you are. Hopefully you both receive my apology. Hey, what's up, Queer Faye? Oh no! I deserve that. I deserve that. Am I getting canceled? Maybe. No, let me go. Shit. It's about time, let's be real. Short and spicy, thanks for the prime. Ooh, nobody thought I was gonna make it this far. I gotta wait 5 years and dig this clip up? Oh yeah, okay. when I'm like rolling on Xanax at a convention or something, and I end up like yelling at somebody who's got personality disorder, and then I go out and say like, look, I have years of working with a personality disabled community. Never once have I ever said anything bad. And then yeah, 20 seconds later, the clip shows up. Oh, look, it was a different time. Look. That's how all of my cancellation apologies are gonna start. That's always the best way to start an apology. Look. Like, demand that somebody be on your wavelength immediately. You have to understand that I just didn't care then, because it didn't matter. I didn't have any empathy for people like that then, but I do now. Why can't that be enough? Stop being mad at me. Please buy G Fuel. Yeah, my best friend has personality disorder. Final Fantasy VII is one of my favorite games. How could that be if I'm disrespectful to people with mental disorders? Checkmate. Checkmate, canceling leftists. I've also learned that when you say checkmate, people are not allowed to continue arguing with you. Keep referring to them as those people? Yeah. I love those people! They're some of my favorite people! Oh, missed. You're getting really emotional about this. Like, to portray that anyone is being emotional about a subject they care about is like, oh, it's like to imply you're being irrational. If somebody ever comes after me, I'm just going to make a series of non-stop but non-specific insinuations that they are doing it because they want attention. That's what always works. Some opportunists are out there saying some things about me.
Slayer's strength is exposed now to us. Can you see it, brothers?
No one has been told to calm down has ever calmed down. Every time you ever think about saying calm down, just don't say anything instead. Nothing. You know what actually calms people down? Time and letting them feel heard.
Secure your place in the new world.
Anyway, calm down, chat. Calm down. You guys are getting emotional. You guys, listen, you're making me nervous, all right? You need to stop. I was having a perfectly nice stream until chat came in here and started getting offended about bullshit. Isn't that the best? When you try to talk through somebody with something and they immediately make it about themselves and their own slight discomfort at having to talk about something that isn't like Star Wars. This is the guy who hates people with personality disorder. No! I love those people. You have to say it that way because, you know, there's multiple people.
Your super shotgun is nearby. A relic from your past. The priests have
I watched Split, and I liked it. Listen. Look. Ah! Keep forgetting that's there. Oh! Man, look at how sparkly the room is now that like every spike is reflecting light too, because they're all juicy. It's so crazy. I think, well, the ray tracing is pretty visible in Cyberpunk, but I think, man, Doom Eternal has a really good ray tracing implementation. It's just so shiny. All right, fun zone time. Yeah, you called it, Captain. This is the Boom Boom room. This is a real cheeky room to drop when they do. Okay, good. I do have 3 gas.
Proceed with aggression.
Oh, I used my gas. All right. I was like, I'll refill my ammo while I'm waiting. Didn't even think for a second that that was explicitly not what I was supposed to do. It's okay. We'll do it live. Fuck! I don't know why I thought that was gonna kill. Damn it! Stupid dash. I have so few dashes. All I want to do is dash. Wait, I can buy dash. Oh my gosh. I can buy dash. That would have saved me if I had dashes. Oh well, whatever. That's why pencils have erasers. That wasn't that bad. I mean, man, after really and truly after playing that classic master level, this stuff just isn't hard anymore. It's so weird. What's up, Double Crystal? If only Dash Rendar were canon, you would have survived this. Stupid Dash. Why wasn't he there for me? I miss you, Dash. I'm just excited to be involved when watching Doom. Great. That's a great place to be. I like it when people feel included. Watching you on that master level made it look like actual hell. I thought the worst room was going to be that big Rage Totem one with a dome, but the one with the 2 Archviles behind the shields, that is some messed up business. Some fucked up shit. Let's see. What is that red shirt in the lore? Red shirt. I'm not sure what red shirt you're referring to. Did you beat DLCs on Ultra Nightmare? I did not. Not yet. DLC Part 1 is going to be a pain. I'm confident that if I drill the final boss a couple times, I'll be able to figure something out, something consistent. And from there, it's just like, it's getting the second stage locked down, the blood swamps, and then God, that last level's got some nightmare encounters too. That bridge, didn't they patch the bridge a little bit? It's not as bad as it used to be, I think. Or they just took a little bit. They took a little bit of the edge off. DLC is clapping my cheeks bloody on ultra violence. Never mind anything else. The DLC is no joke. It's surprising because I think it's an intimidating move to have the DLC difficulty and intensity wise basically just continue on from the campaign. Most DLCs take a little step back. Oops. When the DLC hits. They took the tentacles away. Oh, okay. That does make it easier. I remember those bastards. That basically meant that I just didn't go on that side of the bridge. Because there's purple goo there. So, like, I don't know that tentacles are going to change it a lot, because the purple goo still gets you killed. I forgot. I'm supposed to save up arsenal points for the super shotgun, but I'm not doing that. Stop again. I remember I had a moment where I was really proud of myself in hindsight, where I ended up doing a master level without knowing it was a master level. And it's like, sure, I'll do this level, but slightly different, and did it. I was like, that seemed hard, huh? Then I found out after the fact it was supposed to be a big challenge. I felt really happy. I didn't know that going into it. Sometimes there's a lot of power in not setting any mental expectation and just trying your best. I found that with weightlifting. Like, I'll try a weight and it'll seem so heavy, and I'll think like, okay, that's a good weight for me. That was hard. There's no way I could do more. And then if I just try more, sometimes I can move it, and I'm like, oh, like using my mental perception of how heavy something is not a good indicator if I can do more or not. So sometimes the things you use to judge yourself are not even that accurate. I mean, surprise yourself. Yeah. Doing squats with his fridge. Heavier! Heavier! Alright. Now that we've gone and found Steve, I'm actually going to take a little break, get up and stretch, and I'm going to eat some food. Achtung, man. Thank you for the prime. Thank you very much. But I'll be back shortly. Still plenty of time on the clock. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you all very much for your patience. And thank you all for the generosity in the meantime. White Rabbit, thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. That is outrageously generous of you. And Shadow787, thank you for the 25 gift subs. You guys are dropping crazy sub bombs, and because of that, I get to hit this button. Boom! We got a new hour, baby. Thank you guys very much. Let me do some bookkeeping here. Get our numbers all squared away. Man, I'm getting really fast at clicking through this. All right. Oh yeah. Definitely post and listen to 1992 as much as you like. Hold on a second. Ooh, sorry. I ate pretty quickly. I bolted down a bunch of it's eggs and greens basically. So it's just like leafy greens mixed in with eggs. It's a great way to eat breakfast. How do the subs work? It's pretty straightforward, I think. Every 50 subs, people either resubbing or gifting subs, like Dr. Sinwar, going with a 7. Thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot. Each sub adds to this meter up here. Every time we fill up the meter, an hour gets added to the stream, and the gimmick this time around is here. Let me swap to it here. I think there's still some. Well, here, let me swap to it here. And we get some lore. We get some deep lore. So I'm reading through the first Doom novel. The Doom novel that came out in the 90s. You better believe we're doing it. Put on some appropriate music, because let me give you guys an update. We're at chapter 3 now. Yeah. We're at chapter 3. One sub is like 5 more minutes. It's more like, since 50 subs is for an hour, it's more like one sub is about a minute and 12 seconds. Something like that. Somewhere in there. Alright, Doom's really kicking up. It's blowing up now. It's time for action. Put on the fart remix. We'll see. We'll get there, bitch. There's plenty of time. Don't worry about it. Our hero, Flynn Fly Taggart, is a Marine who he punched out his commanding officer for gunning down innocent civilians. So he's a pretty good guy, right? He's a pretty good guy. But he got court-martialed for it. Nice guys finished last. Womp womp. He's taken away from Kyrgyzstan, some fictional desert place, and sent to Phobos, where the UAC has suddenly gone quiet. They have to reestablish things. Reestablish contact. He was court-martialed, though, so he was being held by two guards, both named Ron. The rest of Fox Squad went to investigate the base. What came back over the radio? Screams and gunfire. So, our hero Fly Taggart, beats up both of his guards with some sick judo moves, and then leaves them locked in the mess hall, and goes out to rescue his girlfriend Darlene. No, Serene. It is Darlene, isn't it? Let's just wait. Oh, it's got sound effects now. Okay, whatever. Anyway, there's a girl he banged once, but she's dating somebody else, and she doesn't think about him at all anymore. But for some reason, he's gonna risk it all for love, and with one pistol, he's gonna go out and save this woman that he loves so much. They banged once. They banged. But they're not dating now. She moved on. So he's wandering down the hallways. It's very tense. He puts on a flak jacket. He gets some armor. He's got a pistol. And suddenly, his old buddy Bill told some dirty jokes with Bill. Bill's in the hallway, shambling and talking weird. What's that all about? Wait, it's even better apparently. I was looking up details for a different reason, and they didn't even bang. They just kissed. Oh my god. So he's straight up like, yeah, she digs me. Oh my god. Holy shit. Doom is the perfect video game because this is like, it's unironically like self-insert fantasy for people who play Doom games. Like, what would make Doom better? Shooting demons? Also, it's for a girl that like looked at you once. It's like, she wore a Pokemon shirt and I'm in love with her now. Anyway, Fly Taggart is pretty sick. But Bill is shambling down the hallway and has opened fire on our elite hero who is rolled behind cover. So he's waiting. Bill! All right, that's where we're at. Bill didn't stop. He came closer. Desperate, feeling like Cain. I got a biblical reference here? Cain. I returned fire. For fucking real? Given the half-dead condition that Bill was in, killing him all the way should have been easy. The first bullet took him in the throat, above his Kevlar armor. That should have done the job, but he kept on coming. I pumped even more rounds at Bill, and finally one connected with his head. That dropped him. But even as brains and blood oozed onto the corridor floor, his body continued to flop around the way a chicken does when its head has been removed. Humans don't do that. And they don't have a sour lemon smell either, which was suddenly so overpowering that I could barely breathe. I stared, shaking like a California earthquake. I was looking at a zombie. Also, he put M dashes around at. I was looking long dash at long dash a zombie. Is this the speed our hero is thinking? It's like when writers write like they're watching a movie in their head, and they're like, okay, the line should be like this because the shot would be like this. You know, I'd be, oh, like they're trying to, I think, give you cinematic timing with the way the line is written, but I don't know that that works. Anyway, I was looking at a zombie. Exactly. Nevak, that's exactly right. Anyway, that was all that kept racing through my head, screaming the word over and over again between my ears. Zombie, zombie, zombie. What utter shit. Maybe Arlene, okay, Arlene. Maybe Arlene could believe in all that crap and bull roar, semicolon. So wait, I can say shit, but I can't say bullshit. I can say shit, but bull roar is... Malcolm, I appreciate the semicolon. That's how I write sometimes. It's not a good way to write for novels. I believe that it can be done, but if it's done properly, you won't think about it. You know? You won't realize that you're being given stage direction. That's like, you have to use punctuation sparingly. It's not... I mean, theoretically, it does tell you the meter of a sentence, but you can do that with words, too. I don't know. I'm not a novelist. I've just done a lot of writing. So I guess I have weird concepts and convictions about writing. I should be clear about that when I'm critiquing other people's work, I guess. I've never really thought about that. Anyway. What utter shit. Maybe Arlene could believe in all that crap and bull roar. She watches those damned horror movies all the... I wasn't never going to watch anything like... a freaking zombie? I was crazy. Buggin'. Freaked like some hippie punk snot flying on belladonna. It's not bugging, it's buggin' with an apostrophe. Appropriately apostrophized. There are no goddamn zombies. This is the real world. This is... Gates flopped some more. Then stiffened up so quick, it's like he'd been dead for hours. So he's like, and then... Scared, but drawn toward him like iron filings to a magnet, I crept forward and touched his corpse. Billy Boy was ice cold. This meat was decidedly not fresh. I gagged, then turned aside and vomited. He was blue, his skin tough like leather. Private Gates was a freaking zombie. Walking dead, they'd killed him, then sucked the life out of his body so that just half an hour he was many days dead. Arlene. I knew what I had to do next. I was crying while I did it. I hoped I'd find some magazines to go with my new acquisition, and 10mm M-211 semi-automatic, gas-operated infantry combat weapon. Sig Cow, we called it. Bitch of a way to get one. Gates had only a single spare mag, and the one on the rifle was dead. Still shaking, I reloaded the rifle. Clack, clack. But he's probably muttering Metallica lyrics to himself. Dropping rounds left and right, and crept on, wondering who would come running at the sound of me murdering my dead chum. Leaving Gates's body, I started walking fast, then a little faster. Suddenly, I was running. Oh my god. I started walking, and then I walked faster, and before I knew it, I was running. What is... It's good to not think too much about the words you write. Just let it flow. Whatever. Okay. I was running, not in fear, but sick rage. The little voice in my head that usually keeps me on track was screaming about discipline and strategy and keeping my cool. The voice wanted to make a nice practical analysis of the evidence. I had every intention of listening to reason, but my feet and brain stem had other ideas. They were running from the face of a man who used to be a human being, running towards the bastards who reworked him. I've always had good survival instincts. They'd never abandoned me before, not even in the worst firefights in a career that had seen its fair share of combat. But here and now, in a dull gray cavern under the craggy surface of Phobos, my body was betraying me. If I could just stop seeing the slack jaw, the dead eyes, I could control again. The face wouldn't go away. Even the characteristic twitch of the right eye that used to annoy me when Gates was alive unnerved the hell out of me now. I couldn't stand to be winked at by a zombie. It's PTSD? I think he's just offended that he just saw a zombie, a real zombie. He's like pissed off, I think. Yeah, zombie. Putting the word to it helps. At least I was running a little slower and started paying attention to my surroundings. I saw the walls of the corridor instead of a phantom mask of death, and I heard a loud echoing of my footsteps, my labored breathing, and the shuffling noises of other feet. 4 of them were waiting for me around the bend. 4 zombies. They stared at me with dead, dry eyes, and one of the zombies was a woman. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Fly. How you gonna handle this one, buddy? We're in a real pickle, huh? Oh shit, dude! Fuck! Fuck! No one expected this! I mean, there has been only one woman in the entire book so far. And I mean that. They've been very explicit. Everything has been a man. Only Arlene. And now, woman number 2. Will the Doom novel have 3? I don't know. Let's see if this one gets a name. Alright. I didn't know her. UAC worker. Thank God it wasn't Arlene. Other woman. I didn't even want to think about Arlene with gray flesh and a sour lemon smell, sneering and pumping bullets at me without any recognition. I'd felt a rage I'd never felt before. My blood was on fire and my skin couldn't contain the boiling liquid anger. I think this music might be a little... There we go. I shook from hate so deep that military training could never reach it. I mean, yeah, that's just... It's like incel rage. That's what you're experiencing, my friend. I didn't want to shoot these travesties of human life. I wanted to rip them apart with my bare hands. They shuffled towards me, fumbling their weapons and pumping shots like their rifles would never run dry. Gross. Gross. What did I do? I staggered directly towards them, raising my own M211 and taking one of the Walking Dead in its shoulder. A useless shot. It was the girl that broke the spell. Some little piece of who she once was must have been left in her brain, a faint echo or resonance of human thought. She didn't charge blindly like the other 3. She turned and fell behind cover to plink at me. To plink. Zombies killed Milady? He's gonna Milady the zombie. I can't fucking wait. Yeah, she's a girl now. Yep. She's rolled back in age. This cute, beautiful zombie. There's something special about that zombie. She said, I have a boyfriend? That's written on the bullets, and she's like, fuck, fuck. She's trying to put her headphones in, or like her earbuds, as fast as she can. Doom guy rounds the corner, and all the female zombies just like... like, I'm reading a book. All the body language changes, but only in the lady zombies. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. All right. My higher brain functions kicked in. I shook my head. Get yourself together, Fly. Then strafed while sidestepping to a pillar. Once behind cover, I aimed a shot into Zombie 1's head. It roared, then danced like a headless chicken and collapsed. I got the message. Only headshots got me any points, just like the movies. That's amazing dialogue. Also the way he describes it. Hold on, hold on. I need a prop for this. Oh! Alright, this is gonna be hard to see. You're reading the Doom movie script. No, I'm reading the Doom novel. That came out in like the early 90s. Alright, so let's bring this over to yeah. So, okay, let's read that action again because that was fairly explicit. He's talking about how much he's in love with this zombie. Alright, I shook my head, then strafed while sidestepping to a pillar. Like, that's pretty explicit, but what that looks like? Like, talking about like this. Like, maybe a little hop? That's pretty action. Just staring straight forward? That's pretty tactical. Man. Okay. Okay, so headshots kill zombies. Doom guys just learned this. The citrus stench almost overwhelmed me. I snuck a quick glance at the zombie I'd just smoked. Something squirmed inside its brain. Swallowing nausea, I took a bead on zombie 2. The zombie girl chittered. Cutely. I added that, but... And the other two headed jerkily towards the console behind which she was crouched. Damn, she was hot. I think I'm in love with her. I caught zombie 2 before it made it halfway, but the other one took a position. Jesus Christ! But the other one took a position behind cover, and both it and zombie girl returned fire. It's capitalized now. Zombie girl. That's her name. So she does have a name. That's good for that character. A standoff. I was trapped behind the pillar. 2 zombies behind an instrument console marked UAC and covered with sticky pad notes. Why do we need that info now? Anyway. The other 3 of us separated by no more than 20 meters. Swiveling my head, I stared wildly around, trying to spot something useful. 5 minutes deep into the Phobos facility, and I was pinned down inside a mortuary in hell. A dozen bodies sprawled on the floor from the open control room in which I stood, all the way to a curve. What the hell? This sentence doesn't make any sense. Okay. I was pinned down inside a mortuary in hell, period. A dozen bodies sprawled on the floor from the open control room in which I stood, all the way to a curve in the corridor beyond which I could see no farther. Period. Recognizing a few of them didn't do my stomach any good. The others were probably UAC workers. And unfortunately, that's the end of my book sample. But I can buy the full thing. I have the physical book arriving. It's on the way. I am in the delivery window for it. And that was the goal, because I also want to like give the book away at the end of the stream. So why not both? Yeah, I mean that's what I've been doing. I've been reading it off Kindle so far. So that'll do it for story time for now. Doom guy's trapped, pinned down against zombies. What's gonna happen? We'll have to find out next time. We'll have to know the ending. Does Bill get better? Yeah. Does Doom guy get another girlfriend? How many girlfriends can one guy have? Come on, Fly. God, his name is Fly, and he said Buggin'. This book is so much better than I thought it could have been. Ah, we are blessed. We are blessed this day. Maybe zombie girl will like... Maybe she's interested in a three-way with Arlene or something. What if I like kiss two girls at once, but it's not cheating because one of them's dead, you know?
You are now in control of the Revenant.
Babe, it's not a threesome. She's just like think of her like a toy or a vibrator or something. This doesn't matter. Why are you being such a bitch? God damn it, Arlene. She's mortally challenged. Yeah, there you go. I can't figure out, like, there's a concept. I can't remember the name of it, and it's such a good idea, and it's one of those like parts of humanity that needed a name because it wasn't really a thing until the internet. But there's this idea where you don't know if somebody's joking or not. Like, there's no barrier to absurdity for what people will unironically say, you know? So it's almost like if somebody goes onto a forum and they say some like white supremacist shit or something like that, you're like, are you trolling or do you really believe that? That like sort of like unsuredness, like that has a name. There's a name for that, which is great because it's an important concept. Is it Poe's law? I think it might be Poe's law. Yeah. Anyway, I'm experiencing that right now with this book because it's brilliant. And there's no way somebody accidentally made it that incredible. But it might actually just be that much of a time capsule? You can't tell if something's satire? Yeah, something like that. Like, it seems... What contributed to it? Very fanfic vibe? Yes, yeah. Maybe that's purely it. Maybe that's purely it. But, like, do writers really so transparently insert their own one-dimensional stuff into books? Of course they do. Of course they do. Yeah. What if Doomguy stomped on your balls? Yes. What if Doomguy kissed you? What if you got kissed by Doomguy? Dang it. I keep forgetting that I need to save up points for that. That's an important skill to have. There was no reason to do that. I just did it. I do need to put on a new skin. I forgot to swap for this level, so that's my bad. And maybe an atonement, people can vote. I have to admit, I couldn't be more pleased with how these Doom novels are going. I'm actually really unironically enjoying this. Like, if I tried to write bad fanfic, I don't know that it would be this good. Played the new Quake remaster? Yeah. So I was actually chipping away at Quake leading up to QuakeCon. My goal was to beat the campaign of Quake before QuakeCon, because I'd never done that. A little bit late, but I did it last night, so... It was actually really interesting to play... It's not quite Vanilla Quake. I don't even know what you would consider Vanilla Quake to be. But, like, as close to original running on modern hardware Quake, and then the remaster. I like it. I like it a lot. I think the remaster's quite good. I think it's brighter. I think it's brighter. I think that's because they actually made the assets uniformly good. I think the original was pretty dark because... Oh shit, you're not blinking. I saw the fire and thought it was the glory kill animation. Crap. Oof. But I think there's an era of like just like dark PC games. Like Thief is a dark game, but it's supposed to be like it's about darkness. I think Quake is kind of the same. It's not quite as just utterly dark, and I'm not talking about thematically, just talking about the light value of the game. It is I think it looks a bit different, but I think it looks more like what people expect games to look like. I don't think that was ever a super popular look. People are not very tolerant of things just generally being dark or dim. So the new game is like, it's almost like the gamma is cranked on it. It's not overly bright, but it's certainly a lot more evenly lit. Yeah, Doom 3 flashlight, yeah, like, Doom 3, you know what, it's... Virus, I was kind of trying to think, like, what was the nail in the coffin for games that tried to be dark, and it was that. It was Doom 3. After Doom 3, no one tried it ever again, not that I can think of. Yeah. And that's a shame, because I think Doom 3 is the best version of that kind of game. It made light a mechanic, and it made it an interesting choice. I guess it falls apart within the narrative of the universe, but what the fuck, man? Why are people questioning the rules of the Doom universe?
Attention.
We're here to have fun. But I guess people... I guess I get it. You want to see what you're shooting at. But it's so fun if you don't. It's so fun if you don't. Fear was kind of like that? Fear was kind of like that. That's a good point. Fear had moments of darkness, yeah. But, like, Fear 2 did not. Fear 1 was like the last AAA PC-focused FPS for a long time. Like, the original Fear is kind of the beginning of the Dark Ages for the PC. That's how it feels to me. Dead Space? Huh. You're playing it now, sometimes you just shoot at noises. I want to replay Dead Space. I adored that game to death. I'm talking about FPS genre specifically? No, just PC in general. The 2010s were very unkind. Or maybe like, I want to say like maybe like 05 to 2015. Just a real crap series of 10 years for the platform. Ports were bad. Like game specs in general were pretty low, just kind of gated by weird next-gen platforms. Basically Gen 7. Gen 7 sucked for PC is kind of how it felt. It was pretty bad until 13 to 14 when we got Deus Ex and the new Wolfenstein. Those were even still pretty console feeling, but they started to bring back something, you know? The new Deus Ex was such a joy to play on PC. It still felt like a console game, but at least it was there. And it had, you could like bind the number keys and everything. Yeah, the bad console port era. Yep. And you were lucky to get that. And it probably didn't work, and it definitely didn't run as well as it was supposed to. I feel like Doom 3 engine has aged the worst out of almost any engine. Everything looks so waxy and weird. Humans don't look good. I think the game certainly has a look, and the waxiness. I don't know if that's. I guess that is how it handles light bouncing off of stuff. I think in the context of the game, I'm ready to accept that like whatever materials they make that UAC base out of look like that, and it kind of like the illusion doesn't shatter for me, I guess. And I don't know. That lighting is great. Like, I'd rather play Doom 3 than, like, Wolfenstein 3D when it comes to things that have aged. With a few brush-up mods, Doom 3, even vanilla Doom 3 looks pretty damn good. I will say, Doom 3 has a weird feel. It's got a weird feeling to it. I don't know what it is. Maybe something about the input latency or something. Fuck, forgot. Jesus Christ. That one's always scary, but I can't remember why. Oh, whatever. Pencils, erasers. Doom 3 works very well as a VR game. I tried that, because yeah, that sounds like a perfect fit. I tried like the community mod and it worked well enough, but I kept getting this stupid like... Last time I tried VR, I was just fed up with it. It's like certain textures would wiggle in one of my eyes. So I'd look at like a sign or something, and there'd be like letters, and they'd bubble a little bit, but only on one of the lenses. I'm like, what the fuck is going... It's like the most infuriating thing. Because you can never not see it. So I played for a little bit, and I was like, oh, that's cool. It even has like motion tracking for the guns and aiming and stuff. And it seemed to work, but stupid bubbly crap, I couldn't stop it. Couldn't unsee it. Maybe a GPU driver issue? Yeah, maybe. What does that mean, though? What do I just get to keep, like, rolling back drivers until it goes away? That's so much work. So much taking the helmet on and putting it off, and taking it on and putting it off, and taking it on and putting it off, and having a bunch of, like, cords in my lap while I look at a screen of tiny, tiny text on my Windows, like, ticking things and unticking other things. 100% not worth it. Always. Can't be asked. Never noticed any flickering on index? Yeah, it's what I'm using. It's a software thing. It is in the game engine. Like, it's not an issue with the lenses or the displays. They're doing what they're told. It's just for some reason a texture gets wobbly and weird on one eyeball. It was happening a little bit with Subnautica, too, when I tried that in VR. So it is like a driver level thing, since it's across multiple games. I don't know. I don't know any more than that. Which is it's a shame. I feel like crap, that's not good. Oh! There. Might be fixed by now. On the mere chance that it's not, I don't even care to like try it. Merely like wringing everything out and plugging everything in is gonna take a lot of time. And I would like to at least be guaranteed a certain amount of functionality if I'm gonna go to that effort, and it's not even that. It's like maybe it's better now. I mean, it might be. It's been enough time. I think I've even reinstalled Windows since then. Oh, CyberRat, thanks for the Prime. Chalks and Rat Flies, thanks for the resubs. Appreciate y'all. Cool Guy Nick, thank you for the cheer. Jungle Boy, thanks for the resub. Appreciate y'all. Realize I went a long time without thankins. What happens when you beat the game if the timer's still going? I thought about that. I could either do battle mode or go back to Quake 1 or something like that. I will certainly play out the timer regardless. Oh, right, I'm supposed to... There we go.
Are you growing tired, Slayer? We can break your will yet.
I guess something that occurred to me too, and I was kind of like waxing philosophic about VR before, but it occurs to me that if I'm sitting at my PC, I would rather stream a non-VR game than play a VR game. And I am pretty certain at this point that VR is just not good for streaming. It's not conducive to a collaborative experience. Maybe like VR chat or something, where there's enough going on socially in the game. But if it's just... I don't know. I feel like it's just a layer of abstraction between the audience and the streamer, and that's not what streaming is about. You have the crash on start of a mission. No, it hasn't crashed for me at all today. It has crashed before. Damn it. That did not go well. Sark plays Phasmophobia in VR, which is fun to watch in a group, but not much. Not much over if he was just playing it regularly. I think in that situation, if it makes the streamer's reactions more pronounced. So if it's more immersive for him to play in VR, so his reactions are ridiculous, then that would be better for the audience, sure. I could see that happening. I can't speak for him. That's kind of the case with me. I get a little giddy and freaked out sometimes. Dark is so fucking funny. Yes, he is. Seems like a super genuine dude too. I haven't spent a lot of personal time with him, but seems like an alright guy. Are there any crowd control games in VR? There have to be, right? A few? I'm literally stuck at that arc thing, the one after Blood Gore Nest, because it keeps crashing on me. Oh no! Oh, like same spot every time? I'm sorry to hear that. Get up there. Go around behind, right? Oh, you go below. Yeah. And he worked at Machinima with you. Yeah, well, we worked at Machinima at the same time. But he was a part of the Respawn group, and I was part of Inside Gaming. But, I mean, we interacted a little bit, but it's kind of like passing each other in the hallways kind of thing. Was in a meeting together here and there. Hey, let me in. Huh? Why aren't you open? Oh, I probably have to punch this thing first. Something I was thinking the other day after the Quake stream. Quake was the first game where the concept of machinima was created and coined. That's correct. Also, the concept of speedrunning started with Quake. Because you could record gameplay demos, and they were like pretty small file size, so people could actually share their runs with each other on dial-up internet. It's really cool. What difficulty am I on? This is on Nightmare. Hardest difficulty, no HUD. Cinematic mode. Need to do more drunk movie script reads with him and the rest of the crew. That was a lot of fun. I was so happy to be asked to be a part of that. And I had such a good time. I'm gonna remember that for a long time. Shit. Fuck you. Really, bro? Where'd you come from, anyway? Damn. No. No. God. I could have the goddamn super shotgun upgrade by now if I weren't an idiot. Ooh! If sand butts were pickles and nuts, I actually don't know. I don't know if that's oh shit! Fuck! Damn it! Are you for real? Oh my crap! That was the worst. The absolute worst place that guy could have been. Shit. Damn it! Fuck! Fucking shit. Oh, he's behind me. Okay. Damn it! Fuck! I couldn't even get to him! Holy crap! Fuck. Okay. What is it? It's kind of dumb. Lost all my momentum. Oh! All right. Dude. Nah. Whatever. Sloppy, but finished. Lost a couple of lives, like what, 2 or 3? Blurk. Who knows how many? Who knows how many I've got? Mancheetah, welcome. Should I finish Doom 2016 or just jump into Eternal? Skill-wise, oh, sorry. It looks so much more fun. Eternal is a lot more fun, but it's more complicated, and no joke, you can treat 2016 as like a good warm-up for Eternal. Plus, it's connected lore. It helps you. I think it will help you appreciate Eternal a lot more. And 2016 is a good game unto itself. It does different things better than Eternal does, but I don't think Eternal tries to do those things. Oh, I have 3 lives? Okay. Thank you. Bullseye Anthony. Hey. Hey and howdy. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're doing something a little different today. 24-hour Doom Eternal stream subathon. So at 24 hours, if I rake in them subs, Sir Gel is doing their part. Thank you very much for gifting 2 subs. Every 50 subs adds an hour to the clock and unlocks a selection, a reading of another chapter from the Doom novel that released in the early 90s. And it's a hell of a thing so far. Our Doom guy, who is named Flynn Fly Taggart, kissed a girl once before zombies took over the moon. So now he's got to go save her, the woman he loves and is ready to die for. Thank you for the sub yourself, Sir Gel. Keep being quintessential. Always. Always and forever. Kelvin Vd Boltzmann. Thanks for the prime. I wanted to say Vaughn, but... Cause and effect. Well, welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome to the fun zone. We only have fun here. I was wondering if that was one of those things where it'd stay off the ground long enough to get killed by the map. Okay, so it seems like you can pulse shooting a shield. You don't just hit it with bullets. Maybe? How did that other one break in like 3 shots? I feel like there's a really efficient rhythm to shoot a shield that makes it faster than just directly shooting at it. No HUD is actually nice, or it's looking nice. Yeah, I like it. I think it's very clean. Don't you have t-shirts and stuff? I want to be cool like you. I mean, I do, but they're simple designs. Nothing too outrageous. Right now, if you're interested in purchasing things to drive success to me, may I interest you in some G Fuel? Currently doing a 30%. Oh shit! Currently doing a 30% off sale with my code. They've been really good sponsors for me. Supported what I do and all of my media productions, so in return, check them out. the... There. Hold on. I want to get the haste. There we go. What are you doing? What are you doing? Whew. Sure about the boyfriend dungeon controversy? I mean, isn't calling it a controversy being a little generous? Yeah. Alt's opinion. I have to admit, I don't quite know why that weird chime plays whenever you kill an enemy with a power-up. That big ping. I don't quite understand that. Maybe it's to make you feel more powerful, like you're murdering more. I kind of get that, but I would think it'd be like a boom, something like big kick instead of that, which kind of sounds a little more harsh and trill. Like the violin note, yeah, the string. That's a nice little audio separator, I think. What's the actual controversy? I only know it a little bit, but people were upset that there was content in the game that wasn't adequately disclosed in the trigger warning list. Like there were themes of stalking, I believe, was the big one. And I'm pretty sure that's it. I think that's it. I think that's all. Oh, I forgot, I gotta hit these too. I mean, not really, you don't need all the batteries. Any sweet rewards? Ooh, cosmic. Is it like Commander Keen skin? Alright, let's mix up the skin a little bit. What's the actual controversy? I guess I'm not sure. I didn't really look into it more than that. Let's see here. Kind of want to go with the barbarian for a bit. Yeah. Let's get Doomslayer out there. Let's get those quads popping. When the chain gun is in mobile turret mode, you know if the damage is quadrupled. I doubt it would be that much. That sounds like a lot. It sounds like that would kill things a lot faster than it does. You ever been to a QuakeCon? Yeah, I've been to several. It's a fantastic event. It might be my favorite gaming event, but I also have I have a personal connection to it because I grew up in the Dallas area. And as soon as I had a car, I started going to it. Oh, the real controversy is people being shitty to indie devs for no reason? Death threats? Oi. Ain't that how it is? That's the both sides there, huh? Crazy people all over the place. Somebody asked if Doom Eternal had a train level. Oh, here you go. Yeah, yeah. Is it weird that I hope to become just famous enough to get death threats? No, I guess I could see that. Like maybe that's a particular milestone of being famous. It's actually not that hard to get death threats, really. If you just like go on Twitter and have an opinion about something, like if you pick something that some people are very passionate about and have a very strong opinion about it, and your DMs are open, people you've never heard from in your life will march on in there. Bumps GB, thanks for gifting a sub. Thanks for helping getting us 1 or 2% closer I mean, when I say it like that, it doesn't sound like much, huh? But helping out, getting us ever closer to hearing more of the tale of Flynn Fly Taggart. Flynn Fly Taggart on Phobos, trying to save his forever alone for real girlfriend. I see. Oh, that's an interesting point, Autumn's Game Nights. Talking about the dynamic of fan expectation and how that's then visited back upon developers and creators of consumerist art. That is the craziest thing. People who make lifestyles around consuming entertainment art. Timbuktu Bear, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Yeah, that's got us a heck of a lot closer to the ongoing adventures of Flynn Fly Taggart and his attempts to finally hold hands with a girl. You can do it, Flynn. We're all pulling for you. I don't think we are, actually. No, never mind. I take it back. I don't think I am. Hey, what's up, Strider? What's up, Strider 849? How you doing? Oh yeah, 3 demons frag grenade. That's right. Flynn Taggart is a Sigma male. I think he is the rarest male. Doom Guy is the rarest male. Actually, that kind of checks out. Can I buy stuff? Oh, I can. Oh, praise God. Ugh. God, this game is so much more civilized when you have an upgraded super shotgun. What have I missed so far? Well, I'm tiptoeing my way through Doom Eternal's campaign. I think the real surprise has been just the valuable exposition of Knee Deep in the Dead. The first of the first of 4 Doom novels. I've been reading that in chunks as we hit sub goals, and it's been a real journey. It's really only picked up in spice in the last chunk. Ooh, PJ, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Doom Guy now has a gun and is shooting zombies in the head. And he's doing it to save his girlfriend, even though they never dated. Oops! And she is definitely dating somebody else now. And he's been like, yeah, fuck that guy. Oh, it's so special. I thought I wasn't wearing pants. I was like, it's just bare skin. I mean, I'm not wearing pants, but there's shorts. But like, to look down and just see legs, I was like, ah. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's not gonna work. Hold on, I just want to make sure that I'm building credit. Okay, good. I want to make 100% sure I wasn't going crazy. Yeah. That's weird. Yeah. What are we dealing with? Where the... Gotta be a big boy somewhere. No? Maybe I just gotta thin him out. There you are. There you are. Look at you. Aw. Up. Oh, shit. Whoa! like plummeted into the dirt. That was awesome. Oh man. Is that it? We good? Maybe. Neat. Poor guy tripped. Yeah. Whomp. Like legs in the air too. That's a good stunt fall. Is this the new QuakeCon Doomslayer skin? It is not. No, this is a barbarian skin you get for beating the DLC. But I can switch back to that. It looks pretty good. It's, you know, last year's was kind of plain, just had the QuakeCon logo stamped on it, but you know, it's free skin. Not gonna complain. Shout out to QuakeCon. But this year's is pretty sharp. It's got some nice color accents on it and stuff like that. I remember I didn't really finish waxing philosophic about QuakeCon, so yeah, as soon as I had a car, I was so lonely growing up, and only now I feel like I can really understand and admit that was what I was feeling. Just desperate for somebody to kind of talk to and connect with. And you know, that's not for lack of people there. I just didn't really also have the tools. So, you know, in the same breath as being lonely, I would also shut down and eschew a lot of opportunities to put myself out there and connect. Anyway, so connecting, like going to social gaming events was something I was really excited to do and really looked forward to doing, especially after growing up feeling like I was just out in the middle of nowhere. Weezer, thanks for the sub. Thank you very much. I love how the order of Greek letter-based male, cough, clears throat, projectile vomits, personality types. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. On the bottom is beta, the second letter of the alphabet, which is surpassed by alpha, the first letter, which is then surpassed by sigma, the 18th letter. It's more about how cool it sounds. But yes, it's all made up marketing shit. Are dudes trying to figure out what being a dude is? It's like tarot for guys. I just realized that. It's like horoscopes for dudes. That observation's probably been made before, but I'm pretty proud of myself for doing that. Omega Male gang. I'm more of a pie gang.
It was not easy to fight in
If it comes to Greek letters.
the Slayer.
I've always liked mu. You know, I think it's the symbol for impedance. That little like M looking thing. Maybe I'm a mu male. That sounds kind of like new male. And I think, wait, is that a derogatory term? I think it might be. No? Well, sort of. Wasn't that something else that, like, they would call soy boys and stuff? Lambda is a sweet one, too? Yeah, that just makes me think of Half-Life. Appropriately, I think. Both the concept and the game. Oh, ohm? Oh, you're right. Ohm is resistance. Yeah, you're right about that. Mew is something. Yeah, there you go, Captain. You found it on the character map. But yeah, more of a pie male myself. Toenail Nibbler. Fantastic name. Thank you for the prime. Oh, it's short for micro. Oh, okay. Yeah. New males is equal to new metal. Yeah, in-you male. That's what I'm into. I'm a new metal kind of guy. You get a little bit of turntablism, you get a little bit of rapping, you get a little bit of rocking, and mix it all together. You got yourself a nice stew. Musical stew. There's nothing to not like. Every single thing in it is great. So in combination, it is all even better. baby, you got a stew going. Such a good line. Oh my god. All right, from downtown. Yeah. Listen to Bring Me the Horizon. No, I can't say that I'm familiar with it, no. I would like the Horizon. This sounds like music that interests me. I like how they bounce down and then just climb on back up. Apparently S is the highest grade in the Japanese school system. Yeah, I had to get used to that when I started playing, like, Japanese racing games and things that ranked you. It's like, there's something better than A? Well, I want it. I mean, it stands for special, right? That's what I always thought. Listen to their newest album. It's sort of a natural evolution of new metal, in my opinion. Kingslayer's my favorite. Their collab with Baby Metal. Yeah, that sounds rad as hell. I always thought it meant super. Oh, that's not bad. I would accept super. My favorite is when, like, I think it was specifically Devil May Cry started taking rankings and just being stupid. S. Double S. Triple S. A special triple S. Like a rainbow flashing triple S. There's like 5 grades above A. A sucks. Only losers get A's. That's where I associate the S thing from. I think it might have been the first time I really became familiar with it too. I never aspired, or I aspire to be a triple S male. I want to be a beat the stage without getting hit male, whatever that ranking is. Yeah, A stands for average. Oh yeah, Ultra Kill has that like DMC ranking, yeah. Bulletstorm tried to merge that stuff in there too. I liked it. It didn't seem like it clicked with a lot of people, though. Let's see. Yeah, I'll go with this. According to Wikipedia, the grade S is shu, which translates into English as exemplary or excellent. Okay, but so did... But they merged that with the ABC of, like, Roman lettering? Maybe that's just a video game thing where they do that. Can't write exemplary without saying S. Well said? Rude. Bam! Oh! He juggled me! God, what a jerk. I was just thinking, like, I probably don't have to care too much about this encounter. God. Stuck on the damn wall. Let's see here. It stands for Pogger. Now that's some culture I can get behind. Oh, it's getting toasty. It's getting hot. I finally feel like I've been able to enjoy some parts of summer. But I am looking forward to it not being hot anymore. Ow. Look at them all running around. It's so cute. Hey, what's up? I'm Batman. That was a risky maneuver. It's cooling in the UK. We've had our week of summer. Back to doom and gloom, please. I'll take more misty rain. The sparkling skies of London. A week of summer, living in Texas, that sounds heavenly. Man, Texas summers just wouldn't stop. Ugh. I remember explicitly, too, there's always that first, like, cold air blast you feel of fall. I don't know, where I lived, it was, like, really hot summers, but it was also really, really cold winters. Kind of in north central Texas. But yeah, you get that, like, sends a chill up your spine blast, and you're like, oh, thank God, finally. It's like you can breathe for the first time in months. From the same article, A is you, meaning very good, B is good, C is average, D is approved, F, which is called Fuka, is unacceptable. Okay. It does sound like they did sort of borrow the Western education A, B, C, D, F, though, which is kind of interesting. I don't know, maybe there's something a little more academic to it than I just assumed it was letters of the alphabet. But maybe there's a deeper tradition there that's drawing from. I just wonder how you're supposed... Oh, okay, I think you jump over and then back. I'm from California, so summer is fire up here. Are you from north? Where it's just ash and smoke. Wait a minute, wait. I went the wrong way. Ireland, the UK gets warm for like a week, but having lived in New York for a while, at least it never gets that cold, which I appreciate. Yeah, New York is insane. It's just bitterly, blisteringly cold. That's why, like, coat culture is such a thing, and it's just not in LA. I feel like that affects a lot of other derivative things. This is a very surface level observation, but I was thinking about that in regards to like dress codes in restaurants. How like most LA places just don't give a shit what you're wearing. Like yeah, I'd at least be wearing like pants. They're not gonna refuse you to sit most of the time. I can't think of too many places that are just like rigidly formal or will bounce you because of dress code. And I feel like that's just the culture of the city. The weather is just whatever. It's like it's always nice, but that means people don't always have jackets or coats. There's not always a lot of incentive or even opportunity to dress. I feel like the LA look is just like a smart blazer over pretty much whatever you want. That's it. The place in Venice is the home of no shirt, no shoes, no problem. Maybe not Venice these days. But for sure, like, lazy beach communities can't be bothered to give a shit about any of that. Gibbler, thanks for gifting a sub. Creeping on up to another hour and another chapter of the book here. I was in San Antonio, now in West Texas, and this place is hell in the summer. Yeah. The only place I can imagine in Texas that's worse than where I grew up is Houston, because it's right near the Gulf, so it's hot, and it's just kind of like circulating spa water in the Gulf, roiling around and throwing a bunch of warm, wet shit into the air. Oh, New Orleans was like that? Went to a really nice restaurant in jeans and a t-shirt and they were cool with it. Yeah. New Orleans, man. The whole culture of that city is that this place is going to fall into the swamp tomorrow anyway, so why does it matter? Why worry about over-fixing anything? Let's just get drunk. Like, prop it back up and let's start drinking. I'll try to split a check. Yeah? Had a bad experience? Oh, semi. Public alcoholism? Hell yeah. Drinking outside is the best. Just walking down the street. Hey, what's up, Morgie? Love that you keep finding excuses to binge Doom. It's true. This will probably be one of the last ones. This QuakeCon is a pretty fitting excuse, I think. How has the streaming life been for you? Is it what you expected to be after leaving Funhouse? Streaming, yes. Because I'd streamed for years before leaving Funhouse, so I had already figured out what to expect. I got a surge in viewership, which was really nice. So I've got to meet a lot of interesting people and have a chat that might be a little more active. But it's been just as rewarding as it was then. The thing that didn't go like I thought is the thing that changed everybody's plans, COVID. So I had some gigs lined up, some production gigs, and nearly all of them just evaporated. Dust in the wind. When COVID sort of changed all of it. So, you know, who knows where any of us would be if that didn't happen, but it did. And I was blessed to be able to spend that time, you know, still earning money and building a brand, and oh, it's so chunky. And hanging out with cool people. So I can't complain. Some of that work feels like it's just starting to come back. I'm setting out pitches. People are interested in things. Got some meetings scheduled. I mean, who knows? Nothing is anything until it's something. That's kind of how it always is, but at least that's happening. Like, people are interested in discussing things. So that's good. But, you know, and it took me a while to figure this out. But I can say with close authority that if the rest of my working years are just kind of me hanging out on Twitch and playing games and whatever side hustle I can spin up on the side on YouTube, I'm okay with that, I think. I think there will be opportunity to do other stuff, and I'll jump on those opportunities every time, but if that's where I like hang my hat at night, I'm okay with that. Let's see here. Excited to hear from those future projects? Well, one of them I already did. I still forgot to ask if I can talk about my participation, but I don't know why I wouldn't, but it's just one of those things I want to make sure. I mean, I kind of already said it before, but anyway, I don't know. But that'll be airing a few days from now, actually. So... what do you think the next game ripe for a Doom-style reimagining? Well, that would be like mega popular game franchises from the like 90s or 2000s. And my mind goes to Myst, but they are doing that. Making money doing what others like to do for fun. You're living the dream. I agree. I 100% agree. I never thought, ever, in my life that this would be feasible or possible, or that it'd be something that I would have the luxury of enjoying. So, it's fantastic. I don't take that for granted. Fuck. That was awkward. Oh, Ultima? Maybe? I don't know that necessarily has the clout that Doom did. I think an Ultima reboot could be pretty cool, though. I think people have demonstrated an appetite for high fantasy, open world, like reactive environment games, and that's kind of what Ultima tried to be. StarCraft, yeah, the world of StarCraft. I mean, that's kind of just another version of 40K, and luckily Games Workshop has been very aggressive in making Warhammer games. I don't know. F-Zero. It's been a minute, right? Bring it back, please. Let RGG make F-Zero GX. GX2. I'd die. I would die. If there's like a sequel to the story mode of F-Zero GX, oh my god. Knowing how much you like streaming and building your own business now, why didn't you leave Funhouse sooner? Well, I mean, I didn't. It's an interesting question. There were still things about the job to like, but I was invested, you know? I had put a lot of time and effort into helping that brand and helping that company and helping that team. In 2019, I was in a place of management, and I wanted to make. I mean, it was I was managing a team that had already experienced a lot of work volatility, so I was trying to be mindful of that. And you know, give that the consideration that it deserved. But nah, just. I think everybody has a point where they realize, like, oh, this... Oh, fuck, man! God damn it! Every single grenade didn't hit. They're like bouncing around. You kind of just need to hit that moment. You're like, okay, that's that then. I should have just waited for those little boys to float up after me. Oh, no worries, Morgie. I don't mind talking about it. Oh, a new wipeout. Yeah, that would be cool. They do have like Redout and Formula Fusion, which is now called something else. Pacer, excuse me. I need advice for Kickstarter. Wait, hold on. People. Hold on a second. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Any advice for kickstarting a weight loss push, especially trying to make it meaningful after trying and failing for years? So, I would consider, or I would advise, changing your like motivation tactic, or rather, stop thinking that it's about motivation. Like you're trying to kickstart something or get something going. What I've observed is that, like, unless something actually fundamentally and functionally changes in your behavior routines, trying to will yourself out of it isn't going to happen. So, and when you're in the moment, like, clearly willpower is not. Let me roll this back. Don't take it personally that you hit moments where your willpower's not enough. Don't beat yourself up and then just scrounge deeper to try to find the energy, the mental energy to say no when you often say yes when it comes to eating or overeating or something like that. Because willpower is like, you can have high willpower and you can have low willpower, but you're still who you are, and the actions you've taken and the situations you put yourself into, or that you arrive at, have you in that cocktail over and over again, where you're at a certain state of willpower, you say yes to binging or eating something you shouldn't, and then you eat it. And then you regret it later. So my advice would be, roll the clock back a bit. Think about what happens 2 to 3 steps before you get there, and try to change it there. Because it'll probably be easier to, like, divert the path before you land at the end than just trying to summon up the willpower when all the cards are stacked against you. So I guess my advice would be more honest with yourself about the way you act. And don't necessarily think, oh, I hate myself for doing that, I have to change the way I act. Say instead, this is who I am. Admit it and own it and love it. You're your own best friend. Now work with yourself. All right, here's how we are. Me and myself. How are we going to fix this problem? Because we're on the same team. So then you have to be like, all right, body, we're going to try this. And then your body's going to say, let's try that. And give it a shot. And maybe it will work, but maybe it won't. And then you gotta come back and be like, body, that didn't work out, did it? We still ate those cookies. Okay, so let's roll it back even further. What led to the thing that led to the thing that put me next to cookies and made me want to eat them? It can be something as simple as timing out your meals, so you never get to a hunger state that makes you want to binge. Maybe throwing out the food that you binge on. for me, I found success in conscious action that prevents me from getting to a state where I make emotional decisions. So if I like eat the right meals at the right times, when it's a conscious thinking thing, then I eat pretty good. If I'm just cruising on emotion and I just wait until I'm hungry and then decide whatever sounds good at the time, you know, I tend to make bad decisions. So then it's just a factor of like finding a schedule, or maybe attaching cooking to a routine I already have, finding a nice, simple, easy way to get food you like to eat that falls within certain nutritional guidelines. It can be simple like that too, like finding a snack you like and buying it in bulk. Just sort of analyze your own behavior like you're assigned to fix somebody else's diet, and really work it from that angle. Because that's what helped me, is to sort of be like, okay, Lawrence, like I'm gonna stop beating myself up and thinking that I should just be able to brain power my way through this. Let's like work the problem. And that had benefits. I mean, now at least when I choose to do bad things, I don't beat myself up after it, because typically I make a decision to do it, and I'm in my conscious brain making that decision. Like, I'm not gonna beat myself up later because I'm owning it. This is bad for me. But in this one time, I can do it. Alex, thanks for gifting more subs. Oh, thank you, Toenail Nibbler. Thank you very much. Yeah, Inside Games has been very fun lately. I've been really enjoying it. But that's what works for me. Even a higher level than that. And this is what's really tough, is like everybody's different. I think everybody's relationship with their body is different. So, that approach works for me. May not work for you. But I will say, you are doing the right thing by asking for more advice. Like, ask for more ideas. Even if the thing that works for me doesn't work for you, maybe some part of it will. Or, in the process of trying it, you'll discover something or get an idea that takes you to another place. And then you're never done. Because delicious food is always there. So, it's just about, like, getting closer and closer to your goals. I've been pretty bad on the diet front lately. I've been traveling a lot, which doesn't help. I have a few weeks to try to get my diet back on track. But just in general, like, a lot of disruption. But even still, during quarantine, like, it's disruption now that quarantine is somewhat ending, but I had all of quarantine to be bored and not eat, and I didn't do that either, so, I use food as an emotional, and even sometimes just a boredom thing, man. There's nothing going on. Sometimes you need, like, some tasty food. It's like supporting the local economy. Like, life's messy. Life's messy. But I do agree with, I think it is a personal and I think it's a personal and to some degree it's even a social good to pursue health. That doesn't mean you have to look hot. But you know, looking hot is in your own mind. You can be fucking hot all day. I just mean, like, it's not your responsibility to the people around you to look good for them. I think it's your responsibility to yourself and to some degree the people around you to feel good about being alive and feel good about being in your body, whatever that looks like. And just in the United States specifically, we got a healthcare problem. So people looking after themselves is kind of a social infrastructure issue. That's kind of where my head was going with that. So I apologize. Like, I said some things that I didn't like phrase entirely correctly. I apologize. I'm playing a pretty intense video game. But you know, I have my own issues or my own body and health. Whoa. Convictions, and I've certainly been on a weird path with that myself. So I apologize if I'm oversharing on the topic or offering unwanted or disagreed with insight. part of me is just, for myself, I'm a little frustrated that it took me so long to not treat my body like the enemy. Because I resented it. It didn't look like I wanted. But that's not fair. I didn't treat it right. So that's like, I abused it, and then it looked like crap, and I'm like, how dare you? So, when I started to really embrace that, everything I am, my body, my toes, my tongue, they're part of me, but they're not all me. Sort of they are, but we work together. Because sometimes my body does things I don't want it to, or I didn't expect. And I shouldn't be mad at it for that because we're buddies. Like, we're in the same raft. So, it's not, why did you do that? It's, what do you need? Why'd you do, like, do you need help? Can I help you out? It's frustrating to think that other people might be in a position of thinking antagonistically towards their bodies. And when it's phrased like, I need to kickstart this diet, I need to, like, get my shit in gear. I hear a lot of, like, self-aggression from that, but that may be me putting it there because that's exactly how I always thought about it. So, I think I'm overstepping a lot there. Luca, thank you for the cheer. And Gregson, thanks for the gift. Okay, I'm gonna go kill 2 more of these fuckers. All we can do is learn and try to be better than yesterday. Wait, what? Uh-oh. 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 That is... All right, okay. That Geo guy, thanks for the sub. God damn it. Well, I guess I get... Wait, did I lose a life? That was dumb. I don't know why I keep thinking that I can do that. I like get away with it once and then I think it's safe to do forever, and it never ever ever is. Chainsawing a carcass is the exact wrong, or super shotgunning a carcass is the exact wrong thing to do. Faster. Time to reset the sub counter. Oh, you know what? It's time for one more thing, though. Check this out. Nice. It's time to reset the sub counter, though. You're right about that. Man, that music is intense. Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you all very, very, very much. Very, very, very much. Let's reset that counter. All right, after I wrap up this level, we'll pick up the Doom novel right where we left off. Time for more fly, just about. Hey, it worked this time. Looks like it's got to be cold out here. Weezer589, thanks for gifting 10 subs. Thank you so much for your extreme generosity. Appreciate that. I'm gonna murder these demons just for you. Just for you. Try to get some rockets. Superhero landing? Yeah. Fly always lands like a superhero. Woo! Cool. This demon slaying session goes out to Weezer589. You're damn right it does. Weezer just sponsored all these demon murders. God, there's so much less terrifying when they're not raged out. My God, the raged out prowlers are so bad. Just remembering that, ugh, terrifying.
The beast, does he not seek enhanced power? Gifts to aid him in his noble conquest. Perhaps in return.
10 days till the deadline, so fingers crossed. If I don't get 12,000 subs today, otherwise I'll get nothing done. You heard the man. I guess you just got a sub to help the GDP of the United States. I like how his skin is a little shiny too. You got to be a little oiled up. You got to be a little greased up. Nexu, thank you very much for the prime. This thigh's thick as shit. Yep. That's why we use that skin. He's the thigh slayer. Greased up, as is custom. Yeah. Customary grease. I wouldn't want to see a completely dry barbarian. I wouldn't trust it. Spent that whole level building that guy just to murk him and his 3 friends. Yeah. Him and the next 2 after him behind too. Alright, let's you know what? It's lore time. You guys unlocked it. You guys have asked for it. Oh no! I knocked a G Fuel tub off my desk. So let me see, because the book was on the way, and I have to admit I was desperately believing that it would get here by now. It's about, I guess it's like an hour away. Oh! Wait! I'll be right back. Wait. Oh baby, wait, that's not even the right. Hold on a minute. Oh, right here. Fine literature has arrived. A Doom novel, in the flesh, knee-deep in the dead. Beyond the classic game, the first book in a terrifying epic. This is not, unfortunately, the first pressing of that, because that would not arrive in time. But luckily, this arrived just in the nick of time. Looks like copyright 1995. It's software, so... Now we can read as God intended on a physical book. Those real-time reflections, yeah, you can the book is ray-traced. You can see Doom Eternal there. Pretty cool, huh? Alright, now I have to triangulate where I was. You tried to get a first edition? I mean, it was listed. Yeah, that would have taken way longer to, to arrive. Okay, here we go. Chapter 3. Okay. Let's get back into lore. Get back into lore time. This is Doom 1 the book, not Doom Eternal. That's correct. This is the book for Doom 1. The Doom video game. think Doom 2 might have been out at this point, but... Okay, let's see. Higher brain functions kicked in. Zombie girl chitter to stand off. Okay, 5 minutes deep into the Phobos facility. Okay, got my point. Let's have a brief recap, though. Our soldier man, whose name is Flynn Fly Taggart, is a Marine, but he's a good Marine. His commanding officer wanted to kill civilians, and he said no, punched him. But they killed the civilians anyway. Flynn is court-martialed, so he was being held by guards when they were sent to Mars to investigate why they lost contact with the Phobos colony. And then things started happening. Sounds of screaming, gunfire over the radio. What's going on with Fox Unit? Flynn's being held captive by 2 Rons who he beats up with some expert kung fu moves. He gets out. He's got a gun. He finds his buddy, Bill, in the hallway, walking kind of funny. Bill's a zombie. He shoots Bill. Takes his shit. He's kind of torn up about it, but not really. And then he walks down another hallway, and then there's another room with 4 zombies, and one of them's a chick. Doom guy is freaking. He's bugging, in fact. Literally bugging. He dove behind cover again, which he likes doing. He side-strafed, and then whoo! He's pointed up. He popped one of their heads with a gun. Shot him, and then the zombie girl, who is named now as Zombie Girl, apparently can control the other zombies. So, here we are, 5 minutes deep into the Phobos facility, and I was pinned down inside a mortuary in hell. A dozen bodies sprawled on the floor from the open control room. Oh yeah, the broken sentence, we're just gonna skip that one. I thought I'd seen Warren Kefiristan. I'm gonna say it wrong every time on purpose. The undead and I played a game of tag around the pillar. I popped out to fire a shot, and they sprayed my position a moment after I abandoned it. There wasn't much time to appreciate the fine details. The third time I popped around for a shot, I slipped on fresh blood. Even as a kid, I was good at turning mishaps into advantages. Special training merely augmented my natural instinct for survival. I hit the floor on my knees, then dropped to my belly to aim a shot while braced against the floor. So he just went off saying how his animal instincts kicked in, but he just tripped and went, fuck! And then, flopped on his stomach and shot. That's it. Hold on. Okay, let's read this again. Alright. Third time. Okay. There wasn't much time to appreciate the fine details. The third time I popped around for a shot, I slipped on fresh blood. So I'm behind cover, I step out, I'm like, shit! Slipped on fresh blood, but then my animalistic instincts, my combat instincts kick in. Let's see here. Even as a kid, I was good at turning mishaps into advantages. Special training merely augmented my natural instinct for survival. I hit the floor on my knees, then dropped to my belly to aim a shot while braced against the floor. He's laying on the floor. He's not braced against it. Yeah, hold on. I can't drop to my knees like that, but... Okay. I don't want to, crack my kneecaps open, but he's here, and he's like, okay, here we go. I'm gonna go shoot at the zombies. And he's like, he steps out, right? And he's... Hold on. Gotta get some foot action here. He steps out, and he's like, oh! Oh, shit! Ah! What the hell, man? And he's talking about this like he's some kind of alpha warrior. Braced against the floor with my combat instincts. Oh my gosh. This is... Let's see. The third male zombie rose to fire down on me, and I caught it in the throat, knocking it backward. Before it could reacquire its target, yours truly, my next shot took down Zombie 3 in the right eye. The female... She's no longer girl zombie, she's a female. Is that a level up or a level down? I don't know. Nice to see stunt school paid off. Dropping to your knees is rough. You need pads for that. I'm glad we were told that zombie was male. Can't be thinking there's more than one woman. Yeah, we'd all get very confused. The female wasn't wearing a uniform or armor. I realized she must have been once a UAC worker, not a soldier, which might account for her bad aim. Okay, no. It's not that she's a girl. It's because she's a UAC employee. Alright? Before you get all weird. Holy fuck, though. She fired off a couple rounds that missed by a wide margin. This is italics. I can fight this war forever, I thought, rage starting to creep back. Then it struck me. I could fight this war forever, at least until I was finally blown away, and never come close to figuring out what happened here at Phobos Base. I had to take one of the bastards alive, if that was the right word. He's gonna capture the girl zombie. The plan flickered through my head between one shot and the next. Now that I finally had a plan, I was light drop infantry again. Quickly, before she could adjust and acquire me. I bolted around the pillar, head faked to the left, then cut right and hopped over the console. Zombie girl swiveled the wrong direction, and before she could turn back, I swung the butt of my sig cow into her temple. So he really just like, hoo-ha! That's the extent of his, like... She's like, I'm kind of a Napoleon of combat tactics, so I do this. They think I'm gonna go that way, and then I go this way. Blows their minds every time. Jesus. So he cracks her on the face. She dropped like bricks on Jupiter. The rifle sailed from her hands across the floor. I slung my own M211 across my back, flipped her over, and shoved my pistol in her mouth. What the hell's going on? I demanded. She said. I pulled the gun out of her mouth, but she kept talking as if she had not even noticed it. Is the key! Gate is the key! Key is the gate! Coming! Kill you all! Zombie girl's eyes shifted left and right. She was preternaturally strong, but not as strong as Big Fly Taggart. I'm gonna savor that line for a little bit. Savor that. It's not even like air quotes. He just calls himself Big Fly Taggart. I drag knuckle on ground, stronger, more grip strength. Okay, god damn it. My hand drooped as I stared at her, and she snapped at it like a rabid dog, trying to bite me. The other woman in this book has had one line of dialogue, and now this is being this woman's being described as rabid dog. Specifically woman. There's no reason for her to be woman yet. That's interesting. Abruptly, I realized why the zombies' eyes were so dry and their vision so bad. They never blinked. I pushed the pistol against her forehead. If there's any piece alive inside of you, you know what this thing will do to your shriveled little brains. What the hell is coming through the gate? Great ones. Gate ones. She focused her eyes on me, seeming to see me for the first time. She didn't answer, but for a moment her face was filled with such torment that I could no longer stand the interrogation. I cocked the hammer, her eyes rolled up, looking over my head. Do you want this? I asked. Ugh. Oh. Zombie girl closed her eyes. It was the only kind of prayer left to her by the reworking that made her what she was. This is going weird places, yeah. I closed my own eyes when I squeezed the trigger. The gunshot snapped me awake again. That's the same thing, though. Whatever. I jumped up, slid the sig cow into ready position, and backed away from the undead dead. That's very edgy. What the hell was going on? I started to think I had an answer. Part of an answer. Who built the gates? The question endlessly on everyone's lips might be about to be answered. That is the sentence. Maybe. But were the great ones coming through the gates shit. But were the great ones coming through the gates the ones who had built them? Or had the builders already been overrun by some even more powerful, horrific critter who was now joyfully following gate after gate, finding and overpowering all the colonies of the builders' empire? Neither thought was pleasant. Humans were either trespassers who were about to be run off the property or desert after a main course of gate builders. I got the shakes. Real bad. I backed into a dark corner, M211 pointed toward the corridor, the unknown the way I hadn't been yet. That's weird. I had not seen a particular body I'd half dreaded, half hoped to find. Christ. Arlene was still somewhere out there, one way or the other. I might soon be the only living human on Phobos, I realized. I had little faith left in the guards I'd let back in the mess hall. First contact with zombies and they'd roll over and, to coin a phrase, play dead. I could imagine a rotting corpse that used to be Lieutenant Weems telling them to get with the zombie program. The Rons would salute and, yes sir, themselves straight to hell. Jesus Christ. This character is insufferable. He's just a shit talker. Like about everything. Fuck, man. Anyway. The old survival mechanism was definitely starting to kick in for yours truly. I'd never been completely comfortable as a team player. I could see myself doing the job of zombie exterminator until I was the only biped left standing on Phobos. These living dead characters weren't very good soldiers. Yeah, I could dust them all. Except for one little detail. I couldn't bear coming up against what used to be Arlene Sanders. Arlene! No, that wasn't very appealing at all. That's not like she was my girl. She had her Dodd, and it seemed to satisfy her. Dodd and I didn't really like each other, but we tolerated for Arlene's sake. Not love, I swear. It's just that Arlene lived in the same world I did, and I mean a lot more than just wearing the same uniform. Oh, wait. Okay, never mind, I read that weird. Not love, I swear. It's just that Arlene lived in the same world I did, and I mean a lot more than just wearing the same uniform. She wasn't like any other girl any other girl I'd known. Arlene remembered being awakened by a DI heaving a trash can down the hall, same as me. She remembered the jarhead getting all over her. On your face Whoa, okay, hold on. She remembered the jarhead getting all over her. On your face. Down, up, down, up, down, up. You keep pumping them out until I get tired. She knew about Reveal at 0500 PT, or a dainty 8-mile run at 0505. Arlene knew the smell of disinfectant. She knew all about scraping 2 years of accumulated crud off a wall with a chisel, so the next guy could slap on a quarter-inch thick splash of anti-corrosion paint. She'd spent just as many months as I, wrestling a goddamn floor buffer up and down a corridor, while already dog-sacked from hours of PT, obstacle course, combat training, small arms, endless, mindless instruction on how to break down and reassemble a SIG cow while blindfolded, and lectures on the exotic venereal diseases of Kafiristan, Mars, Phobos Base, and Ohio. What the fuck? Hours that always seem to add up to 26 or 28 per day. So they were working together. That's it. They were just in the military at the same time. Is so far all this dude is saying. I gotta... This is going real deep into some... Excuse me. This is big time stalker shit. Alright. Sorry. I like a fan on me because it's hot in here, but like... Throat's getting really dry. It triggered an anime flashback. This is an anime lover for sure. Yeah. Alright. Back to him saying what Arlene means to him. This is very important. This is very nice. Alright. Arlene figured a lot about me in record time. She was bright and just as committed to a military career as any other man in the outfit. She'd become my best buddy in the platoon. Like, are women just expected to not be committed? That's... God damn it. Sounds crazy, but you could see me, man. Oh, he's friend zoned? I think so. That's what it seems like. Okay. As I sat there, wiping blood and crud from my face in the eye of an impossible hurricane, it helped me to think about Arlene. Recalling her features drove the monsters from my mind. I played a little game with myself, not letting the horror rise up and engulf the picture I was drawing. Yeah, I'm getting all choked up. I just feel some junk in there, and it won't move. Okay. Oh no. I don't think I've ever seen a better looking woman than Arlene. Objectively considered, she wasn't drop-dead gorgeous in the conventional sense. To use an older phrase from a braver age, she was right handsome. 5'10" and compactly built. She worked out more than anyone else in the platoon. She had beautiful, well-cut muscles. Once, when for a few days she thought she might be with child, not mine, Gates had said, "She's such a man, I bet she got herself pregnant." He didn't say it loudly. Eve, thanks for the sub. She's Vasquez? Yeah. Uh-huh. She's Vasquez, and also the author had a crush on Vasquez when he was younger. And never was ever in the military. But, like, projected this whole, like, weird fantasy. I think that's pretty much it, yeah. Oh, it keeps going. I liked how she looked at everyone through slitted eyes, giving her a hooded serpent look. She was not to be trifled with, as one skank found out when he thought it was funny to sneak up behind her and pull down her pants. The rest of us were certainly interested in seeing all we could of her well-shaped posterior, but we weren't idiots. Without turning around, she backhanded him perfectly and broke his nose. At the time, all I could think of was how much I enjoyed seeing her move. We're talking about ballet here. Of course, there was a lot more to Arlene. She had a brain. She's smart, too. Oh, it's only getting better. How can you accidentally write this? This is too good. All right. She had a brain. Those are in short supply in the service, even in light drop. And I hated to see one go to waste. I took her to core music concerts, and she dragged me to old sci-fi movies. We got drunk together sometimes. We played poker, too. But my only chance against her was when I was stone cold sober. One night we got so drunk that we fumbled our way into a kiss. It just didn't feel right. We were buddies, not lovers, all right? Arlene and I reached an unspoken agreement, where we didn't talk about that night. As if to prove what a pal she could be to me, she started setting me up with dates. She had girlfriends who were always first rate in one way or another, and they liked to oblige her by hanging out with her pal. I didn't kick. I just didn't seem able to return a commensurate favor. So he has no friends to... That's weird. That's weird that he doesn't really have any friends for Arlene to date. Isn't that weird? That seems weird. That seems weird to me. Sorry. My computer keeps going into sleep mode because I'm not touching it. I just think that's weird. Huh. That's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes your friend gets you a lot of dates and just for some reason, you just don't have any friends to hook her up with. It's weird. That's not... I mean, if they're... if I did have friends, I would. Yeah. Yeah, no one's good enough for Arlene. Oh, Autumn's, man, you've nailed it. You fucking nailed it. I thought this is a Doom novel. It says Doom right there. Oh, the real Doom is not getting a date. The real Doom is not holding anyone's hand. The real demons are being alone. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. Alright, I gotta catch up. Where the fuck? Alright. Arlene told me once how she wanted to save up some money and go to college someday. I didn't hold that against her. I wished the best for her. That's very gracious of you, Fly. You're not mad that she learned how to read. How supportive. I mean, I'd probably scream at her, but it's not like I'd hit her or something. Good God. God. Arlene would pound this dude's balls so hard they would turn into dust if he tried a single fucking second of anything with her, ever. Holy shit. Okay. I wish the best for her. The best. That thought shot down my reverie in flames. What could be the best for her now, in this place? Death, I guess. Anything would be better than gray flesh, dry, unblinking eyes, and jerking limbs. No, I heard myself talking to no one. She'd never allow herself to be turned into one of those. But what if this reworking took place after death? Swallowing hard, I stood up and decided to get back to business. I needed ammo. A wild shot had destroyed the magazine and receiver of one of the SIG cows. The only thing a zombie could use it for now would be as a war club, so I left it on the floor. No one had a select fire weapon, which was too bad. I sure missed the luxury of launching 3 or 4 rounds at a time towards a zombie's head. Much better chance of a bullseye. On the other hand, if they had had one of the 2 select fire M220 dog choppers that a squad carried, I might not be alive to pick through the weaponry. Okay. I think I understand what that was saying. I shoved some magazines into my ammo pockets and loaded up both weapons. No sense carrying around another SIG cow. I really wanted to get my hands on the riot gun that Dartier... That's a person, I guess. Dartier usually carried, though, except it would probably mean ripping it out of her twitching fingers after blowing a hole in her pretty blonde head. Oh, so there's 2 women's? Well, that's nice. There's 3 women now. I did not know there'd be 3. Battleroid, holy crap! Dude, with the 50 subs, you're just buying through to the next chapter, huh? Okay. That'll do it. All right. Thank you very much for the 50 subs. That's outrageous generosity. I'm very flattered that me reading this book is worth that to you, but thank you very, very much. I followed the trail of corpses around 2 bends of the corridor, taking as much ammo as I could carry without rattling like a medieval knight. We were all supposed to carry head talks so we could communicate, but I didn't find any, which was pretty suspicious. No ELFs or mill data buses either. Nothing whatsoever that might be used to communicate what the hell was going on. And I always made time to check the faces. So long as one particular face wasn't there, I knew I could stand it. Stand the pain. The doom of not getting to smooch. Well, that is the end of the chapter, but Battleroid has just dropped a stack of cash. Let me flip forward a little bit. Oh, the next one's actually really short. Yeah. Throat's settling out a little bit. Car Crash 13, thank you very much for the Prime. Let me take this time to remind you all that this stream is sponsored by G Fuel. While the sub alerts are ticking up, I'll cram in my other thing, but 30% off this weekend. G Fuel's cheap, it's delicious, it gives you energy, or it keeps you hydrated, or both. It can save you money on energy drinks or Pedialyte or Gatorade. I honestly use it as a hangover aid. I get really dehydrated when I drink now, and my body doesn't react as well to being mega dehydrated as it used to. The good news is that like chugging 1 scoop of G Fuel, even in like a short glass, really does like hyperhydrate me. So if you're tired of the headaches and the upset stomachs, I mean, it won't take it all away. You know, you're still poisoning yourself, so you're gonna have to deal with that. But Mustache Party, thanks for the Prime. Anyway, that's the plug. They've been sponsors of me for a while now and been great business partners, so I use it myself. I drink it. I have some right here, actually. This is how I'm going to get through the 24 hours. That's the idea. That's why it's a 24-hour stream. If you're really congested, hot toddies are recommended. I don't want a hot drink. I mean, that would probably help, yeah, but it's hot in here. Maybe when the sun goes down. As someone who's a few beers in, I feel a lot less great now. Oh? Maybe it's time for a hydration break in between beers. Maybe it is. Oh, longtime fan of you and Bruce. Well, thank you, Car Crash. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I don't know. I didn't. I felt like kind of invisible for a long time. I guess this is nice because people can specifically talk to me this way. Feels nice. Oh, the poisoning myself? Yeah. Well, whatever. That's life. That's life. We're not robots. We're not living 100% ideal. All right, chapter 4. Moving on. I almost felt relief when I ran into 2 more zombies. Now that I knew what to do, it was just some sickening sort of exercise. I only killed one of them. The other I just popped its rifle, then shot out its knees and hips. I wanted it alive, maybe to answer some questions before I smashed in the curling mouth with the yellow teeth. I didn't recognize this one. It was a former UAC worker, used to be a man. Didn't have even as much mind left as had Zombie Girl. He remembers Zombie Girl. Of course he does. But this time, I let it babble for some time. Big. Coming through. Big. Gate is the key. Killing. Killing. All the killing. Coming through. Coming to kill you all. The gate is the key. The key. Hell and damns is the key. Coming through the gate. Wait the Phobos. Fear. 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 Coming to Phobos. Coming from Phobos. Crossing the Styx. Pick up Styx. Styx is the key. I waited until it started repeating itself. After a moment, a chill crept down my neck. The thing was repeating itself exactly, like a tape loop. Suddenly more scared than I had been in hours, I put it out of its misery and mine. I backed up into a dark alcove, praying nobody had light amp glasses or an infrared sensor. I needed to think this through. A single strip of hellishly bright luminescence flickered off and on, high in the center of the ceiling. A bare sun bulb was all that was left of the lighting system. The strobe effect made shadows look like monsters creeping towards me. But I didn't smell any rotten citrus and heard none of the characteristic zombie gibbering. Just a strange clicking sound ahead. Like a dolphin with laryngitis. I figured I was safe for the moment. Jaegerdine, thank you for gifting 5 subs. And Reapkilla, thank you very much for the sub. Also, yo. I think we might be running into some imps. If I don't miss my guess. Let's see here. Okay, figured I was safe here for the moment. Phobos was pretty obvious. They were here at Phobos base. They came to Phobos. But what did the thing mean saying they were coming from Phobos? I started feeling nauseated. My skin began to creep up and down my bones. If the zombie didn't distinguish between yesterday, today, and tomorrow, then maybe it was telling me that Phobos was not the final target of the invasion. They were going to cross the river Styx, the river of the dead in Greek mythology. And what was on the other side? Well, hell, I supposed. Hades. But wait, if you were starting from hell, then crossing the Styx took you to... Oh, I swallowed the nausea back down. Sweat dripped down my forehead, stinging my eyes. The target was Earth. Terra mostly firma. Home sweet hovel. I accepted the fact that I was a dead man. After 4 years of Catholic school run by Father Bartolomeo? Bartolomeo? It's like Bartholomew? Bartolomeo? There we go, whatever. Society of Jesus. What? Society of Jesus? Okay. I'd always thought I was pretty much prayed out. Certainly after 4 years in the Corps, the last 3 in light drop infantry, I hadn't had a word to say to the big guy, if he were even listening. But now, for the first time, after a cumulative 17 weeks of actual combat, intercut into 4 years of military life, I finally understood that stupid line about there being no atheists in foxholes. I didn't use the words that Jesus taught me, but I knew who I was talking to, begging for the guts and skill to not hose up. Suicide mission was a weak term for what I was doing. I'm as afraid to die as the next jarhead, but god damn it, I don't want to be damned as a walking dead. I told the big guy what I'd done wrong in the last, 7 years and promised him a lifetime of penance if he'd just forgive me and send me into battle shriven. It was a hollow offer. I knew that lifetime was probably measured in hours. Thank God it's the thought that counts. The theology of Doom Guy. Taking a breath, I swung my rifle around, finger outside the trigger guard, and stepped out of the alcove. I continued around a corner toward the clicking noise. Suddenly I saw what looked like a working radio. Hurrying over, too quickly for caution's sake, I saw that only the front part of the mechanism remained. The back was ripped out in a way that showed clear sabotage. Up to that moment, it had seemed possible that the radios were destroyed accidentally, casualties of battle. But this was clear evidence of at least human-level tactics, far beyond what I'd imagined the zombies could do. There was somebody else wandering around here. If I hunted long enough, I figured I'd find it. Or if they didn't find me first. Turning a corner in the corridor, I saw more evidence of some kind of strategy. On the wall, a map to the installation had been burned beyond recognition, while the space around it was only slightly singed. Whether that other something or somebody was, it knew that more of us would be coming after it. It didn't want us to be able to find our way. Ahead was a hatchway. The door was open. The light directly over it was broken, but a steady green glow emanated from beyond the narrow opening. The glow did not come from any electrical source I could think of. Even as I moved towards the entrance, I knew I wanted to be anywhere else but here. A new odor assailed me, far worse than the sour lemons. This was the loving sweet aroma of something that should have been buried, or better yet, flushed. It literally burned my nostrils. I fumbled for the mask that accompanied the combat armor. Jesus, I thought, what I wouldn't give for a working environment suit. My hands shook as it pulled over my mouth and nose, wondering what horrible toxic fumes I was breathing. The surge of air from the suit augmented the bad air, but it did little good. The molecules of the toxin were evidently smaller than the oxygen molecules and didn't react to any of the filters. I could still smell them right through the mask. Oy. Every warning klaxon in my body was screaming. My skin tingled, and the proverbial hair on the back of my proverbial neck. Wait. Why do you say proverbial twice? Also, that's literal. It's literal hair on the back of your literal neck. There is no proverb about hair standing up on your neck. I don't understand it. Why do you say that out loud? That's the opposite of what the word means. It's literally the opposite. Proverbial proverb? Yeah, what if... Jeez. The proverbial hair on the back of my proverbial neck jumped up, and I did some PT. Oi. I took a few tentative steps farther in, then I came up short. I'd found the light source. Pools of thick green liquid bubbled on both sides of me. The stuff was luminescent, probably radioactive. It looked like boiling lava on St. Patrick's Day. I wasn't going to stop and run any experiments, but I had no doubt the gunk would eat right through my combat suit given enough time. The prudent decision was to stay as far away from the green slime as humanly possible. No sooner had this thought crossed my mind than a ton of bricks slammed into me from the right, knocking the 10mm pistol out of my holster and into the green toxin. Something had decided to run the experiment after all. The 10mm made a hissing sound as it disappeared from view. I didn't care. I had problems of my own. Flipping over, I struggled to get to my feet and bring my big sig cow into play. If I could figure out what the hell hit me. The impact had blurred my vision. I stood up dizzy, shaking my head. The figure that had hit me so hard stood just out of sight in the shadows. I assumed it was another zombie, but a stronger one than I had encountered before. Then it cut loose with a hiss, and more of that clicking sound I'd been hearing. Well, one little mystery solved. The strength in this zombie inspired greater caution. Excuse me. I rolled my M211 around and skated to the side, waiting for the creature to come at me. He did. As the large body moved into sight, I saw brown leathery skin, rough like alligator hide, with ivory white horns sticking out from chest, arms, and legs. The head was inhumanly huge with maddened slits of red for eyes. It was a monster! It was a demon. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And that's the end of the chapter. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna use the Chili's gift card I won from Game Attack as a bookmark. Oh my gosh. Demon. Doom guy first demon. First time holding hands with a girl. First kiss. First zombie. First demon. It's been a big day for Fly. Fly Taggart. Oh goodness. That is exhausting. Oh, it's so bad that it is infuriating, but it's also captivating. I hate myself. I mean, you guys already filled up the meter quite a bit. Let me, well, let me reset things. Yeah, I thank you all so much for your intense generosity. Damn, so awesome. Thank you guys very, very much for Battleroid. Thank you so much for the massive sub bomb. Uh-oh, maybe it's not coming back. Uh-oh. Ooh, I hope it's saved. Well, we'll find out. If I just have to do the boss fight again, that's not so bad. Zathras 2, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Why do I still have Photoshop open? You can see my assets. Get that RAM back. What was this? Ah, that's not supposed to... Oh, that was running this whole time. Okay. I thought it was a little, like... I thought it was a little odd. Alright, I think I gotta kill it. Luckily, it doesn't seem like save files get... Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, dear. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. Everything's fine. Fewer windows running, the more frames I get. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. Thanks for supporting his awesome content to the benefit of us freeloaders. Hey, that's how the system works, baby. And you know what? Oops, wrong game. Wrong game. Someday, Papa Blue, you might be in a position where you've got some change you feel like throwing around. And somebody else might thank you for your gifts. So it all cycles around. You ever see the Who is Lauren Sonntag video? It's a compilation of career on-camera quotes beginning with I am. Oh. Is that something that, like, people make for a lot of people? I'm not familiar.
Our system is being corrupted.
Things are a bit rough right now. Hey, take care of yourself.
This game has come
I want to make it clear, I'm not asking anyone to give me money they need for themselves.
In a moment.
despite the loss of the priests.
I'm just putting it out there. Putting the tip jar out, trying to make it fun.
My people will survive. I will answer the humans' prayers.
Oh, there's one for most of the Funhouse crew. Oh, that's interesting.
This hub was of maker.
I imagine mine might be a little spicy.
The systems well.
Sure did say a lot of things, and continue to say many things.
So our work can continue without further disruption.
Sometimes I enjoy
Is no longer visible to us.
being reckless with my words.
There is a 41.3% increase of demonic activity at the nexus of the initial invasion. That is the largest gore nest on Earth. I will set the portal coordinates for the super gore nest now.
I do think that's that's what's so awesome about things like Twitch. It's like everyone gets the same experience, but I guess it's subsidized out. It was full screen. Okay, I was just checking. I guess it's the same sort of deal with like companies like, well, no, when it's like a subscription service, everyone has to pay to get access to the library. But this is like some people pay, but everyone gets it, which is pretty cool. Never stop saying super lore nest. Oh yeah, that's really good. Oh wait, do I get this now? I do, yeah. You still own the cum and the juicy Doom font t-shirt? Yes, I do. Try to be a little more judicious about when and how I wear it, though. That's a powerful statement, wearing a shirt that just says come. Like Amanda Palmer said, nothing wrong with putting out the hat and asking for support. It may be humbling, but it's the cleanest way to get support from the community. Oh, I'm not familiar with Amanda Palmer's quotes on the subjects, but yeah, see why not? I mean, it's that's just the system. Everybody gets it. I'm just a guitar player in a subway station. Happy that I get to play guitar, and thankful that at the end of the day, there's enough money in there for a sandwich. Kind of how I think about it. Let's see. Definitely chose the right time to wear the cum shirt when you chatted with Hugo. Yeah, that's a good tactical decision. How many subs for the cum shirt? Let's let me think about that. I think it'd have to be after midnight, and I don't know if we're on. Let's see here. If we roll over, I think 2 more times, that'll put us to midnight. After midnight, we're gonna let our hair hang down here. So let's see. Right now, gets me to 10 o'clock. So yeah, if it rolls over 2 more times. So how many subs? That would be 70 more subs. That's a lot. A lot. That's sort of the other fun and ideal thing about this specifically is like it's fun to do 24-hour events and it's fun to stay up. But like if people don't have the scratch or just don't have the like disposable income, no harm with going to sleep at a reasonable hour either. And I just get to stream the next day. After dark, exactly. Deep stream hours. I think I just go for the next. Just go to the next area, right? So, wait, how do I think? Oh, I can open one more. I can get like a suit token. Ooh, and I can upgrade stuff. Oh wait, I should get a mod. Yeah, I should get. Oops, Death. I kind of have my basic tools. Get a mod fairly soon into Gore Nest. Going for 24 hours default and then sub for more time? No. It's start with hours on the clock and then subs add time up to 24 hours. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try to use Destroyer Blade more effectively. People told me to, I didn't want to, but I'm gonna do it. But each time we hit a goal, we roll it over, get another chapter from the Doom novel, which is really turning into something special. And if we hit 24 hours total, ooh, so vermy. If we hit 24 hours total, it'll unlock a week-long stream, which is an experiment that I sort of was thinking about. Since I have like media clips and stuff to throw to, just having a stream that never goes down. So, yeah, if we hit all 24 hours, I'll put that together. Try to cram a lot of like games and different activities in there. I have a hacker's book I could also read on stream. There's a couple of like tech crafts I want to do. I used to have this GIF picture frame that was essentially a tablet mounted inside of a matted like picture frame box thing. It worked okay, but then the tablet kept crashing. The GIFs would freeze. I just needed to play funny GIFs. So instead, I'm gonna try to hook a Raspberry Pi to a display, install Linux, and then just use a screenshot app. There's a hard limit on 48 hours up. Yeah, I mean I'll hit stop stream and start stream again to keep it going, but essentially it would be a stream that doesn't go down for a week.
Please remain calm. You may notice a slight change in the environment.
Well, it's gonna be fun not doing the master level.
The Super Gore Nest location is nearby. This is the site.
What are the challenges? Weapon mods, secret encounters. Glory Kill and Pinky, okay. That's like the first one that you can kind of maybe not get incidentally.
They were eventually driven out by the demons.
The demons. Hate those demons. Oh boy. Why do I think that's a good idea? It's never a good idea. Oh, Digerdine, thanks for gifting 5 more subs. Oh. There's a carcass here at some point. Saw the carcass. Happy QuakeCon? Ah, thank you! Ebola, I appreciate that. Yes, we can't forget the true reason for this season, and that is QuakeCon. Fuck. Whoa! Ooh, I don't know how I didn't die. Jesus. Woo! Yeah, I really do appreciate all your generosity out there. I routinely take a moment to reflect on the fact that I am so outrageously blessed to have a job that not only I enjoy, but I routinely get to enjoy the, like, I get to hear positive things in response nearly all the time. Whew. It's not fair, really. I think the only other job that might be like that is if you're, like, in an ice cream shop and everyone you're serving is getting something they want and it makes them happy. Maybe if you're like an ultra popular musician where like people are just happy to be around you or something like that, but it's so wonderful. It's not fair. I wish everyone that works a good job could experience that gratitude. It could be very mean and negative if you wanted. Maybe. Spice it up a little bit, mix it up. Let's get the blood flowing. A little lighthearted trolling. A little trolling amongst friends. Nothing wrong with that. I used to work in an ice cream shop, but somehow I was super bad at scooping. I always felt like I wasn't giving people good enough ice cream cones. Oh no. Well, that's a very sweet thing of you to be concerned about. That's some tragedy. Hope the popularity of old school FPS keeps ramping up. I think it's a certain swing back towards games that are more mechanically focused, I think. Not as concerned with presenting a narrative experience. That's been my perception. There's been a Dark Souls wave in game design at the AAA level. Yeesh. Oh, Ebiyasha, thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate that. Whoop. Sometimes you just want to run around and blast stuff. Yeah, I think there's been a shift back towards that. I think also maybe just stylistically a move away from the belief that like baking in scripted and narrative moments into a level is what helps even sell a narrative. I think people figured out that games like this don't also preclude an interesting story. You can do both. I don't know why I thought I could just dash. Damn it! I wanted to glory kill it. Yeah, remove the HUD. It's more cinematic. The story's there for those who want it, and for those that don't, it's not. Yeah, I think for a while, just the feeling was like that was what people thought about single player and multiplayer. Single is where you go for story. So of course, anyone who picks single player is going to want to watch cutscenes and shit. But I think there's finally been an acknowledgement that a single player game can be mechanically interesting and mechanically challenging. And that's what makes single player games interesting. Not a Jesus. Not a poorly written narrative. I'm just saying that. Sorry, I feel like I should qualify. I was thinking when I say poorly written narrative, I'm speaking mostly about nearly all the narratives in Gen 7. I'm of the opinion there wasn't a whole lot of good story writing at the time. It was all like a bunch of, I mean, some decent writing. I mean, that's being a little too broad, but it was a lot of like, I feel like it was like a young adult fiction era of games writing. Everyone's kind of seeking to be a Star Wars, so you get a lot of these kind of palatable but ultimately meaningless stories that are all just iterations on a hero fantasy. Dark Souls clearly inspired Doom. Yes, clearly. Oh, Dark Souls, what won't you inspire?
Can be an offensive term. Refer to them as mortally challenged.
Why aren't you open? Maybe it opens later. What's on deck for next Force Friday? There's an RTS game whose name I'm blanking on a little bit. Yeah. Galactic Battlegrounds, I think. It's not the first one. I think it's the second one. The second Galactic Battlegrounds has campaigns that take place during the prequel era. The gut wall is singing at me. Is that the sound of a rune totem? Yeah, maybe. That one has Naboo levels. That's what's next. Whew. Cool. Oh wait, I don't have to buy something? Hey. Okay, I'm gonna have to learn the, like, charge time of the Destroyer Blade, I feel like. I'm not super familiar with that. Oh. I feel like everyone should work food service once? Yeah. I think I agree with that. Everyone ought to work food service or retail. At least once. And, like, I think it's important to understand how people treat others they truly don't care about. To just really acknowledge that there are people like that.
Earth is the melting pot of the universe.
Oh, Drunk Spidey. Thanks for the sub. Yeah. We were supposed to get more Strand games. Where'd those go? Where's our Strand games? I was promised Strand games? Excuse me? I actually really like Death Stranding, so... I'm curious... I haven't looked into it too much, but I am curious what the director's cut is going to add. You know, it's funny. Somebody in chat was like very... I remember somebody bringing up their concerns and curiosities about the term director's cut. And at the time, I just totally didn't understand why it would be a concern at all. And it turns out, like, even Kojima himself kind of commented on that. Like, yeah, that's weird. I didn't choose that. And I wouldn't have chosen that. So, that's interesting. Somebody was tuned into the mind of Kojima. That's a robot that follows you and carries your stuff. Well, I mean, you could always have, like, the little wagon that you pull around. That sound is so loud. What? Oops, what the? That was weird. Crap. There's two. This game seems so easy now that you're not on the master levels. Yeah. I was kind of thinking about that. This, like, certain encounters made me sweat a little bit, and now I'm just like sleepwalking through them. I'm dying because I'm like getting complacent, not because it's hard. It's crazy what, like, I guess resistance training, if you want to call it that, can do. Training at a level above what you need. Because yeah, this is almost trivial now. I'm playing a little lazy. Are you enjoying it as much since the master levels? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's nice to not be super stressed out, especially since I'm gonna be doing this for a while. So the mental, like, I guess the mental renewability of it, sustainability of it. That's all right. Or is it that Kojima is tuned into the minds of all of us? Sir Segasaurus, you've blown my mind. I think you've just Kojima'd me. In the sense that you can get Jokerized and red-pilled. You can also get Kojima-pilled, and you just did it to me. You just did it to me. My life will never be the same. I don't know if specters count as pinkies for the sake of the mission objective. Oh! That's cool. Oh! I've never, like, bisected a mancubus like that. I didn't know that they would pop in half. That's wonderful. Oh. Welcome to the Kojima-verse. Oh no. What do I do here? It's so intimidating. Hey, what's up, Spaghettis? It's good to see you again.
This is the heart of the nest. It is taking root in this facility's main power generator. Reactivating the generator will destroy the nest.
Destroyer blade, huh? God, that's a great sound effect. I'll pull it out again. Christ! There's so many like layered, overdriven electronics like zooming in and out, and that one sound effect. Ugh, that's chunky. It's like the gun must weigh like 280 pounds. I've heard rally drivers in interviews talking about how their tracks where they need to be at 90% concentration the entire time and how incredibly difficult it is to maintain that through the entire course. Yeah, that's when I'm like, I mean, I'm sure it is, but aw. Kind of surprised that like substance abuse isn't more of a thing. Maybe you gotta pee. You gotta pee into a cup to start the car. You gotta pee on the ignition. Elastic Nipples. Thanks for gifting a sub. And golly, what a great name. I always wonder why race car drivers are generally very young. It's physically demanding, and it requires like mental acuity. You do slow down as you get older. That's one of the reasons that like certain video games just aren't super competitive when people get older. I remember thinking like, why are no Brood War players like older than 22? And the actual legit answer was they stop thinking as fast, so they're not as quick at the game. So they just get beat. They start losing. You could age out of Brood War in Korea like faster than you could age out of being a boxer or something like that. Just because the level of competition was so high and the game was so demanding. Oh man, Dirt Rally is so cool. I wanted to get into that game a little more. Just the mere idea of like basically making a rally game a roguelike makes a lot of sense. You can still race when you're older as well. Look at Alonso and Raikkonen. They are still going. Yeah, I was just, I am not an expert on racing. So I wasn't really commenting on that. I was just offering a theory. And I think, not to say that you were doing this, but I think it's easy to discount the physical rigors of racing.
Don't be afraid.
It's not like
Once your soul has been
it's not like cruising and getting some groceries. You're getting slammed around. You have to like keep your position and seat. Your guts are getting sloshed around, taking like really tight turns at massive G-forces. Yeah, big necks. Gotta keep that brain upright. Trying to remember. Let's see. Stuff mostly spawns. Fuck. Okay. Whew. There's also the mental stress of going that fast while also trying to bash big things of sharp metal that are going faster. Yeah. Just the stress of it, the awareness of it, being present and alert. Huh. That is a cost. So yeah, I don't know, I find that stuff fascinating. The sports that really do push the limits, both mentally and physically.
You now have access to the heart chamber.
There's a great video of a guy talking about his first time driving an F1 car, and his head getting thrown forward so hard into braking. The mechanic tells him afterwards he was only utilizing 40% of the braking power. Ugh. Yeah, gosh. I don't know how to make sure I get, like, glory kills on pinkies. There we go. Okay, so that's probably 2 of them, right? Yeah, okay. When the brakes work so well, the car gets crushed from the force? Jesus. Jesus Christ. F1 cars are scary. People don't realize what drifting at 50 to 60 miles an hour does to the body. That crap is fun, though. I love me some drifting and street legal racing. I like driving around tracks. The few times I've been able to do it, I've really enjoyed it. Oh! Big gun is big. I don't think there's anything down here. No? Okay.
The generator is in a dormant state. 2 nearby control terminals will need to be manually activated to restore full power. Unlocking the left terminal room now.
Can't imagine F1 speeds. Having driven at 160 plus miles an hour, it's fucking intense. It makes no sense there's things that go way faster. It's what you get when, yeah, everything's devoted to being fast.
To the second terminal at this time.
Ultra light chassis, ultra powerful engines, ultra powerful brakes. It is like the oh fuck. God damn. Maybe not the best use of that. What the? Hey! Damn it.
Do not run.
Bouncing off all the little gut piles. I remember reading people were against trains when they were first rolling out, that the human body wouldn't be able to withstand the speed. Yeah, that if a human being ever went like 20 miles an hour, they would just die. Just the stress. They would just be undone as a person. That person would die. Said with like such casual confidence, like it's a scientific fact. Or you wouldn't be able to breathe. Yeah, the air's going by too fast. You can't suck it in. It's just whooshing right. It's gone before you breathe it. It's crazy. The only thing I don't like about modern F1 is how narrow the FOV of the camera angles are. Older footage from years ago makes everything look so much more intense because of the wider angle. Oh yeah, it's all fisheyed out, so it's like things are zipping past real fast. Okay, I got that gun. Good stuff. Yeah.
Ask not what we can do for you.
Mr. Marathi, thank you for gifting 5 subs.
For us.
Appreciate that. you are contributing to not only more chapters from our Doom novel, excuse me, from our literary masterwork, Doom, the novel Doom, but also, oh, am I supposed to hit something? But also, if we completely fill the sub timer out, go the full 24 hours, I obligate to a radical stream experiment. A 1 week stream. 1 week! The stream doesn't go down, except for when I have to take it down every other day. It'll either be MediaTek or me doing some weird video game shit. Oh my god, it actually let me get up here. I have a couple of other projects doing that week, but that's the idea. Got a hacker's novel to read through. Got a Raspberry Pi GIF picture frame thing I'm gonna put together. Which means I have to learn how to install Linux. Or Raspbian, I guess. Don't stream yourself to death? I won't. There will still be breaks. I'll still go outside. I'll still take some time for me. But, I don't know. I want to, like... I've often wondered if I had... Like, if Twitch were available to me in my early 20s or whatever, I probably wouldn't be nearly as interesting a streamer, that's for effing sure. The things that would come out of my mouth at 20 would probably drive everyone absolutely insane. But logistically, to think about the amount of time and energy that I could pour into something like that at that time in my life, it's interesting to think about. So, basically I get to roll the clock back, having nothing going on in my life for a little bit. Manifestos? God, something like that. Yeah. Probably. Hacker's novel, like the movie Hackers. Well, I don't know, you tell me. You tell me, what does that look like to you? What does that novel look like to you? To me, that looks like a movie based on the novel Hackers. So, yes. Oh, look at this. It's even got little stills from the film printed on black and white paper in the middle. Great. Absolutely great. So, a Hackers novelization is one of the many bizarre events that would occur over Lawrence Week. But for now, I have never used that rune. I have lives. I also have like this weird communal recut of Lawnmower Man 2. Maybe I can find some other trash movies to watch. I want to do more of like the YouTube reaction stuff, but reacting to like old commercials and stuff like that. Maybe actually do another... Oh, we could have another We Watch Wednesday? You Play Thursday? I think it's... I think it bounced around a lot, but we could actually do media share again. That'd be cool. I'm gonna swap this out because I just don't use it. Yeah, there we go. Uh-oh. How many hours into the 24? 6. About 6. 6 and change. So. Only a quarter in. Only a quarter in. So plenty of Doom to play, still plenty of Doom to read. Actually, quarter in feels about right too for Eternal. Maybe I'm about third, but I don't know. DLC's gonna be a trip. It only gets harder. I imagine DLC 1 will still have me sweating a little bit when I was kind of talking about how the game... I've been enjoying the game's intensity sort of backing off a little bit. That's not quite enough to do anything with. Alright, I need one more suit point. Actually, let me sure I'm not missing anything. Oh. I don't know if they'll let me go back. Should probably just wait until fast travel. Fuck. Ah. You were wondering how to get reliable glory kill states for the Pinky. When you weaken them a little, remote detonation behind or super shotgun to the face usually works for me. Okay. I appreciate the tip. However, I did get all the glory kills I need, so I don't quite have to worry about it anymore. But I will consider that for next time. Oh, you gotta go from the other side? Ah, that's right. I missed a couple things in that sequence then. This game is crazy? It is, and I love it. It's exactly my kind of crazy. I forget. Destroyer Blade will one-shot those guys now, too. Can't wait for Horde mode? Yeah, me neither. Would you ever do a complete Doom stream? All games in one go? That would... I don't know how long that would take. Also, I think you'd have to start drawing lines about which Doom games you mean. I guess there's not all that many, but... like different ports of games, would it count Doom 64, Doom RPG? It wouldn't be that messy, I guess, but... I do think that would probably be longer than a human could be conscious. Unless I started, like, learn speedrun tech to skip significant chunks of them. Like... if... Tim Rogers did it? Really? How long did it take? In one sitting? Every single Doom game ever made. Oh, not on stream. Oh, you mean for a review? Oh! I forgot to change my skin again, I think. Man, look at that bulge, though! Ray tracing doing my man some favors up front. God damn. Looking good, Doom guy. It's like a fanny pack? Yeah. I mean, I have. And you talk about for review, I've actually been thinking about that. I wonder if, like... I always... I guess I felt the need to sort of collect my thoughts a little more fully when doing, like, a review or more edited formed YouTube content. But I don't think I do. I think I'm holding it to a higher standard than the audience would. I think I can just sort of package thoughts up about a subject, try to give it some kind of, like, chin scratcher of a title, and then kick it out the door. I think over enough time that might actually be something people... well, I don't know if it'll ever be huge, but, like, I think it's better than doing nothing, or just assuming that nobody would see it. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do a little more of that on Inside Games. Because it's not content that's gonna burn the world down. But I think at this point the channel will be helped by more uploads regardless of whether or not they're, like, highly targeted and SEOable. Just more uploads, more views. We do pay editors, though, so there is, like, a break-even / profit standpoint for each video. And these would not be that, but I guess because they'd be so informal and a pretty quick edit, maybe the editing rate would be different? I don't know. I try to pay people as much as I can. It's interesting. Oops. It's fun to also be like legit running a business and wanting to basically, like, kind of use that as just a big dog and pony to funnel money towards people. But also, like, want it to be successful and grow and be self-sufficient. It's cool stuff. I don't remember when you get fast travel. I think it's before you start the end sequence.
This air shaft will provide access to the generator's control terminal.
The hellified barrier. I got this and this. Kind of both offshoots of this area. Yeah, I went through that super fast. That area really sucks. There it is. Okay, now I can do it. Area really sucks and... Not doing the Slayer Gate? Oh, I need to do the Slayer Gate. I didn't get the key, did I? I need to do the Slayer Gate. Thank you for reminding me. Hope Doom's good, Lawdog. Props from Australia. Oh, hey, and Zach Bickey. Thanks for the shout-out. Doom's going great. Appreciate the kind words, and I hope your day's going equally well. I'm having a damn blast. This is still the part of Eternal that I played a lot. I think once we get after the Gladiator fight, I'll get into parts of the game that I've only seen, like, well, not this much. A little bit less than this. This is still good, though, man. Game's fun. Always improving, always learning. Remember how you're supposed to get up there. Someone who edits short vids all day, every day. I appreciate you wanting to pay well. I'm currently burnt out and it has to do with compensation issues. That's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. This is not something you should have to care about. I give you permission to not care about it. But video space is a little interesting right now. There was like a surge of growth and interest in online media because of COVID and all that. That seems to be receding a bit now. And certainly online media in general is oversaturated. So it can be tough riding the edge sometimes. Okay, now there's a question mark that I haven't... Maybe the question mark is... Oh, I did get the key. Okay. Secret? No, whatever. You've seen Chive TV, that's the company I work for. 45 minutes of new content needs to go out each week, and it's a hustle. Yeah, we were hitting those numbers and above when we were at Funhouse. In our heyday, I'm pretty proud of the quality and volume of content we were able to output. But it's hard to do. You got to really be on your game. Every day's got to matter, and the compensation has to be there to keep that going. Pink Jasmines, thanks for gifting out 6 subs. You know what? That just might get us there. It just may. Thank you very much. But first, I gotta murder some dang demons. That was dumb as hell. Running away from me. Where are you? There you are. I think there's still another one. Yep. Dude, how many of them are there? The answer is more. There you are. Oh. There we go. All right. Oh. Cool. Not bad. Not bad. Smooth and clean. Well, the glory kill popping the demon's head off with an uppercut. There was one in 2016, I remember, where he just like put his hand on the demon's head and went shbloop, just like popped it off like a wine cork or something. It was great. Okay. So I guess that question... Oh, it was the key. Okay, alright. Thanks for calling that out. I fear I would have just ended the level and that would have been highly embarrassing. But, you know what else? Check this out. Ooh. Thank y'all very much for the support and generosity. Law Dog Productions, thanks you. Swap this around here. Gotta up that timer. Alright, thank you guys very much. That means we've unlocked another chapter in the rigorous tale of Doom Guy. We're ever into the multiplayer scene of any FPSs. I don't think I was ever good enough at any competitive shooter to be into the scene or anything like that. I mean, I played an awful lot of Quake 2 online, just jumping into random servers and dicking around and stuff, but I was never good. That was the first, like, PC FPS I played, so... It took me a long time to kind of get used to keyboard and mouse controls. Once I felt like I started gaining some expertise at that, I got pretty into Tribes and Tribes 2. Tribes 2 probably the game that I played the most seriously.
Now use the main console to destroy the heart.
I tried running my own clan for a bit. It was a Final Fantasy clan. I met some cool people on the internet. We played a couple of games, I guess. We didn't really ever like play against other teams. We just sort of hung around on a server, one of those kinds of things. But yeah, that's about it. Delved much into Unreal Tournament? Not really. I was more of a Quake guy.
Please proceed to the nearest emergency exit.
I liked Unreal Tournament 3 a lot. But like, arena shooters were just so dead at that point. This was the realm of Gears of War. And Unreal Tournament 3's over here trying to be like a big chunky shooter. What an amazing soundtrack though, holy cow. I still listen to the Unreal Tournament 3 soundtrack sometimes.
This facility will self-destruct shortly. Please save your work and walk calmly to the nearest exit.
Oh, wait. Oh, right. That was just... That's such an awkward turn. Satisfying chunks. Very good. Unreal Tournament 3 even looked like Gears? It did, yeah. Big chunky armor. Yeah. Oh, Flyboy. Thank you very much. Or Flayboy. Playthrough of Terrace and Bod Master Levels was amazing. I'm glad you think so. Thank you. That was an intense experience. What a well-designed level though. Just a great experience. Incredible challenge. I like it when it goes thump thump thump. Alright. Go out to the menu, because we're going to change the skin. But first, I'm going to get up and stretch my legs and have a little snack. And then we'll come back with another chapter from Doom, Knee Deep in the Dead. the first of the Doom series. There were 4 books, 4 of them. And we got another chapter to read, so I might have to turn on a light in here. It's a little hard to read. But be back in a second, you guys. And I encourage you to get up, stretch, have some water, use the restroom. Got a lot of stream to come. Gotta be in it for the long haul. See you soon.
Kenny, it was...
Alright, I didn't want to cut into that. I knew what that was going on there, so... that Toonami bumper is so sick, so I wanted to let it play out. I'm back. I ate a full meal. I got some coffee on the brew. For some reason, my Twitch thing just messed up. So, my break is satisfying and replenishing. I am nourished, ready for more gaming, and in this case, more reading. Last we left off, you guys had filled up the sub-hype meter all the way again, entitling you to another chapter in this novel. However, I've just come back from a long break, and I feel like it would be unfair, especially if there are a few particular people who gifted a lot of subs. It'd be unfair to just pick up in the novel and have them potentially miss some of it. So what I'm going to do is pick a new skin first, give people time to get back to the stream, find their seats, and then we'll dive into the next chapter. A mecha ad popped up in MediaTek, and it got me wondering, have you ever streamed or planned to stream Xenogears? I've thought about it. It would be nice to go back and play that game, but I don't know, there's so many other games that kind of sort out in front of it in whatever priority line, like when I have time to stream and what I would do. And the truth is, something I have to consider is Xenogears is what I would consider like, that's a me game. That's a game I want to play. But I do have to spend some time, I think, playing things that are a little more broadly appropriate. I've seen a few streamers actually make an entire stream, or an entire like brand, an entire show, a stream out of like always playing something different. I think I walk a weird line there. And JRPGs, I don't know, are necessarily the most viewer friendly. Anyway, this is what goes into my heads. All right, let's swap the skins. Wait a minute. That's my eyes. Oh yeah, Pop-Tart wanted the Skelly, but I don't know if Pop-Tart's around right now. Nedlin, thank you for the Prime. Ushers are here to assist you if you need help, yeah. JRPGs are for good, comfy chat. That's a really good point. That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, I guess the investment is so low that I could basically just talk with people nonstop. What does the new skin look like? Yeah, let's look at the... Let's roll the new QuakeCon skin again. For just one level, at least. Not bad. I like the accents. The orange and blue look good. You know? Hey, what's up, Jed? Gonna end with the dipped in gold Ultra Nightmare skin. I was thinking about switching to that, but maybe ending with that is the play. That's the ultimate stunt. Oh, speaking of, there were some people who subbed while I was gone. Graveyard Rocking, thank you very much for the 10 subs. Jaegerdine, thank you for the 5. I know that you've been gifting subs in chunks nonstop, so thank you very much. 69 Hermdog 420, thank you for the Prime. And Nedlin, thank you for the resub. Thank y'all very, very much. Oh, Xenogears combat system is fairly unusual. It is, and it has like good cinematography too. There's a lot of like camera punch-ins and like good sound effects. I remember it actually had a pretty good visual energy about it. Legend of Dragoon did too. I'm thinking about that now. I like the games that had like a good percussive combat system. Maybe we'll go with extra thick. We'll go with Thick Slayer. That feels good. Weemba, thank you for the sub. I've been playing Tales of Arise. I'll probably be trying it out. Yeah, why not? It'd be nice to finish Dragon Quest XI by then. Okay, I didn't forget. Guess what? It's lore time, y'all. Guess what? It's lore time. Time to learn more. I am looking forward to / dreading this. Fly. Our Doom Marine Fly is a real piece of work. A real piece of work. He's got some real incel energy. That's pretty present, isn't it? Our guy's an incel. He's been friend-zoned. He got separated from his unit via a little casual mutiny. Beat up his guards, escaped. Just so it turns out, now there's demons on Mars. But I want to say a third of the book so far has been dedicated to his very weird internal musings about God, Arlene. He loves no, best buds with Arlene. Definitely not in love with her. No, not even a little bit. They kissed once, but it was weird. They very mutually agreed it wasn't a thing. But, you know, it's just weird. She's gone on to date other people, and he really hasn't, so that's weird. That's weird. Anyway, he's gonna save Arlene. He's gonna save her. There's a lot of zombies. He shot a lot of them. And now that's where we're at. Flynn Fly Taggart is starting to embrace his role of being he just got his head around being a zombie killer, and now he's in a room with an imp, a demon. The first demon Flynn Fly Taggart has ever seen, staring him directly in the face. After popping all sorts of weird boners thinking about his non-girlfriend. But he perceives a demon. Chapter 5. My first reaction was to laugh. This was a childhood nightmare, a boogeyman. The part of me that had worked so hard to grow up just couldn't believe in something that looked like this. My trouble was the damn thing didn't appreciate its own absurdity. It took a few steps toward me where the light was better. Movement made the figure less ridiculous. Shadows played across its rough hide, and I saw that wrinkled flesh under the eyes, or I saw that the wrinkled flesh under the eyes were wet. I hated to admit that it really was flesh. The eyes flickered with an angry red light. The worst features were the lips curling back to reveal ugly, yellow canines. This was no Halloween mask, and with a this was no Halloween mask with a rigid grimace. Inhuman as this monster was, I couldn't confuse it with an animal. Just an alien bastard, I told myself over and over. I was a lot more comfortable with the idea of an alien, even an alien soldier. A cosmic grunt. Not a demon. Did I write my own fanfiction? It basically sounds like it. These tracks are different volumes, hold on. Just there for the ambiance. Appreciate your own absurdity, you bastard. The extraterrestrial stopped advancing. It turned its head at an angle no human could copy, but kept its eyes fixed on me. Mexican standoff. Despite it having attacked me first, I couldn't shake the thought that it was my responsibility to try to make contact. No communication seemed possible with the hollow shells who used to be my buddies or UAC workers. The most I could drag out of them was a simple parroting of what they had heard before or after death. But this one was different. This one was... How could I fire up a conversation with an alien demon whose interests in humans seemed purely nutritional? Who are you? I asked. Figured it wouldn't know English, but might at least guess from the tone I had asked. But it threw me a curve by smiling wide and silently mouthing the same question, seeming to mock me. I tried again. Human being, I said, tapping my armored chest. Understand? Do you talk? Nothing. Nada. I took a calculated risk. I wasn't about to put down my weapon, but I slowly extended one hand, palm forward, in what I had hoped was a universal symbol of non-aggression. There was a response, but I didn't quite know what to make of it. The grotesque humanoid slowly lifted its right hand up to its shoulder and stroked the white protrusion of bone, allowing its thumb to linger on the sharp point. The sight was very strange, and it did not suggest peaceful intentions. Definitely a Mexican standoff. I suddenly got nervous about leaving my hand exposed. The sharp teeth suggested a healthy appetite. I became acutely aware of my environment. The bubbling green sludge behind me blurbed louder. Burbled louder, and for the first time, I thought I heard the monster breathing. The breathing stopped. Pure instinct took over. Soldiers sometimes take a sharp breath just before attacking. Some hold their breath as the floodgates open, releasing enough adrenaline to turn coward into hero. The monster attacked so quickly, I couldn't have even gotten a shot off it, even if my sig cow hadn't jammed. Whatever the thing was, it was not stupid. It charged for me, clawing for my throat with one set of nails, while another hand fended off my bayonet. That was the good news. If it was afraid of my blade, then surely the alien would bleed if I stuck it. If. The real question of our guy. I stopped pushing and suddenly pulled with a monster instead of against it. I fell backwards, and 400 pounds of leathery skin and iron muscle dropped on top of me. And right onto my bayonet. With an inhuman scream that nearly ruptured my eardrums, the demon died, convulsing a few last times before instantly stiffening into what felt like a stone statue. I was mighty damn glad to learn that demons did bleed, at least on Phobos. I was relieved for some reason that the blood was red. I was less pleased to feel the stone weight of the monster crushing me into the floor. Jesus and Mary, did I just turn off the Phobos gravity generator? Jesus, hold on. Jesus and Mary, did I wish I could turn off the Phobos gravity generator just for a moment? I want to be offended that Doom Guy did try to be diplomatic. I want to be offended at that. Weemba130, thanks for the resub. Oh, man. Okay. Years spent in Catholic school. God, we're doing this again. All right. Years spent in Catholic school came back to me. I remembered an old penguin, Sister Beatrice, who was obsessed with the biblical injunction to avoid unclean things. Unclean things! My stomach heaved, shaking the body off me with more strength than I'd ever experienced before. I almost vomited on the very spot where blood pulsed out of the alien's belly wound. Man, he should have. Dude, if Doom Guy stabbed a demon and then barfed into the cut, that would be sick. Oh, man. Do it, Doom Guy, do it. Jumping too quickly to my feet, I slipped on the slick red goo. This dude slips all the time. This is the second time he's tripped on blood. Right next to one of the bubbling pits of green sludge. Heat poured from the boiling green liquid waste. I didn't want that stuff any closer to my face than it was already. I had a feeling the luminescence was not harmless phosphorus, and this didn't seem the time to run any tests. I took a moment to catch my breath. It had been difficult enough to accept the fact that people, buddies, were being turned into zombies, but this thing at my feet meant anything could happen next. I didn't want to let my imagination run wild. Reality was bad enough at the moment. Not since childhood had I really felt a desire to pray. The first monsters of my life had been stern nuns refusing to answer the questions of an inquisitive mind. Oh, he was that kid, wasn't he? Wasn't he? Oh my gosh. He was asking the hard questions. Everyone's too afraid to ask the real questions. Holy shit. All right. But now I felt a need for God, if only to have power big enough to swear an oath on. I'll stop you. I promised. Whoever you are, however many you are. It helped me to say the words out loud, even if one of the bastards heard me. Or even if one of the bastards heard me. All right. Hell, they could hear my footsteps anyway. If there is a God, please let me live just long enough to stop these monsters from dropping ship to Earth. The small voice of reason was growing smaller all the time. Scientific knowledge, physical law. Like the song says, biggest lie you ever saw. I don't know what song he's referencing. I'm glad I don't, because that's an old man thing, I'm sure. That's some old shit. Hopefully, maybe somebody in chat knows. It actually sounds like a pretty cool line. Survival came first, killing lots of monsters. Learning something useful about the enemy was just fine, so long as it came third. And there was the problem of how I would communicate any useful discovery, and to whom. Ahead were the remains of yet another smashed radio. A human hand still touched the controls. The hand was not attached to an arm. The best explanation was that the body probably lay dissolving at the bottom of the pool of green slime. Yes, of course. Making my way out of this section seemed the most important move for all three goals, if only to get away from the hot green liquid. The monster had thrown me off. I couldn't help imagining the creature from the Black Lagoon, or Green Lagoon, waiting at the bottom of every toxic pool. If I could meet one two-legged nightmare, I could meet more. And I don't just mean more like the ones I'd already fought. There could be worse things. Anything. What were the laws for monsters? Thoughts of horrors crawling around on the bottom of radioactive sludge pools gave way to even more unlikely scenarios. How about creatures that could exist outside the domes, in airless space? And if they did need to breathe, maybe those aliens didn't bleed either. That's deep. That's real deep. I made myself stop. If I kept this up, I wouldn't need to be picked off by the enemy. I'd be saving them the trouble. I heaved a sigh of relief to leave the toxic spill room, clearing the jammed brass from my Sig Cow receiver. It made little difference. I only had 2 or 3 rounds left and nowhere to stock up. As if being rewarded for a bad attitude, there was another collection of inanimate dead just through the doorway, awaiting inspection. For the first time since this nightmare began, I actually felt relief at the sight of human corpses. At least they were human. Not zombies, not monsters. If I'd been more careful or paying more attention to my imagination, it might have occurred to me that one of the zombies could be pretending to be a corpse. Somewhere in the back of my brain, I'd already figured out that the zombies were no-brainers. They weren't about to pull tricks. Fly has the most cunning battle intuition, doesn't he? And Zach Bickey, thank you for the prime. Shouting the Aussie gang. I'm just going to say I have loved every moment I've been in Australia, and every Australian I've ever known has been a phenomenal human being. That's true. Those are both true statements. Let's see here. So there was something very reassuring about thinking about things that weren't possible, or at least not very probable. Sure, beat the hell out of imagining super monsters that could do anything. You know? As I surveyed the dead men, the damaged weapons, the lack of ammo, and for dessert, a smashed radio, I finally understood what must have been going through the minds of these soldiers as their lives were ripped out of them. I understood why they hadn't done the intelligent thing and withdrawn, regrouped, reported. They'd been so overcome with revulsion, just like yours truly, that they'd simply charged into the mob of zombies, monsters, and a berserker fury, killing anything that got in the way. They stopped thinking and started reacting, and were cut down, one by one. A heavy rumble from behind grabbed my attention, setting a new record for spinning around. I realized I had to go back into the blasted toxic spill room to check it out. He set a new record for spinning around. How does one do that? Anyway, so I did. The latest surprise. When I killed the monster, it evidently fell across a lift lever I hadn't noticed. I arrived at this conclusion because of the large metal platform, which finished lowering itself right in front of my nose. Beyond the lift was a brand new corridor I hadn't seen before. To enter, or not to enter? That was as good a question as any I'd had all day. What am I reading? This is the Doom novel. I am reading Knee Deep in the Dead, the 1995 novelization of the video game Doom. There's not a whole lot to catch you up on, actually. Hasn't been a whole lot of meaningful plot. Well, there's been some stuff, but you'll get in the flow of it. Let's see here. So a demon fell on a switch and opened a door. This is Flynn Taggart. Yeah, Flynn Fly Taggart. His nickname is Fly. They don't tell you that in the games. So, you know, he's a cool dude. He's a cool guy. Let's see here. Staying behind meant facing inconceivable danger and unimaginable odds, whereas going forward meant facing unimaginable danger and inconceivable odds. Or something. The corridor ahead had 2 appealing figures. There were no slime pits, and the light was brighter. The latter decided me. There had to be some good reason to make the choice I made. He's narrating about narrating now. Goddamn. I backed up and took a flying leap. Fear lent my feet wings, but not jet engines, unfortunately. I landed short and teetered on the edge of the biggest pool of green crud in creation. I windmilled my arms. Whoa! If I hadn't stepped back, I would have fallen back. So he splorped into the green goo because he couldn't jump that far. Sklort. For a second, all my foot felt was icy, icy cold, as if I'd stepped into liquid nitrogen.
Then the pain struck. I tried to yank my foot free, but my muscles wouldn't respond. My leg was on fire from toe to thigh. As I lurched forward, falling on my face, my foot was free of the toxin. I shouted through clenched teeth, fighting a suicidal impulse to grab my still wet foot. I wrapped my arms around my gut instead. If a zombie or monster demon had stumbled across me then, it could have snuffed me with my blessing. It was minutes before the throbbing pain in my leg subsided. I scraped my foot against the floor, rubbing off as much of the toxin as I could, but my leg swelled tight and angry red inside my ruined boot. But at least, thank God, the pool was behind me. The corridor seemed antiseptic and clean after what I just stepped in. There were unpleasant odors. If there were unpleasant odors, they didn't penetrate my visor. Yeah, it is. There's some deep writing flaws here. Borg Ninja, are you an English teacher? Oh man. All right, we're almost done with this chapter. I followed the corridor until I came to a room on the right. Something made me hesitate about going in. It wasn't a sense of danger or anything like that. Maybe it was because the door was closed. Mostly they'd been open. I don't normally credit sixth sense stuff or mysticism, but I've learned in combat that you ignore your instincts at your peril. There are human predator senses that normal civilized life pretty much breeds out of us. Told you. He has supernatural battle instincts. He knows. I had my weapon at the ready, even though 2 shots from the Sig Cow would be nothing but a fancy Jesus Christ. I had my weapon at the ready, even though 2 shots from now, the Sig Cow would be nothing but a fancy spear. Kicking the door was easy. Looking into the room was hard. There was one lone body on the floor. Female. Her back to me. It's the end of chapter 5. About 29 more subs. We'll have to see who that is. Could this be a mysterious 4th female? In a Doom book? Yeah. Oh, whoa. How does he know? How does he know? If she's clothed and facing away, like, does he just see a banging zombie ass? Or something? Maybe it's Darlene. It's Arlene taking a nap, I bet. This might be a new female rooster in space. How can there be, like, multiple? The last one was basically torture porn. He shoved a gun in her mouth and shit. God, it's fucked up. Well, whatever. Hey, it's Doom. It's Doom, baby. It's all fun. Okay, I'm gonna go. I put some coffee on the brew. Ooh, White Shadow. Thanks for gifting a sub. And I'll be right back. In like 5 minutes. This is not gonna be a long break. Nothing like last time. I will be right back. And I'm back. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Let's get back to playing Doom Eternal. It's QuakeCon, baby. The sun's gone down. It's just starting to get a little weird. And who knows what's happening with Fly's maybe girlfriend someday. Nope. But no. Come on, we're just buds. Best buddies. Best buddies. I just want my best buddy to be safe and never date anybody. Did I say that? Sorry. When Fly Taggart saying, "Appreciate your absurdity, bastard." More than just a little ironic. I think they're trying to... So, I think they're trying to turn Doom Guy into like this weird warrior poet who's kind of like got this rambling internal monologue, which I'm kind of into. That was much more effectively done with B.J. Blazkowicz in like the new Wolfensteins.
Require assistance in order to locate the final Hell Priest. I believe Dr. Hayden can help us with our search. I will calibrate the portal to the Ark's command station.
Checking audio. I think Doom Guy got that Argenta pussy, or were they against it since he was an outsider? They don't really touch on how Argenta reproduce. They're humanoid though, so... Doom Guy has, like... I don't know, sex doesn't exist in the world of Doom. It just doesn't. That's not how... Like, reproduction is even talked about, but never in a biological way. So it's like, it's almost like it's just not a thing. I remember finding it fitting but quizzical that, and this is, I gotta put this one on the board for chat. Submitted by chat. I don't remember who, unfortunately, but somebody submitted the best question of all time. is the Doomslayer hot? And like, I remember the reaction being like, "What?" Like, just never had one second even thought about it. That it might even be something that people think about sexually. I think this game does a great job of being asexual. He's a pillar of violence, yeah, and the world is not even a sexual world. It's like everyone's got bigger problems than that. At any moment in Doom, you're like a week away from the extinction of all life. So it's like, who has time to be horny? But I thought it was, so it's like, I don't know, it's fun when there are universes where it's just not a thing. So I don't know when it comes to the Argenta, or how they reproduce. It's not discussed. It's like a good, it's like polite company. Sir Stegosaurus, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. After the Earth got saved, there has to be a horny pile. That makes it. Yeah, it would stand to reason, wouldn't it? They didn't even go for an ounce of sexual horror. Yeah, not really. Like, ever. I kind of appreciate the restraint in that way. I think people. I mean, it is a big dumb game, but there's something about the fact that it just focuses purely on the metal. It's all about the metal. Like, why complicate it with anything else? Just the metal all the time. It's got to be rad, and metal is shit. I guess sex can be metal, but what's more metal than not having sex and listening to metal? I guess maybe having sex to metal is more metal than that. I don't know. I'm not claiming to have all the answers here. I'm working through it just like everybody else. B. Velder, thank you for the prime. Thank you very much. If you throw sex into Doom, you get Duke Nukem. Yeah, kind of that almost like skeezy tongue-in-cheek thing. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like it has to be comedic though, right? Like this, as soon as you get sexual, suddenly it gets goofy. Is there? I'm trying to think about like shooters that are seriously hot. Oh, that's getting into weird territory, I think, but weird topic.
This is the Resistance Network. In an unbelievable turn of events, the Supergore nest has been destroyed. Reports from ARC personnel in the field say that they have seen
Devil May Cry, yeah.
decrease
Bayonetta.
in demonic activity across the globe. Many believe this is proof that the Doomslayer himself has in fact
On an FPS, yeah.
effort and has successfully eliminated key figures
Galgun?
within the ranks of the challenged.
Something about it being first person
Inside the UA
makes it not work.
organization claimed that the leader of that division, Priest Dayag Ranok, was in fact removed from his office recently by the slave.
DJ Blastwitz? Oh yeah, Wolfenstein actually. Wolfenstein New Order
Continue to fall.
is first person and I think handles sex in a non-comical way.
This has given the
It's there for sure.
advantage in the war for Earth.
Man, Machine Games, fuck me.
Continues to deny any knowledge of his existence. As surviving members of the ARC network, it is the belief of this station that these reports are in
Cyberpunk, yeah. Well, Cyberpunk does actually have some pretty
in the battle
good sexual moments.
demons. To anyone still listening to this broadcast, know that there is hope, and he is out there.
I mean, I think Judy's romantic arc and like relationship is one of the best in games. I mean, her as a character is really good. Oh, Crisis also mega asexual. Yeah, kind of same stakes though, like verge of extinction of human race. I'm excited to see Pan Am's relationship. Yeah, those are first person. That's a like. I get. I don't need to gush. I'll just say the one thing. I like getting that much off my chest, but it's such a shame that so many little things cloud the reception of Cyberpunk because they really did a lot. I don't know. I'm still hoping next gen version of the game hits and people play the version of the game I played. Some DLC, some hairstyles, whatever people need. Set them up right nice. Running out of time, though.
Just across the
Running out of time.
This industrial campus was once the headquarters of the Resistance.
They ever announce a date?
Good news.
They said it was this year, right?
The Deceiver.
Oh, dang it, I should have listened to that. Wish you could do more stuff with Judy after the climax. I mean, I do too. Of course.
Is no longer secure. Evacuation protocol is intact.
I wish there were more game. Ah. Ow. I think I got used to things not being allowed. Alright. Going diving with Judy was super wholesome even if you were a male V. That was really nice. That's one of those like video game scenes I think I'll remember for a very long time. I feel like those are the sort of like those are the like cinematic moments that being a video game enables, because you don't have to build it. You just have to mocap it. That was weird. Difficulty am I on? Nightmare. Nightmare. Hardest difficulty. Ray tracing on. HUD off. Yeah. Playing through the campaign. Then the DLCs. All the meanwhile, every time we hit a sub goal and add another hour to the timer, I will also read a chapter from the Doom novel from 1995, which has been just an incredible insight into the human condition so far. I think maybe, like, sometimes I think about it, I'm like, it's never wrong to, like, want things to get better, demand things to get better. If what's better is known, then do it. Like, do the hard work now, and demand that the hard work get done now, because otherwise it's never going to get done, kind of thing. I'm into that. But also, things have come such a long way. Imagine, like, a novel connected to a world-class video game property coming out right now, being written like that. You can't do it, right? Can you imagine it? Those little wiggly legs. God of War did that, didn't it? Or are we talking about a particular style? I just mean in terms of, like, quality and questionable content. Because there's some not great, like, borderline misogynistic shit in that book so far. I mean, I guess I'm taking it too seriously for being a Doom novel, but it's like, it's just not something that would happen now. And I don't know that we necessarily lost a lot of value in the exchange. God damn it. I'm getting complacent. Hey! Probably have to ask Activision. Yeah. It seems unlikely. Like if God of War 2005 was novelized or something, probably it'd be a dubious read nowadays. I mean, yeah, I mean, not even that the book is that really spiritually accurate to the game, but I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it to, like, turn into, I don't know how many pages can they fill with Doom Guy running around being mad, wishing he has a girlfriend. Here. Shields. Shoulders. Okay. Go get a girlfriend, Doom Guy. I swear. Doom Guy's ripped. Look at that reflection. Yeah, I mean, this is the extra thick Slayer, too. Hopefully hundreds of pages. It is hundreds of pages. There's been fairly regular novelizations of WoW. Like, I know it sounded snark, but it wasn't. Oh, no. Maybe I misinterpret. Well, I don't know. Was I overreacting to something? Maybe you were talking to somebody else in chat. No, I'm just more like,
The Ark's headquarters is under attack.
you can't, I don't know. The minimum standard of stuff has climbed up, which is pretty cool. And it happened pretty quickly. I guess 95 was a minute ago. It's like 30 years. Yeah, that's enough time for things to be different. That's a good turnaround time for the like, we can't do that anymore. Maybe I just misunderstood. Who knows? Who cares, Doom? Yeah, I think I was explaining myself very poorly. Mind if I was 15 years ago, and I don't want to hear anyone saying it's not. You gotta... The longer you fight it, the more it's gonna hurt. Anyway, somebody wanted the hourglass flipped, so... Big ope. Let me do that for you. That's only meaningful when I have another camera pointed at my desktop. But it is not on now. That reminds me, I gotta get back on Beat Mania. Always thinking about you, Beat Mania. Oh man, so they unveiled the next version of Beat Mania. I think it's 29. Beat Mania 29 is gonna be streamer themed. The fucking theme is streaming. It's the sickest thing in the world! Oh, isn't that the coolest thing in the world? Timely. Yeah. So, okay, let me roll this back a bit. There's a Japanese rhythm game that I play that I really like called Beat Mania. Specifically, it's the second version of Beat Mania that they called Beat Mania 2 DX. That's the name of the game. It was an arcade game. They put out like a PlayStation 2 version, but it's still active in the arcades, and for some reason, Konami, of all companies, is still running it, and you can sign up for a subscription service to play it on PC at home. Which I do, because I love that game. Anyway... They still put out newer versions of the console version of it too. And the newest one, the 29th version of it.
Attention.
Each one kind of has a theme that sort of drives the aesthetics and to some degree the music that's included in that version. And the theming of this one is going to be streaming. They've done stuff like Wealth, Sky, just Sky, Happy Sky is what it was called. So it's just like a really simple idea and concept and theme that gets sort of expressed through the music and the UI of the individual arcade version. It's really cool. I could go on and on about like the different UIs and menu musics of Beat Mania versions and how it's almost like you're sort of invited to explore how the music is expressing those themes. You can have your own little conversation with it. It's really neat. Anyway. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for the streamy one. I've been waiting for media, like, about streaming. Not necessarily media that's crafted with streaming in mind. I just think it's like a sign. It's a sign of the times. Ugh, frig. Man, I'm slipping. I don't know what I was doing. I wasn't focusing, that's for sure. Ignorant question, how come you're playing the second version when they're up to the 29th? Ah, it is the 29th iteration of the second version. So they made Beat Mania. It had, like the control-wise, it had like a little turntable and 5 keys. And you'd play these like little rudimentary hip-hop songs. Kind of like Guitar Hero or Rock Band, just for electronic music or hip-hop music. That wasn't good enough. People wanted more buttons. So they made 2DX, which had 2 more buttons. Basically the same game. A turntable and the keys. And then they made Beat Mania 3 that had like fewer buttons, but it had like effectors and like foot pedals and stuff. Out of all of them, people just liked 2DX the best. It was like it was a good combination of being hard and simple. So they just kept making that version of it. Was it you that I saw streaming DJ Hero? Yeah, I did that a while back. I could do that again. I keep my Xbox 360 specifically for DJ Hero. There's really no other way to play that game. Like, at all. And there's some great music in it, and it is locked inside that game. It is copyright stricken off of everything. There are no rights to distribute it anywhere. I just saw some Google images of Beatmania 2DX. What even? Yeah. So I have a big honkin' USB controller that is a arcade. It's like if you chopped out the like chunk of controller from the arcade and plopped it on a desk. That's what it is. You plug it in USB to your PC, you sign into your account, and you just run the arcade client on your PC. It's dope as hell. It effing rules, and Konami does it. Konami! Ugh. Who knows why? But I give him money for it. How much does it cost? I have to like, it's like it converts it into Pacelli or whatever, and then well, I think you can pay direct now. I don't remember because they make the math confusing. So in these specific moments, I wouldn't be able to tell you. So I apologize. I think it was like $10 maybe. To me, it's super worth it. I'm a huge fan of that game, and it was so difficult to access for so long that I'm like, I'm just kind of like customer for life. Like the same way I am with Final Fantasy XIV. As long as that game is operating, I'll keep a sub, even if I play it or not. That's kind of how I feel about it, so. And that's not very, I mean, it's not very smart with money, but it's also not that much money. It's about $15 a month? Okay. I mean, that's, for the amount you can play, and the songs you can get to, that's cheaper than playing in arcades. And really, just to have the arcade experience at home is such a blessing. I just can't... Oh, no! Ugh. Huh. I'm never quite sure what plan B should be for a Cyber Mancubus if you don't have a Blood Punch and can't get one. Oh, Gibbler? You heading out? Alright, thank you for watching. Konami does it by making you jump through a shit ton of hoops. There is that. You have to be very patient and use Google Translate liberally and follow a guide. It used to be so much worse. Okay, so they wouldn't accept foreign credit cards when I got into it. So I had to buy currency cards from like an online exchange and then redeem the code for a currency that I could then convert into another currency. And then I could use that to pay for access to the game or buy music packs. It was rough. Also, guess what? It gets worse. The codes that I would buy, they would send me the redemption code in an image. So I couldn't like scan it or something like that. Probably so bots can't farm it, that sort of deal. I don't know. Anyway, that means I can't copy and paste it into the form on a redemption site. So I had to look at the image and match the symbols to a character map that I could then copy and paste into the form. There was another tool where you could like draw the kanji and it would pop up what it thought it was. So we had to like cycle out a few based on the weight of the brush stroke, like oh god. So that took a while, but it worked eventually. You played Poppin' music or Sound Voltex at all? I played Poppin' a little bit. I like Beatmania more. I like smaller keys. It's kind of what it amounts to. And Sound Voltex I haven't played very much. No. A member of chat kind of got me into Groove Coaster. I haven't played that a little bit. I want to play that more though. I really did not give that game the time it deserves. We still have to do it that way most of the time, and if you are using a new e-amusement pass, Konami won't accept it until it's been used at least at one arcade. Oh, they still do that. Okay. See, I was blessed there too because there is a round one near me, so I'd actually used it in an arcade. But yeah, I can only guess that there's they do that specifically to prevent some kind of like duping process or some bullshit. Like they make you jump through that to prove you're human. I feel like it'd probably be better on their part, but I don't know. To be honest, again, I'm such a simp for Beatmania that I was ready, willing, and happy to jump through those hoops. But again, I have the benefit of being in an arcade city. I know what it's like. One of the only 2-round ones is 3 miles from my house. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's definitely the kind of thing I would have made a pilgrimage to do as soon as I got a car, but the money part I wouldn't have really lined up. Man, I haven't done some of these master levels like since the first time I played the game, so it's really interesting to go back and see how they size up. Although I've been getting got. I dropped a couple of lives already. I'm getting sleepy, I guess. Hey, what's up, Loot Box? Hey, and welcome. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Coffee's starting to get to me already, man. Vietnamese coffee's some magical shit. Speaking of juice, speaking of the amps, 30% off G Fuel. What's that? A panther. Oh! Oh my gosh. What's that? What did the explosion reveal? Discounts of an unimaginable magnitude. Oh wait. Hold on. Wait. No. I didn't get the key, didn't I? 30% off all weekend using my code. Oh wait, I did. Alright, let's do this. If you have any questions about G Fuel, I'll be glad to answer them. I use it, support it, and they sponsor the stream, so they also provide the funds that run the businesses. Gotta compare G Fuel to pre-workout sometime. I have never really used traditional pre-workouts, so maybe I do, yeah. Just for the sake of comparison. I've used G Fuel as pre-workout, and I like it a lot. I like it a lot for that. What is G Fuel? G Fuel is powder that you mix in water to either create a energy drink or like a hydrating sports drink. Comes in a variety of flavors. The idea being that it'll save you money instead of buying normal energy drinks. I use it as a hangover prevention, actually. I've had a couple of drinks. I have it in the evening, and then I'll take another glass of it in the morning. Keeps me nice and hydrated. Fuck! There's another one. I'm not really focusing anything. Oh boy. I'm trying to pick my shots. Trying to manage my ammo too. Oh boy. I don't want to get caught by like a whiplash. Oop. That would be a good time to use the chain gun shield. Fuck. Fuck. It's the exact wrong time to run out of. Okay. Right. What am I looking at here? Is it still just the whiplash? Yeah, it is. Whiplashes are so annoying. They're slow. Like, that's the weird thing. They actually get caught behind stuff. Fuck. It's weird, like, you'll be trying to be engaged with something bigger. Ah, fuck. Okay. Hey. Alright. I'm gonna farm up... I need to farm up a blood punch, at least make sure I have one. I can deal with this guy. Trying to precisely get a glory kill in the middle of a big fight is shockingly difficult. Oh. Did you end up trying the, using the chain gun out of glory kill? I really like it. It's a solid technique. I guess I only use it when I know I'm about to get hit. I don't know. I feel like I usually know it's coming. You know? Maybe that's me being that's me being ow. Like that probably would have been a good time to do it. Staring at a wall. I had no idea what was behind me. Alright, I think this is cleared up. Come here, you. Come here, you. Come here, you. Hey. Only 50 more to go for one more hour. And one more chapter of the greatest story ever told. Thomas Foolery, thank you for the sub. Rampage 420, thanks for the prime. Ooh, Top Gun Snake. Thanks for gifting out 5 subs. What flavors of G Fuel would you recommend? I really like Sonic's Peach Rings. I love Sonic, but I love Sonic's Peach Rings. I like watermelon flavors a lot. Like anything with watermelon. I just like watermelon, and like fake watermelon is pretty close to watermelon, so I'm into that. Let's see here. I did the it's just like phase purple or something. Kind of tastes like a lemonade. The hydration mix. I like that one a lot. Let's see. Peach iced tea is really good. I like peach things too. I know the requirements for your own flavor are high, but what would G Fuel the quintessential gamer taste like? Demon Guts, Tears of Lore, maybe a little pink cyber upgrade. Those are all really good ideas. Really good ideas. The one that I've always thrown around is Hackberry. Although I have to be honest, I've stolen that from chat directly. But I don't know if this is like legal or possible or whatever, but I would want it to have like little pop rocks in there, so that when you like drink it, it's like a little crackly on your tongue. So it's like there's little electricity hacking little bits popping off on your tongue when you drink it, and then you get that energy, you hack your brain open. So wait, what level's QuakeCon mode in? Just bought Sour Demonade in honor of Doom. Hey, nice. Yeah, make sure to use hopefully you use the code. Get your time. Oh, I haven't tried G-Milk yet. Hey, how about that? That'll be sub goal. If we fill 24 hours, not only will I do a 1 week stream, but I'll drink some G-Milk. Probably not at the end of the stream though. I'll need to go to sleep. I'll kick off the 24-hour, or I'll kick off the week stream with G-Milk.
AB positive. He is male with a genome that makes him very much a member of the human race. But the enhanced strength, speed, and athleticism...
Last time I went to round 1, I brought my British friend who isn't too familiar with rhythm games, and his response to watching me play MD Injection and Gold Rush and Beat Mania was, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what you were going. I don't know what is going on. All I know is that I love it and I don't know why.
A god, an avenging...
It's got him. I mean, Beat Mania to me is just the most purest lights and sounds game.
The timing of his arrival, the identity of his enemies, the fire and brimstone element to this catastrophe we currently...
Yeah, nanobites upgrading your taste buds. Exactly. Oh, you get it. There's got to be a reason that... it's not done more, you know? Why aren't there more things like that? I feel like there's some reason that doesn't happen. And that reason would be that it's a terrible idea for X idea, but whatever. I sling enough G Fuel though. Anything's possible. Watching Eternal is such a whiplash from 2016. I've been playing it and I don't stop moving, but it doesn't have these dashes and grappling hook. Yes. Yes. And air dashes that refill when you do certain things. Oh, yes. This game genuinely, without a hint of irony, is approaching like Devil May Cry character action stuff. Especially near the end of the DLC. Oh my gosh. If you think this is like wacky movement, whoo! You get some toys as DLC goes on. Turtle Shell. Thanks for the sub. Some like straight up Devil May Cry Dante toys. How about black ice flavor? Oh! Nice! Reference to intrusion and countermeasure? Yeah, super common trope in Cyberpunk. That's a good idea! That's a good idea! It could be like really deep neon blue. Like, kind of like super, almost iridescent. And it could taste like blue, you know? Gatorade blue. Maybe with like mint or something that makes it like almost taste colder. Kind of weird. I just wonder what they had in mind to make such a jump. I can't say for sure because, you know, I'm not them. My theory is it was like, and certainly the game director has spoken at length about, has been very transparent about the development process of games like this. From the sounds of it, it was like they wanted the game to be faster after 2016, but if they just made Doomguy faster, then the challenge completely went away. Like, if you can just run away from everything, that's all you have to do. So they had to figure out how to, like, make the game faster, but also make it so you can still get caught. And so I guess dashing is what they came up with. And it makes total sense, if you think about it that way. It's a resource to be spent that, like, in some situations is good, in some situations is not so good. And that way they can still ride a skill line where your decision about when and how to use it is more important than just using it at all. Or rather, like, that's not just the cutoff. Like, just using it is not enough. You have to use it well. I'd buy that with a 30% off code. Hell yeah. I missed it. I assume the dashing evolved into double jumps and grappling hooks. I'd look some articles up. The meat hook is, yeah, that's a whole other movement mechanic, and equally important, I think, but also different.
Entry 005.
Oh, I'll look some articles up. Getting sleepy. I understand. There's a lot there, but the director has a series where they play through the entire game, like every level, like as director's commentary. It's fantastic if you're interested in the design process, because the director himself kind of walks you through their development strategy and their development iterations while they're showing the results of it. It's I realize that's thoroughly in the philosophical spirit of how John Carmack would operate. How he would make this great thing and then he would just release it to the world and be like, here's exactly what I did. Please go and do other cool things. I feel like that's what Hugo Martin does with his design process. He is very willing to just lay it all out. This is all the work I did, showing all my notes. And I think that's really cool. Oh, I get name dropped? What? Somebody mentioned that, like, the one after we had our interview, he had mentioned me, which is very kind. No. Now I'm really channeling Fly Taggart, slipping and sliding on all over the place. I love that in like 2 or 3 combat encounters, Fly Taggart has slipped twice. But he has supernatural battle instincts, so he knows how to make the best of it every time. I already got that one up, didn't I? It doesn't come back. I don't know why this section is always feels so awkward to me.
I did it. Wait, hold. Oh no. Wait, wow, I missed a lot down there. I wonder if I can go back. Maybe I can go back. Mention your drunk Doom stream? Oh man. That was fun. You don't get a perfect combination of game and booze and buds like that. Not every day. Man, I love it when you have one shell. There's still one shell on the gun. You can like see runes around the like cap. God, it's so sick. Oh. I mean, lore pickups actively mean nothing on this save file, but I don't want the pages to get lonely. Tactical pratfalls. Any plans on playing Quake? Yeah, I mean, I have been, and I did last night. I finished the campaign and started playing the first map pack, which I was also really enjoying, but definitely noticing a change in style, like right away. I was impressed with how different Quake 1 was to Quake 2, and then how immediately the map packs were like Quake 2. At least the first one. But yeah, I want to play through the rest of the map packs. I'd like to play through the new ones Machine Games made too. Those look awesome. I also can't think of a move more culturally fitting for QuakeCon than the developers that have been acquired by the parent company to contribute like Quake maps to. That's so sick. Like, that's kind of where it started for a lot of people. Getting into the mod community through Quake, and the fact that it was sort of exposed in a way that allowed people to make mods for it and just play around with it in a communal way. Man, so neat. What difficulty is this? This is Nightmare. But yeah, a lot of developers started making mods for Quake. It's pretty important. It's one of those games where like it did a lot. It kind of was more than just a game. Like it was a tool set for a lot of people. I think somebody earlier had mentioned that it was the first platform that people created machinima on as a form. And a lot of people associate LAN party culture with Halo, which is, you know, that's great. I'm glad at least that people have positive associations with LAN party culture. But it kind of was Quake. Maybe Doom before it, but you know, it's QuakeCon. The days when we didn't have to pay for endless great maps and skins, well, those days are still here. You didn't have, I mean, you had to pay for the expansions with this game, but all the skins and stuff have been free. So it's still out there. It's still out there. Rudimati. Alright. I will pay a little more attention to your name in just a second. There's angry boys trying to get at me. They want my doomies. They want to claw my doomies. Ooh. Rudomity. Surely that's it. Thank you for the prime. Oh, Bake Dave, thank you for the prime. Thank y'all. Wait, I haven't been... Okay. I gotta keep a lookout for shields. That shouldn't be hard, though. Cat on keyboard. Good times.
I don't know. I guess sometimes I get... It's nice to think about how the many ways in which games are way more than just games, you know? Video games. It's a whole industry, it's a whole art medium, it's a bed of culture. Truly. Rude. Lord. See what you did? Do you see? I gotta go all the way around. I don't know why, but I feel like the last time I saw you playing this section of this level, you were being very salty with chat. It's interesting how, like, maybe the situation doesn't linger, but the emotional resonance does. Maybe I was. Yeah, I think so. I remember that room, like that room down there. I was having to, like, explain something. I don't remember what. Maybe it was some, like, I don't know, some Rooster Teeth drama? I don't know. Oh, shit. Oh. Whew. Farting Shrimp. Thanks for the sub. Oh! Top Gun Snake! Thanks for the 10 sub bomb. That's gonna push us over. I'm gonna get to hit that button again. You know I like hitting that button. You know I do. You know I do! I'm gonna smack that button. Was it about backseating? Willa? I think it was, actually. I think so. Yeah, because people. I think straight up people are like, you should use Destroyer Blade. I was like, I don't want to. I think that might have been it. Or that's not what you meant at all. Who knows? I'm in my own mind at this point. But Top Gun Snake, thanks again for your outstanding and outrageous generosity. I tripped again. You know who doesn't thank you, though? The demons. The demons don't thank you at all. They're, in fact, very upset about this. Backseat gaming is one of those things. It's like, I'm trying to help, but I know you don't want my help, but you won't tell me if you do want it. Yeah, I've gotten way better about it, and to be honest, it's not the worst either. With certain games, it can be a little rough. I think honestly though, it's a mixture, and I think honestly this might have been the thing that I was getting tossed up about at that exact spot before, is the exchange between, like, it being my job and role as a gracious host to receive that well and you know, not escalate negativity in response to something that is, for the most part, coming from a good place. I don't know, I think most backseating is. It's just sort of maybe a misunderstanding of how it comes across, or whether or not it's desired. Often my reaction is stronger than is warranted, I think, in those situations. But I think I can also, I'm allowed to dictate certain things about how I'd like the chat experience to be. And I think I'm pretty, oh my gosh, I haven't had this equipped the whole time. Well, I have it now. I think I'm pretty lenient about stuff, and I'm getting more lenient. That's the thing. I think honestly what it is, a big part of it for me has been realizing that my experience with a game is not some sacred individual thing that must be preserved. Like, I have very strong and deep connections with some gaming experiences I've had on my own. And I know that I wouldn't have had those experiences with, you know, sharing them with other people. But in the end, I value sharing them more than preserving those experiences. So it's a weird thing of, like, can't really have both, but I am experiencing the one that I would prefer. So what's the problem? The only time it would kind of bum me out is, like, I'm really excited about the Myst remake, But like if somebody came in there and just started dropping answers to puzzles, that would be a bummer. That'd be a big bummer. But I think most people know that. I think most people know that. Yeah. Huh. Okay, that's kind of what I was waiting for. Ugh. Whew. That was a lot of demon murder. Ugh. Fuck. Man. That room still tenses me up, but it is not the showstopper it used to be. What an encounter though. Gosh, that room's great. It's got to be one of the best in the game. Ooh. Oh, 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 oh. Wham. Often people backseating are really just reacting the way they would if they were in the room. They just get caught up in it. I agree. I think it comes from a genuine enthusiasm to share and to finally have knowledge be valuable outside of the context of just residing in one's head. That's what I really believe. So in that context, it is unfair to be reactionary to that, be angry to it. Well, reactionary means something else. That's like, anyway, to react negatively to it. But you know, I think the good intention doesn't erase sometimes the way it lands, though. The other part of it. I'd like to be helpful. What can you do? I agree. I've been in that specific scenario before, so I get the motivation. I understand that it sucks to be sort of slapped on the wrist for it. I don't really know what the alternative is. And I think again that's kind of where I have to grudgingly admit that it's kind of beholden to the grace of the streamer. Like there's got to be a reason that I'm providing some service here, and I think yeah, part of that is being able to suppress minor annoyances to create a good experience for people. Because the problem is like, it makes other people, it doesn't make anyone else feel good either. I will say that like excessive backseating can be annoying to people in chat, in addition to streamer. So I think at some level it's also the responsibility of the streamer, host, moderator, or what have you, to make sure that chat is moving at a rate that's conducive to conversation. Yeah. Can't confirm. I got excited early on in Witcher 3 and got a little backseaty, then I felt bad. It definitely gets annoying though. Yeah, I remember Witcher 3. I was a little earlier, or I was newer to streaming in to a bigger audience in that way. And I think Witcher 3 was also a game that a lot of people had a lot of knowledge about. So I was kind of wandering into the deep end, I think, from a backseating perspective. I remember being a little testy about backseating at the time. I think I'd probably be a lot more mellow about it now. Because, yeah, that's definitely a game where, I had in my mind what my experience that game would be like, and it didn't really include streaming at the time. So I think that's ultimately what it was, as I was sort of reacting to, I thought this was going to be a game I would cozy up with, and for some reason it didn't occur to me that streaming it was going to change that expectation. In a good way. I enjoyed sharing those experiences and hearing people's stories and interpretations and the parts they really liked. That was so much better than just sitting in a room alone and being like, Yennefer, So anyway. I backstarted during the PC build stream, and for that, I am sorry. It's okay. I am sorry that I got salty. I should have known better. I think Bill put it perfectly. He's like, you just dangled a piece of red meat in front of all of Twitch. You're gonna expect him to not try to take a bite? I knew something was coming. I feel like that's good for me though. That's good for me because it kind of pushes my tolerance levels, you know? So the next time I do like hardware stuff on stream, I'll be able to swim through it. I'll be able to just tell me about your RAM. Yes, somebody really needed to know about my RAM. I was just like, why do you want to? Oh my god. Oh, don't tell me about XMP, please. Show the BIOS settings to the world. Yeah. I don't regret it. I don't regret it.
First target destroyed.
Yeah. I mean, it would have 100% straight up. Like, it would have been a cruise if I didn't get stuck on my my SSD drivers because I just had to do a raid setup. I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, you guys rolled the bonus over. Oh my gosh, that's been sitting there for so long. I apologize. Check it out. Ooh, that's good stuff. Yeah, raid drivers. Uh-huh. I'm that guy. Big time. Raid shadow drivers. All right, it's time for another entry in John Lore Q Lore's Knee Deep in the Dead, the Doom novel, the first of 4 Doom novels. Let's catch up on our hero Flynn Fly Taggart. Okay, what? Let me do this from memory. I'm gonna skip the prologue. That's becoming more and more meaningless. But he's a dude who doesn't respect the rules. He got separated from his Fox unit, who were all been immediately devoured or killed by demons or zombies. He's now running around Mars base, or sorry, Phobos base, trying to find his one true love. Nope, best friend. Darnyelle? Arlene. There we go. It's like an old Southern name, but with the first word chopped off. And I was like, Danielle? Anielle? Arlene. Best bud. Because they went to training together and she had the misfortune of being a woman. I'm not kidding. That's essentially what we're up to. So, Flynn Fly Taggart, the Doom Marine, is very much a forever alone, incel-y kind of guy. He's rolling around. He just kind of mentally processed the fact that there's demons here. That's basically what the last chapter was. It's a rolling dialogue of him asking himself a bunch of annoyingly quirky questions about demon culture. Who cares? He did shoot some demons. He tried to do a jump. I'm going to guess it was like 4 feet, maybe 3. He couldn't make it. His foot fell in goo, and he was in piercing pain for a little bit, and then he just got up and started walking it off. So, then he kicked in a door. His battle instinct said there's something about this door. This is an important door. I'm going to boot it open and see what's inside. And you know what was inside? Here's a quote. There was one lone body on the floor. Female. Her back to me. Oh my god, is this Arlene? Holy shit. Holy shit. Fuck shit. This is going to really throw Doom Guy over the edge. Oh my god. He's on his last thread already, so this is getting serious. Chapter 6. For a cold gut second, I thought she might be Arlene. The impression lasted only a few seconds. Then I saw it was Tij Dude Dardier. Dardier? We'd fought together pretty closely in Kafiristan. And you get so you recognize a buddy from behind, especially females in a crack fighting unit. Females. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of females here. Her face was unmarked, still cute. Still a little girl with red hair who had a big surprise for any man who thought she was easy pickings. I wondered if a monster or zombie had gotten her. The ugly wound was in her stomach. There was something funny about her posture. She lay as if she had a secret. Oh, milady has a secret. I stared for a moment, coaxing her dead body to talk to me. Then I figured it out. Dudette was lying on top of something, shielding it from dry zombie eyes. He called her Dudette. Oh, man. I touched her gently, then gingerly slipped over her corpse. Dude Dardier was lying on top of the plump action... Wait. Is Dude a title? I guess so. I mean, Dude is Tij's nickname. Ugh. Dude Dardier was lying on top of the pump-action riot gun I'd been wishing for earlier. Her death day present for yours truly. I felt like a ghoul, but my feelings were a luxury. With a shotgun in my arsenal, my survival rating took a big leap up the charts. I checked the bore and found no obstructions. There were plenty of shells in the bandolier around her body. I thank Dudette for being a Marine to the end. Semper Fi, Mac. Back in the corridor, I found the remains of a map on the wall. The bad guys evidently followed a plan, proven by destroyed radio gear and vandalized wall maps. But this time there was just enough left of the map to figure out the basic direction toward the lift, which I prayed was still working. Being properly armed did wonders for my psychology. I decided maybe I would do well to generate a tactical plan. There is no north or south on Phobos, but I oriented myself along the facility's major axis. Getting to the nuclear plant was the next logical move. It had the largest concentration of equipment, and perhaps even an untrained engineer like me could jerry-rig some gear into a working radio. I found the lift without further molestation. Naturally, it was broken, shot to hell. The hydraulics leaked away from numerous gunshot holes. But the manual escape hatch still worked. Placing myself back into a narrow, confined space was about as appealing as it sounded. And my damned imagination started bugging me again at precisely the moment duty called. You talking about needing to piss? No. My imagination was not very patriotic. It needed 6 weeks of boot camp. What? I don't understand that. I don't think I want to. It sounds creepy. There was a dim light in the shaft. Very, very dim. Every square foot of the base was supposed to be constantly lit, bright as day, except for the barracks. Someone in charge must have been mugged by a flashlight when he was a kid and wanted nothing more to do with them. Maybe I shouldn't have complained. Light was light. As I climbed down the long shaft, it occurred to me to think about something cheerful. A silver lining that must exist somewhere in these storm clouds. There had to be something. And there was. I hadn't found Arlene's body yet. So long as I don't know what happened to her, there was hope. I figured the nuclear plant must be at least 6 stories down. Just keep climbing, that was all I could do. Climb. Hope. Watch out for demons. Real simple. I preferred thinking about Arlene. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. You gotta let it go. Okay, and then there's a gap here. Gap. I remember the day she... Oh, fuck me. We're gonna talk more about Arlene. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, this is like a whole aside about Arlene. There's like a line break. Just so they know. They're warning us. It's Arlene time. Ugh. Doom Guy's a simp. This dude's like an alpha simp. Any other simp next to Doom Guy in this book? It's like, no, you're well adjusted. This guy's in it. Oh, he's in love, Lawrence. You're right. I shouldn't be making fun of Fly Taggart. Shit. All right, here we go. I remember the day she showed up from Paris Island to join the real Corps, the fighting Corps. I looked up from monkeying with a sticky belt advance on a 60 caliber auto-stabilized and saw a brutal babe in camis, spats, webbing, and sporting a newly shaved high and tight. Catching her eye told me all I had to know. She knew what she was doing, all right. The Corps is protective of its haircut, flat on the top and shaved on the sides. We're talking a sign of distinction, a challenge thrown at every other service. God help the Navy, Army, or Space Force puke who shows up on one of our bases in a high and tight. What happens afterward is why God made Captain's Mast. I don't know what that... I don't like that. Again, I don't want to understand that. She even has the Vasquez haircut. Yeah, she's just Vasquez. The author was straight up in love with Vasquez when he was younger, and that's what's in this book now. But Arlene was no innocent. She wore her cut high and proud, and wore a single red private stripe. Lieutenant Weems, pre-punch... Doom Guy punched him earlier. Lieutenant Weems, pre-punch, took one look at Arlene Sanders, a long, hard look, and curled his lip. He watched her hand her packet to PFC Dodd, who stared at her like she had two heads. So far as I know, that was the first time they ever met. They who were destined for, well, not love, exactly. Extreme lust-like. After about a year of ignoring him with all her might, and then another 6 months of despising him, she shamefacedly confessed to me that she'd spent the night in his flat. All in all, not the best foot forward on this first day for the first woman in Fox company. Of course, the opinion of Lieutenant Weems was already a debased currency at this time, but the opinion of the other men mattered, and no one could express that company opinion with more eloquence than Gunny Sergeant Goforth, the company's grand old man. Hell, he was in his late 30s, an 18-year Marine, the last 10 in light drop. Goforth looked like Aldo Ray in those old John Wayne movies. He was heavyset, muscular, but not fat. He shaved his head... but would probably be bald anyway. Goforth was a Frank's tank with legs. A few freckles... excuse me. A few freckles mixed in along with rolled homogeneous armor. What the fuck? The gunny made a big deal of sauntering over to Arlene and let loose with his thick Georgian drawl. Hooey, where'd the lady get the party do? Oh wait, the purdy do. Holy shit. It's actually spelled out. She looked him in the eye, that was all. Not a bad answer, really, but I thought that under the circumstances a few words of reason might be in order. I volunteered myself for the task, partly because I liked a woman with guts, partly because I respected the men in the Corps and felt their position could be expressed in a more thoughtful manner than Gunny Goforth was likely to manage. I, as an intellectual, decided to step in and be an interpreter for the men of the Marines who sometimes have a bad reputation. Sure, dude. Sure, dude. You're gonna make this situation better, I promise. Oh, boy. Okay. But I mainly spoke up because at some deep level, I hate all rules, symbols, rituals, fighting words, gang colors, routines, decorations, medals, trophies, badges, and anything else that suggests one human being is to be taken more seriously than another in a given situation simply on the basis of plumage. Besides, this author has been mocked for like wearing slippers to a wedding. And this is him like writing back, so fucking stupid, nobody pays attention to me just because I wore my favorite shorts. Bro. Oh my god, bro. Okay. Well, besides, I was making no headway with the damn 60 cal. I was sitting on the mess hall table and felt very much above it all as I said, Private, a high and tight is not a fashion statement. You gotta earn it. That seemed a nice icebreaker. She must have agreed because she spoke to me, not Goforth. I'm as much a Marine as the next man, she said, glancing at me before returning her steady attention back to the gunny. I'm using that voice on purpose, because this is... I mean, come on. The dude's writing his description of Arlene was basically she's like a dude, but she's a chick. So that's our Arlene. They all clapped, yeah. Let's see. The first retort that crossed my mind was to take a big bite of the red apple that happened to be in my hand. The longer it took to chew and swallow the piece of apple, the more profound would be my clever rejoinder, it seemed to me. And so I did. And Goforth took a step closer to Arlene, deliberately breaking her space. Arlene stood her ground, not budging an inch. In between bites of the apple, I thought I would essay another arbitration. You know, I essayed. High and tight is not mil-spec for ladies. It's not regulation for men, either, she shot back. There was no arguing with that. There was plenty of apple left to crunch. Gunny Goforth didn't have an apple. Any Marine who wears that do, he said, sure as hell is gonna earn it, missy. I thought the missy was a bit much. Missy? Come on now. Come on, fella. Missy, please. She's an elegant, intelligent lady. Six Path Skamooey, thank you for the resub. We are real deep into some cringe here. This man's gonna save the day, though. Arlene Sanders leaned forward into his space, close enough to either kiss him or bite off his round knob of a nose. And instead, she just said 2 words. You're on. Goforth was just as stubborn. He was native to Georgia, but might as well have been from Missouri when it came to matters of proof. Every Marine is a rifleman first, he said. If you want to spot the thing, missy, then you best pick up your cute little buns and follow me to the rifle range. She gave him a curt nod. Challenge accepted. They started to leave, then Goforth noticed my juicy red apple, which had tasted much better than the discussion, as far as I was concerned. Hey, Fly, he said. How's about grabbing that sack of apples? As I hoisted the apples and made tracks, I could honestly say I didn't have a clue what old Goforth was up to. He's just standing next to a sack of apples? Oh, another day in the Marines, huh? The range was a short walk. Every man who had been present for the exchange of words followed along. No one wanted to miss entertainment this high a caliber. So, no pun intended. Actually, that's a pretty good pun. I'll give it up for that. That's a pretty good one. Goforth walked over to Arlene and said, Private, you need a whole heaping of guts to wear that do. Takes more than just a steady rifle hand there to do. And at least you didn't call her Missy this time. Is his jaw wired shut? He's got chaw, so he's trying to, like, hold it in place. Is his jaw wired shut? People in the South, all right, they don't articulation it's too much effort. It's a lazy sort of atmosphere. Gotta just let it roll. Let it roll. Okay, let's see here. Holding up his hand, palm toward me, he shouted, Fly, toss me one of them apples. Y'all watch a history lesson. Now that I finally had the idea, I was none too happy, but Arlene just smiled. A thin, little smile. I think she guessed what the gun was scheming. I slapped the apple into the gunnery sergeant's paw. He casually tossed and caught it a few times. Then asked Arlene, You like history, little lady? He was laying on the accent so thick, I could barely understand him. See? I told you. I told you. Let's see here. Let me guess, she said with a thick grin. You like William Tell. Goforth looked crestfallen that she had outguessed him, stealing some wind from his sails. But if verbal teasing wouldn't do the job, he was more than ready to push this thing on to the real thing. I could see it in his face. There was no humor left. This dude is gonna try to shoot at her because she's woman and has a haircut. Sick. Anyway, when I had first joined Fox Company, Goforth went out of his way to make me feel welcome. About the worst thing he did was to tag me with the nickname Fly. He didn't bag on me the way he was doing to Arlene. He gestured to Dodd to bring over the artillery, and Dodd brought a 3099 bolt-action sniper rifle, top of the line. Goforth flashed Arlene a big soapy grin, but she held her ground. Made me wonder, not just about the gun, but the other guys who leered and chuckled unpleasantly. Plenty of men are solid guys, decent fathers and husbands, but revert to Wolfman when confronted by physical prowess in a woman. This is him all reminiscing, yeah. He's crawling down a shaft right now and thinking about a story where he was really turned on by Arlene. He's not like those other guys. God, oh my God, dude, oh my God. As Goforth lived up to his name and went forward with the William Tell bit, I was getting panicky, but I kept it to myself. I'm a nice guy. I'm just going to say nothing while she's getting abused, though. She was going to play this one out to the bitter end. And I get to tell myself I'm a good guy for mentally supporting her from across the room and saying nothing. Oh, man. I figured that from the way she planted her feet, put her arms behind her, and said, "Go for it." Wait, what? Figured that? Okay. I figured that from the way she planted her feet, because she's going to do it to the bitter end. Got it. Abruptly, everyone stopped laughing. Gunny Goforth noticed, but wasn't about to back down with 8, I'm sure it was, 8 guys watching. With an almost delicate concern, he carefully placed the apple on her head. Then he took the 3099 and slowly backed away from her. He aimed just as carefully and said in a voice that had lost all the sarcasm, "Last chance, honey." I thought honey sounded better than Missy. Arlene didn't move, but I could see that she was trembling ever so slightly beneath her bravado. I sure as hell didn't blame her. Goforth took a deep breath and said, "All right, darling. I suggest in the strongest terms that you don't flinch none." I was the one who jumped when he squeezed off a shot, and damned if the apple didn't split perfectly down the middle, each half falling on either side of her head. Everyone let out a breath, and a ragged cheer erupted. "Way to go, Gunny," said one man. "Fox Company Ichiban," said another. Holy shit. It's a multicultural crew, you see. It's a multicultural crew. We'd forgotten one item. We'd forgotten that Arlene had put her skull on the line. The drama wasn't over until she said it was. As Goforth basked in his moment of glory, the boys all praising him, Arlene walked toward him. Her hands were behind her back, and she was smiling sweetly. I saw what she was carrying before the gun did. She held an apple up until he saw it, and then she tossed it to him. Silence again. Nobody moved. And just as smoothly as you please, Arlene Sanders picked up the 3099 from the table, staring expectantly at Goforth and cocking one of her eyebrows. I never doubted what Goforth would do. His basic sense of fair play could be counted on, and he had guts. He wasn't about to lose his men's respect, not Goforth. So in the words of the old-time baseball player, it was deja vu all over again. Please repeat that line? Wait, which one? There's too many. He put the apple on his head, his eyes, icy eyes, boring into Arlene's. She watched him just as intently. No lovers were ever more focused on one another. She cocked and raised the rifle, which wasn't even fitted with a scope, just iron sights. I like how it's cooler now that she's doing it. Or no, wait, this is a different gun, I think. Anyway, a few of the men backed farther away from the cone of fire surrounding the gunnery sergeant. That pissed me off, so I deliberately took a few steps closer to the duel. Something about this girl inspired confidence. That she was no more likely to blow away a spectator than the gunnery sergeant. Maybe she'll notice if I scooch forward a little bit. Goforth had his own concerns. "If you have to miss," he said so softly that it didn't even sound like him, "please to make it high." He smiled with an effort. The request seemed reasonable enough. Arlene said nothing. She lifted the rifle, nice and slow. She didn't make us wait. She pounded out a shot. Bang! And the apple was blown off Goforth's head. Corporal Stout ran over and picked it up. It was still mostly in one piece, but there was a gratifying furrow, a little high off the center. After a long moment, during which no one said a word, Goforth walked up to Arlene Sanders. Putting his hands on his hips, he made a big show of inspecting her high and tight, while we all held our breath. Goforth bent down, examined her right side, left side, back, front, then looked her evenly in the eye, winked and nodded. "It's you, Private," he said, and I was pretty damn sure he wouldn't be calling her Missy again. She didn't miss, you see. Some of the boys took to calling her Will, though. Wow. All right, and thus ends Chapter 6. A whole chapter. The only thing that got shot was a freaking apple. Yep. But man, was Arlene cool or what? I told you she was cool. She's so cool. Like, she doesn't get bossed around by the boys. Like, she could be around the boys and they respect her, you know? So she's like, you know, like, she's not like other girls. She like does boy stuff. It's cool. It's cool and I love her. I mean, we're best friends. I don't know why I said that. Sometimes, you know, I just get, you know, we're good friends. That's all I mean. Like a friend. And we're like a friend. It's fine. We're friends. Doom Eternal's still here. No, it's not. Oh my gosh. I wasn't paying attention. You guys gave out so many subs. Oh wait, was that the one we just did? I think it's the one we just did. Yeah, let me get in here. But I do have to add an hour, I think? Because yeah, right? Hold on. Wait, what? Oh boy, I messed that up bad. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, time added. Reximus, thank you very much for the sub. How many chapters are in this book? Definitely add an hour. Okay, read another chapter just in case. So this is as far as we are right now. We are on chapter 7. And let me see how many chapters there are total. It's a pretty quick read. The chapters are pretty short. And this is also book 1 of a 4-book saga. There are 33 chapters. So at one chapter per sub chunk, that's not enough because there's 20 time extensions, 33 chapters. But I also don't want a whole bunch of the stream to be me reading because believe it or not, people don't like that on Twitch. So I have to balance, you know. I like doing it, but if I drive away people who are watching, then there won't be people with gifting subs, and then yeah, you understand. Farting Shrimp, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much. I just think Arlene's so great. I just think she's great. In like a friend way. I admire people that can just like channel their id so effectively that they can write self-indulgent cringe like that and not even care. Or maybe they know they're doing it and they're like, whatever, it's a Doom novel, this is stupid. I hate this book. I desperately need to hear the rest of it. I mean, so 24 hours is also probably more time than it will take to finish Doom Eternal and the DLCs. So I may have time to finish the book. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. Oof. I gotta go finish some liquid, though. I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Be right back. Not only did I use the restroom, oh come on, but I got water as well. I can do it all. I can do it all. Look at me. Double threat. Pre-editing Arlene wasn't a real person. She was a body pillow. Man. I can't believe I had no way of expecting that Doom Guy would be such a goddamn creepy incel. How delightful. Kind of the opposite of Doom Slayer. Truly, the Doom universe is a rich tapestry. Come in. Come in. Oh, Big Ope. Big Ope. Thank you very much for gifting a sub. What's what we need to do? I think it's popping shields. Shield rune. Okay. Hot. Or if somebody to gift a sub to Arlene. I think to really complete the picture, I think it would have to be Arlene would be streaming and then somebody would gift like 1,000 subs and be like, Arlene? Fly Taggart is the dude dropping like $1,000 donos in Arlene's streams, being like, "Yeah, she has a boyfriend, but we got something special. I was there when she beat Stardew Valley, and that's not a connection you could just fake, you know?" Yeah. Yeah, they keep trying to talk to her, keep using her name. Arlene. Hey, Arlene. Arlene, what's your favorite crop? Arlene. How are you doing today, Arlene? And his like username is Flynn Fly Taggart on Twitch. That's okay. Hey, if he wants to pay off all of Arlene's credit card bills, that's all right. Or just split. Oh no! I understand why someone might feel seen. I think it should be our goal to not be Flynn Fly Taggart. But it's tough. It's tough. Girls on Twitch are so pretty sometimes. It's not fair. I am but a man, and the e-girls are so cute. Their helmets even have cat ears now, are you kidding me? Thankfully Twitch didn't exist 12 years ago? Yeah. I am so blessed. I dodged a bullet. I would have gotten up to all kinds of stuff. Oh my god. My ass would be so visible. It chronicled forever, too, because I'm such an obstinate bitch. I would not delete anything. God, I can't... sometimes I don't breathe thinking about how terrible it would be for me to, like, even be 10 years younger. You talk about me getting canceled. Oh my gosh. I don't know how... If you're younger than me, God bless. Because you had to put up with so much shit. I don't know how you did it. I really don't. It was hard enough not having to deal with that. God, I love that stutter. Fine. God, that's good shit. Oh. How much you want to bet they're gonna do the thing? Well, hold on. I'm really excited to like start collecting bets on how this book is gonna treat Arlene. Because there's only a few ways it can go, and they're not that like, will it invent an entirely new way to be weird about it? That's kind of what I'm excited for. But how much you want to bet they're gonna do the thing where the token woman is at first all stoic, with a doesn't fuck around kind of attitude and completely ignores the sexist advances of men. But over time, the male protag with his casual sexism is somehow able to break down her shield by saying, "Calm down, babe," and gets her to fall in love with him as the woman becomes more submissive, losing that cool edge she had. She gets domesticated. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that might be a way to like make this narrative fill 4 books of a series of like, wow, she really loves me. And they've already established an X that is dumb and stupid and whatever. Like, it's totally not a thing. It's just a fling, you know? People have those. Maybe the boyfriend will be a zombie and we'll get to shoot him in front of Arlene, who will be sad, and then we'll have a moment where we can express empathy, but it'll be in a really creepy way. It'll be like, yeah, I could have reloaded all my guns, but instead I took a moment and said, hey, Arlene, are you okay? And then she started crying, and then like I patted her on the back a little bit, but then demons attacked, so whatever. Domesticated, that's quite the word choice. That's what it is, right? There's this, gosh. I don't know. Maybe I'm overgeneralizing, or maybe I'm projecting a little bit. But I always thought that creepy like, you've become my submissive domestic goddess fantasy, like, part of that is basically like, I mean, it exists the other way too, right? The Twilight thing. I wanna put this in the air before it gets too grossly sexist, but like, it's a thing. It's a thing. Edward is so wild. Can any girl tame him? And then he's willing to like be at home with an apron tied around him. I guess he wasn't really that wild. Edward was always kind of a square. Jacob then. There we go. So, it's unrealistic, but it's a fantasy. Every bit as unrealistic and silly as Doomslayer murdering 18 million demons with a shotgun. But it exists for both genders. Absolutely. I'm kind of fascinated to examine and observe the subtle ways that the fantasy plays out differently, stereotypically. That is, this is all dealing with the lens of gender stereotype. I want to make that very clear. I want to talk like we have to rely on media to accurately represent the human experience in all manners. That's just not a thing. So, it is just a pop media study. That's basically the plot of the song. So this is what brains look like. Zombie apocalypse. The singer searches for his ex, and her current boyfriend is a zombie, so he kills the boyfriend and they make out. Rad. That's so sick. Sounds like a really healthy, I mean, maybe like a breakup song. Jacob was untamable. He refused to wear a shirt. I know. Oh, I forgot to see the gator. Hello, gator. No one can tame Jacob. No one can tame those abs. Twilight is so great. I was turned on to something else sort of like Twilight. At least I'm making that comparison in my head, but have you guys ever heard of something called Maximum Ride? I think I might be in love with it. I've only ever looked up fan art of it. J-Gig, thank you for gifting 5 subs. You love those books? Oh man, I think I might be into it. Apparently there's just like a real god-awful movie. There's a manga too, this is when you know it's hitting a good market. It's about teens who are like 2% bird, so they have angel wings, and I guess they fight or whatever. They have like light bones, so they can fly around. Whoa. It rules hard. Be glad you're not aware of Twilight lore, because man, Jacob is on some real thin ice. Oh yeah, well I mean, all the werewolves are basically domestic abusers, right? They just haul that shit out with a full chest in the movies. He loved her so much, he clawed the shit out of her. Yes, it is romantic. Like, it's not even subtle, man. I mean, the movie's into some kinky shit, so whatever. I don't know that the movie has an obligation to have a moral center. But it's pretty sick. I'm so into it, man. I love it. What was I checking? Oh yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing any goodies. Goodies. No? Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, wait, I missed a whole... Oh wait, I haven't been there yet. Never mind. Oh yeah, Jacob imprints himself onto Bella's kid. Hey, he didn't choose that, alright? Nature chose that. It's romantic. I mean, I feel like this is a concept of romance we've known for a long time. In the way that you would never in real life just beat someone up for looking at you the wrong way like you would in an action film. You would also never be okay with a werewolf imprinting on your child in a romantic way. But it's a romance. The rules are different. We allow certain things because it's dumb as shit and kind of funny. Hey, what's up? Is that Charlie? Howdy and welcome. Yeah, we're doing some subathon. We're reading some books. We're learning some lore. Having a great time. I'm having a great time. I hope everyone else is too. And if I can do something to make your time greater, let me know. Love conquers even all your objections? Or even your objections? Yeah. It's harmless fun. I think so. Yeah. God dang it. There. Hey Blanche Fleur, how you doing? Just talking about Twilight. Talking about our romance novels. Our trashy entertainments. Edward hitting on a teenager, yes. Jacob hitting on a baby, yes. Hey, he was awkward about it in the books, alright? He didn't know it was gonna happen. Everybody imprints at a different time. Fuck. Okay. Do bits do anything or just subs? Just subs, unfortunately. I did it that way because it's easier to... Well, it's not necessarily easier to track, but it creates a beat where I can, like, pause and be like, hey, hooray, we did it! And then read some from the book. That's how I'm spicing it up this time around. Started reading The Haunted Vagina. Ooh. Blonsey, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much. Got us closer to that. Oh, yeah. Might as well run down the incentives. So each hour, or each time we get 50 subs up in the meter there, add an hour to the runtime. And that's me running through Doom Eternal and eventually the DLCs. But also, every time we add an hour, we read a chapter from Doom, Knee Deep in the Dead. The novel from 1995 based on the first video game. And boy, is it really something. It's really a journey. That's kind of what prompted Twilight discussions and basically like gross and borderline abusive behaviors in romance novels. Jaeger Dean, thank you for gifting 5 more subs. And Flonesy, thank you for gifting 5 more subs. Thank you guys. Oh, that's got it pretty close.
The path is now clear.
Let me also say, this stream is sponsored by G Fuel. 30% off your G Fuel orders this weekend if you feel like getting in your orders. If you're curious about flavors or curious about the product itself, you can let me know. Hello, Dudette. Good to see ya. We actually just reached a Dudette in the book. Quasi. Thank you very much for the Prime. Thank y'all. I appreciate all that generosity. Thank you very much. Oh, Blackbird, 7181. Thanks for all the gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you guys are having a good time. Getting some thoughts. Strider, thanks for gifting subs. Oh, I think you guys have got it. I think you guys have got it for sure. Ooh. Oh, wow, it still worked. Hey. I'm stuck. There you are. Fuck. No! Ooh! Oh my gosh, there's so many subs going off. You guys have already level 5 to hype train. Oh my gosh. You're not even giving me time to murder all the demons. Elastic Nipples, thanks for gifting 5 subs. J-Gig, thanks for 5 subs. You guys are spoiling me. Crab Foam, thanks for gifting subs. Oh my gosh, Crab Foam for 10 subs. I'm getting Flynn Fly Taggarded. Ooh. Gosh. Eagerdeen with 10? Okay, you guys are going nuts. You guys are blowing me up right now. Tartarus Anvil with 5 subs? Damn it! Oh, hey, Pop-Tart. Hey. Almost at 2 new chapters in a row. I think so. Oh my gosh. You guys. Let's get that time to 420. I mean, you'll pretty much have it. I think. I couldn't keep track. That's gotta be enough. You guys are ridiculous. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was like setting up for this and I was like, one last ride for Doom Eternal. That's probably worn out at this point. People are tired of it. People are done with it. Invalid Syntax, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Oh, it's still going. It's going. Yeah, it's going to be ticking up one by one for a while. Thank you so much. Thank you for loading it up. Yeah, we got to save Arlene, don't we? We got to save Arlene.
This is Dr. Elena Richardson. Log entry 0.
What if this is Arlene?
February 9th, 2163.
I need to find her. She's like one of the dudes.
Fear is him. We watched as the Horde overwhelmed the very best and most advanced machinery and weapons technology that we could muster against the opposition. It was useless. They moved too quickly. They cared not for themselves, only sought out the blood of humanity. They were willing to sacrifice their own to get to the heart of our world. We slaughtered thousands and millions.
Oh, thank you, Pop-Tart.
Then he came. He cut through them like a sickle through a field. His fury surpassing their own. He is faster, more relentless. I believe him now to be more than just a man. He is Doom.
Thank you all very much again. I can't. That's very kind of you. You guys blew it up. Aphex. Aphex 3. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Somebody asked, what do I think about Tron? I like Tron a lot. I like how absurdly, what's the word? Like, absurdly over-aggressive it is with its themes and its like, story movements. And it's got cool music and cool sounds. Wasn't a huge fan of, Legacy. I don't know what the hell is going on there. Oh, said it earlier, it'd be a twist if Doom became the hologram lady? That'd be pretty cool. You guys have the hype train at 445% hype. These are heretofore unmeasured levels of hype. How can a chat be so hype? This is like when people would go on trains and they'd go above 25 miles an hour. The human body will simply evaporate at hype levels of that magnitude. It will dissolve into dust, spiraled apart by the raw energy coursing through your veins. Thank you guys very much. That hype train was ridiculous. I mean, yeah, I think it had enough subs for two blocks. Missing anything here? So thankful I can largely trust that map music won't stay forever. I understood what was going on in Legacy after watching all the animated Uprising. Still not good though. Ugh. I tried watching Uprising. Even Uprising didn't really play along with the notion that the characters didn't talk like programs anymore. They were just teens. Teens in Cyberland. I tried to tell myself it's because programs are more sophisticated now, so they're not as stodgily, like, single-minded about their
death is where he resides, hunting them at the far reaches.
Their motivations, I guess.
Beyond.
Crab Thumb, thanks for gifting 5 more subs. Thanks very much.
It is in
Oh, Solex, hey, what's up?
have faith. The
Hype Train got no breaks.
spear that stabs at the heart of our attackers, and those that would seek to harm us should feel warned. For there is only one dominant life form in this universe.
Back up to 420 left.
Steel-barreled sword of vengeance.
Yeah, as long as it... Wait, is it finished counting up? Nope, it's still going. All right.
Destroyer. The Slayer's time.
There's actually a fair amount of subs stacked up there. Tell you what. No matter what, if it takes more than 6 minutes to count down the rest of the subs, I will still kick back the clock until it says 420, because that's only fair. Are you still big into working out? I've been disrupted, I'll be honest. I've been doing some traveling and stuff like that, so I haven't been on my weightlifting as much. And then I'm doing this and trying to catch up with some other things. So it's been I've been off it for like a week now, but I was getting pretty into it and I was starting to see some results. I was getting beefed out a little bit. I was focusing on upper body actually because my legs are huge. So I did so much running. So I kind of have good legs for life because I ran for like 10 years every night. Still didn't get skinny, but that's what triple cheeseburgers will do if you keep eating them. Anyway. Week isn't bad. Yeah, no, it's not a problem now, but it's getting about that time. If I lay off for like a week, then I do hit a pretty bad like soreness when I try to get back into my routine, which it just makes it take longer, you know? If I don't have that downtime, then I don't get the soreness when I come back, which means I can keep lifting. But sometimes I have to push it out a day. It's like the longer I take, the longer it takes to get back into it. It's like a momentum thing. Oh, I remember seeing you stream the Nintendo Switch Ring Fit game. I should do more of that on stream. I could do that. That could be my, if we unlock 24 hours here, if people really do throw that many subs, and we unlock the week-long stream, then we can have morning calisthenics with Lawrence. That's what I used to do. I would do Ring Fit in the morning, and then take a shower off camera, and then come back and play some games. I got in the habit of lifting weights, which is a lot harder to stream. I'll intern. At an hour now?
Attention.
I think it's still going.
Emergency protocols have been activated. Please exit the facility now.
There's still a few. It's almost there.
We don't know how to access his main cortex. It's all alien. We couldn't figure it out. We have to prepare for his careful extraction. We were given specific orders.
His life signal is barely...
AJ Locasio murdering the game. He crams so much comedic nuance into the way he reads that line. I love it. If you could wake up in someone else's body just for their physique, who would be the choice? I mean, it's hard to think of anyone other than Henry Cavill. He's just so big. But, like, perfectly proportioned. Jason Momoa? Or Jason Mimosa? Danny DeVito? Oh yeah, there it is. Adam Driver, actually. I think he's done some bodybuilding, because I saw a photo of him, and he's not like... He's less like dad thick. Like he was... Oh shit, wait, hold on. He was like working man big. Like lifted shitloads of weights big. Like strongman big. And I saw a photo of him, and he was like cut and toned. I'm like, okay. You're investing in the shirtless physique. But he was looking nice. So, Adam Driver's got a fucking amazing body. Weird to say it that way. Just wanna respect the work, because clearly work was put in. CDZ, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Driver's massive, but looks like a square. He used to. He's got more of a taper now. Like he actually, I think, did some upper body sculpting. I don't know medical, but I think there was effort put into actually like going from just being like a thick boy, like lifting weights and getting huge, to like sculpting it down into a fucking Greek body kind of thing. This is getting weird. That's fine. It's Adam Driver. All right. Forgot my rotation. Yeah. Aruru. Where are you, dog? Did it not... Is it not out? It's not out. Okay.
Ow. Driver was amazing in The Man Who Killed Don Quixote. I haven't seen that. I really want to see Annette. Is that what it is? Annette? The, like, Sparks movie with him? Reviews weren't great. I kind of understand why. Or I can understand why. Oh, I didn't even check completion. Oh, okay. Phew. Okay. Actually, I think that might be it. All right. I gotta move quickly. Oh. Booyah! It was, man, you guys, how did you guys know? You actually timed it perfectly out to give exactly the right amount of subs, which means I get to hit this. Uh-oh. Oh, alright, it's turning out. And you know what? I can hit it again! Clack, clack! Boom! Thank you guys so much. Gamer McGee, thanks for gifting 2 subs there. I appreciate this mightily. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. You've preserved 420, and you've preserved the next 2 chapters in the Doom novel. Let me 20 up over here for a second. Let me fetch my book and enjoy the time on the clock. Besides, we have to go to Lore Town. All right. Time for lore. Actually, here, let me mix up the soundtrack a little bit. Lore time before bed, nice. Okay, here we go. Any advice on video game burnout? Don't worry about it. Unless you need to play games, don't worry about it. Do something else. Read a book. Or I don't know. Shouldn't ever be anything you force. I get enjoying the hobby so much and being a little bummed that it doesn't hit at exactly the right way, but I don't know. I have to be honest, I don't really burn out on games. I have always loved them and will always love them. Chapter 7. All right. Let's quick refresh of where we're at. Doom guy is bashing around the Mars base, trying to like figure out what's going on, trying to find somebody to communicate with anyone, and he's deathly afraid that a girl he really respects, a female that he just is best buds with, one of the guys, might be among the dead. Arlene is the only living human that Fly Taggart gives a shit about. It seems. So we now join our Doom guy, who has a shotgun. That was part of the last exchange, and is crawling through a tube. However, last chapter was Doom guy in reverie, remembering a scene in which Arlene was just the coolest and did cool girl shit. So we've been more convinced that Arlene is awesome, and now we're going to continue. The odds against Arlene's survival in this hellish maelstrom were astronomical, but then so they were against mine. Hope that she might have made it kept me going. Fury at the thought of her death spurred me to action. Maybe just when I was running out of steam, the need for revenge would inspire yours truly. He keeps referring to himself as yours truly a lot. That's a weird thing to keep doing. As if to test my newfound resolve, Phobos threw some more at me. Glancing down, I saw that the access shaft did not descend the full 6 stories required to reach the nuclear plant. The ladder ended in a few ragged shreds of metal. An explosion had cut off the rest of that route.
Of course, I could always get to the nuclear plant level really fast, so long as I didn't mind the sudden stop at the end. Damn, I knew this was too good to be true, I said out loud. Just before running out of ladder, I saw a thick metal hatchway leading to the next level down. It looked solid, heavy, a pressure lock held it shut. I would have to spin the wheel to open the door, a happy trick when the ladder ended a couple of rungs above the hatch. For a moment, I was stymied. I could just barely reach the wheel by hanging one-handed from the last rung, but I had no leverage. Couldn't turn it to save my life. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and thought for several seconds. Jesus, what am I, stupid all of a sudden? I rotated around the ladder, lowered myself until my lower legs poked through the last hole, then slowly let my body down until I dangled upside down from my knees. Now I had the leverage. All it took was muscle. I cranked the wheel clockwise, loosening it until it spun freely. I wrestled open the door, and now for the hard part. Holding tight to the wheel of the now open door, I straightened my legs, dropping heavily as the wheel spun. I clung to it grimly, swinging back and forth until I finally stopped swinging. I edged around the door, caught the corresponding wheel on the inside, and swung myself up and into the shaft. I lost nothing but any desire I might have had to take my name to heart and become a human fly as a career path. I think this is supposed to be like some... I think there's a little John McClane mixed in here too. I think there's some Die Hard in here. Because these like little stupid witticisms, like this guy's snarking on everything as he's going to nobody. It feels like John McClane muttering to himself, but like way less cool. The access shaft led me into a tunnel where the light was crappy again, flickering on and off like some sicko nightclub. It was tall enough to stand, and I did. After 5 meters, I decided this was the weirdest stretch of architecture yet. The light was lousy, but it was good enough to make out the walls, plain and gray with an oddly rough-hewn surface, as if hacked out of the rock with a magic axe. This song. Large rectangular designs everywhere gave the feeling of a colossal cemetery. More than anything else, the strong impression of something truly ancient and evil permeated the narrow corridor. Alien, and yet familiar somehow. It was as if I'd been cast inside the oldest labyrinth in the universe, and would spend the rest of my life trying to find my way through the maze. Damn imagination acting up again. Memory was better. At least it gave me something to hold on to. A link to the past. A better past. With Arlene, my #1 pal. Then I saw old Gunnery Sergeant Goforth walking down the corridor in my direction. The failing light made it difficult to make out skin tones, but the smooth, purposeful way he walked made me think he couldn't be a zombie. It was Gunny Goforth, and he was alive! Gunny! I shouted, ecstatic to have finally found another live one in this nightmare. He didn't answer. My God, that should have told me something. He raised his old 30-99 and aimed it right at my chest. I threw myself to the floor just as the bullet seared over my head. Damn you all to hell! I shouted, outraged that the universe had decided to foist a new, improved zombie on me. Too late. I'm sure he already was, and me with him. Wait, what? I'm sure he already was, and me with him. Outraged? Fuck you, universe. Exactly, Comfy. This dude does a lot of fucking, like, yelling at the universe. Cursing his fate. He's a warrior poet, I'm telling you. Damned to hell. Okay, yeah, I guess that's what it was. You're right. This new horror seemed even more unfair than that crazy brown monster with the spikes. I'd settled down into a nice predictable pattern about what to do with zombies. No fair! Changing the rules now! Hey, Gunny, you're still a pal. What? He marched straight for me. No deviations, no ducking, no turning sideways to make a more difficult target. An obliging guy in his way. Of course, he was working the bolt on a sniper rifle, trying to blow my head from Phobos back to Earth. I didn't just lie on the floor waiting for that unacceptable outcome. I had plans of my own. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. In life, Gunny Goforth could shoot. Hell, he could shoot the apple off a young Marine's head. In death, he shot better than all the other zombies. And he blinked. I rolled back and forth, waiting until he was 10 meters away. Then I shouldered the riot gun and squeezed. It was the biggest mess I'd made on this godforsaken rock of a moon so far. The splatter was sort of an artistic statement. But it must have gotten something in my eye. I kept blinking, but it wouldn't go away. Somebody was laughing, a crazy whacked-out cackle. "Shut up!" I screamed at the jokester, wiping my cheeks. The laughter stopped, and only then did I realize the mirth was courtesy of a poor jarhead named Fly. This was so good I had to get a handle on the situation. So wait, he was like Joker laughing at himself? The jokester, baby! I shoot the zombie! I'm a joker, baby! Oh my god. He probably does think a lot about society. He sure does. Oh boy. This was no good. I had to get a handle on the situation. Running multiplication tables in my head helped me chill, while I scavenged Goforth's pack for ammo. So wait, his master plan was to shoot him with the shotgun. I mean, that is very Doom. I can't keep questioning this, but... He's like, I got a plan, and he just like rolls over, bang! Oh, I killed him with my gun. My gun was bigger. I killed him. Got him. Got him. My breathing slowed to something sane. My heartbeat took a licking, but kept on ticking. In fact, I was so calm I barely blinked when a whirring metallic skull sailed past my head. This time, I was sure my imagination was off on a wild toot. What? It says toot. His imagination is off on a wild toot. I'd never done hallucinogens as a kid, and it just wasn't fair for my imagination to suggest a giant white skull had just gone flying past on its way to the demonic head shop, no doubt. Zing! Nom, nom, nom. Maybe it's on the way to the demonic head shop. Where would a demonic head go? To a demonic head shop for demonic heads. They meant loop? No, it's definitely a T-O-O-T. Except the T is kind of like not completely printed. There's no way. I'm hearing a lot of this in Duke Nukem's voice. Maybe I should say... Should he have Duke Nukem voice? But my shitty Duke Nukem? I'm Doom Guy. It's kind of like my Val Kilmer's Batman, isn't it? Alright, here we go. Where the frick am I? Okay. So I made a deal with my imagination. If it didn't throw any more Halloween books at me, or Halloween balloons at me, I'd give it a break when it wanted to go traipsing down memory lane. I can be fair. I ran like a madman up the corridor, jogging a couple of times. Whatever it was, I lost it for now. Emerging into a big open room made me feel more claustrophobic. That might sound fairly nutty, but you'd have to see this place for yourself. I wasn't bothered by the incredibly high, arched ceilings supported by grotesque pillars that would be more at home in some ancient place in India. No. What bothered me was that this huge room was full of barrels of that noxious green liquid that I thought I'd left behind. And good riddance. The empty, cavernous room was a perfect place for a congregation of Halloween goblins and all species of zombie, fast and slow, dull and cognitive elite. The dull and the cognitive elite, excuse me. So they had a lot of Halloween goblins and zombies. They're not calling them imps. I guess those are the goblins. No sooner had this unpleasant thought crossed my cranium than the floodgates opened and they started pouring into the room from all directions. I shrank back into the shadows, trying to look dead and mindless. It worked for a few moments. None of the zombies seemed to notice me. It really wasn't time for a sanity check, but I ran a quick one anyway. I'd read about a mental health condition or a philosophy, I forget which, called solipsism. You think of something and it happens. I don't think I've ever heard something more wrong. More 100% completely not what it is. Holy crap. That's... Listen, Doom Guy's a special guy, alright? He's not impressing the ladies with his philosophical knowledge. Let's say that. There's a reason he's not wowing the chicks. Okay. The ultimate case is when you think you're all that exists, and the universe is your dream. Man, I was ready to buy into that. If only I could dream away these monsters as quickly as I seem to be filling up this room with them. Wish that I could dream away these monsters as quickly as I seem to be filling up this room with them. That's not even good enough for Duke Nukem, though. Christ. Well, what can I lose? I closed my eyes and concentrated real hard, wishing away the boogeyman. While I was thus occupied, I was blown off my feet by an explosion and searing heat right over my head. Opening my eyes to... Doom Guy was cowering in the corner with his eyes closed, and then he got exploded. Rad. Opening my eyes to excruciating pain, I discovered I wasn't alone on the floor. Whatever had blown me down got the nearest few zombies as well. I decided that soliplism was a load of crap. And when I looked up, my old friend was back. The crusty brown monster with ivory white spikes, and he brought his buddies. They watched me stagger to my feet, and they laughed. Then one of them wound up and threw something, some sort of mucus ball that burst into blood-red flames as it left the creature's hand. I dived across a burned zombie, and the flaming phlegm spun me buttocks over boots. I looked for a weapon, a glint of metal, a tube, something, but no. These demons were actually producing the fire with their bare hands, and their aim was deadly. The monsters hissed, pointing directly at yours truly. Then the zombies noticed me for the first time and began shooting. They weren't too particular about innocent zombies getting in the way either, and whenever one zombie would shoot another, or a demon would pelt a bunch with a flaming mucus ball, the monster victims would turn on their monster allies, completely forgetting about me. Hey, somebody played the video game. That's nice. Oh, Pop-Tart, you going to bed? All right. Thank you very much for watching. It's always a delight to have you around. Hope you have a good night. And sleep well. I might be here when you wake up. All right. When I ran screaming from one side of the room to the other, I filed that little datum somewhere in the back of my brain for future use. This is Doom Guy. Hands over his head. Just... You had a long day? Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, he's reading. Oh, my God. Oh. I looked for a weapon, a glint of metal, a tube, something, but no. These demons were actually... Oh, wait. The monster says, putting yours truly... Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, here we go. Now the room was really filling up with at least a dozen zombies and 3 leathery demons, and again, I dived to the side as a whirring, screaming hunk of steel buzzed my helmet. This time, there was no mistake. It was a goddamned flying skull with flaming rocket exhaust spewing out the back. This is interesting music. I guess this is the end of Doom 2? Or Doom 1. It turned and banked, trying to mow me down and chew me up with razor-sharp steel teeth, like one of those wind-up chattering skulls gone mad. But the fireballs were the main problem. The brown demons were a lot tougher than the zombies. Suddenly I was grateful for the pillars. They provided cover, at least. Making a mad dash for the nearest, I fired off the shotgun at the remaining zombies. Catching my breath, I risked running to the next pillar. This time a fireball almost fried me. There was just no way I could get to the demons from here without being toasted, and the shotgun range was too short to pop them where I crouched. While I dithered, I heard a whirring behind me, then a harsh iron screech. Sure enough, the flying skull had sailed around the pillars and spotted me again. I can take care of you, at least, you FX reject. I whipped the riot gun around and fired from the hip, not even taking time to aim. Oh, wait. I whipped around the riot gun and fired from the hip, not even taking time to aim. It was the best mistake of my life. The little bugger skittered out of the way. I tried to track as I fired, and I popped one of the toxic barrels instead. It exploded with a terrific concussion, kicking me in the body armor like a mule, and tearing off tearing off a chuck of my Kevlar vest. The skull vanished in a spray of metal gears and exploding JP5. What the hell is JP5? You sound up exactly like Xavier Renegade Angel. What would you say are the characteristics that would make a voice more like Duke Nukem and less like Xavier? Or is that working? Is that good enough for Doom Guy? I guess it's probably like, I'm probably putting emphasis on weird things. That seems to be like what dominates Xavier's thing. I'm leaning into it a little hard. It's like a little too percussive, a little too like warbly. Any chance a reading portion of the stream get edited down to a standalone YouTube vid? Maybe. I still need to edit together all the Batman Forever stuff. So, yeah, maybe. I can't convince myself it's gonna be popular. But why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? All I have to do is like set ins and outs and make a Premiere. Like I just gotta export a big ass video in Premiere. That's not that hard. Sub goal? Sure. Sure. Hey, if we get to 24 hours, I will upload a YouTube video of just this video read, or just this book read by itself. I may not finish the book though. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Batman Forever stuff? Oh, I read the novelization of Batman Forever, but the audio wasn't great, and I was pretty nervous, so I just kind of been sitting on it because I think I'm a little self-conscious, but I need to just put it up. Why not? People asked about it because I think people missed it. All right. Almost immediately, my bruised eardrums were assaulted by another explosion, and then another, and a fourth. 5 or 6 more barrels touched off in rapid succession. All I could think was, thank God, I was on the other side of the pillar. An acrid cloud of blue smoke swirled around the walls and floor, residue from the explosive oxidation of the toxic goo. Gasping, I peeked around the pillar at a scene of astonishing carnage. Zombies and demons alike had been torn to shreds, and strips of gray flesh, their parts mingling in a hellish mulligatawny? Mulligatawny. What the hell word is that? I gotta look that up. A spicy meat or chicken soup originally made in India. It's a soup. Okay. Like minestrone, but not? Okay, alright. I got it. The stench of 1,000 sour lemons permeated the room, even driving out the horrible burning smell of the toxic fumes. Jesus, I thought, I hope the cameras got the shot. Jesus, I thought, I hope the cameras got the shot. There has to be more like, less gravel, I think, a little more tone. I think I'm getting a little too airy and raspy. But I think that's just my lack of ability to produce that voice naturally. I'm forcing it. I'll experiment. I'll try to push it a little less. I climbed shakily to my feet, and I padded towards the door, chastened by the awesome destructive power in these 40-gallon drums. At the edge of the room, I found the only other survivor. The demon crawled along the ground with its hands, one leg blown entirely off, and the other twisted into a crazy angle. It leaked yellow pus, globules that burst into flame as soon as they dripped off the monster's body. I leveled my shotgun at his head. Hold on. You lose your voice if you keep the Duke up? Well, just talking for 24 hours by itself is a lot of strain. So yeah, throwing force, like I can feel it. I am kind of forcing my throat. I really need to not do that. All right. Die, you dumb animal. That's actually a lot closer to like early Duke. Yeah, I think that's trying to do gravel without forcing the voice. That's how he does it, I guess. Die, you dumb animal, I said with a smile. Animal, repeated the demon. Not. What? I paused, startled. I didn't know they could talk. You're right, I prodded. At least animals will kill you clean or leave you alone. It twisted its head all the way around to stare up at me while lying belly down on the floor. My stomach turned at the sight. You are animals when we fix planet. I guess there's a demon talking, alright. That's perfect for his incel ass? Yeah. Nerd trying to sound cool, right? That's basically it. I curled my lip. I know, that's kind of what I associate with Duke Nukem, if I'm being real. Very early Duke Nukem, anyway. I curled my lip, but my heart leaped. Which planet was that? Mars? Or did the aliens' plan include Earth? We'll mow you down as fast as you bubble up out of the sewers, you piece of filth. The alien monster laughed, opening its mouth wide enough to swallow a man's head. We throw rocks. Big rocks. I don't know why that voice is the demon voice. I would probably do a lot more snarling if I were really going for it. The image was ludicrous, but I got a premonitionary shudder. Premonitory shudder? There we go. Somehow I guess the emphasis was on the word big. And that's chapter 7, but you guys have unlocked 2 chapters. So we're moving on to chapter 8. Nope. Ooh, I like that. I like that beat. Just flipping ahead a little bit. All right. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Spaghetti's like kind of tipping that can help, I think, like open up the chest. I think it's more like speaking from the back of the throat, speaking from the chest, like getting that resonance in there. Can you do the demon snarl? I mean, that actually might be destructive to my throat. I apologize, but maybe. Let's hear. I'd have to like snort it out a little bit and like really start puffing air. There'd be a lot of gross sounds that would lead to figuring that out. How's your throat growl? I don't know. I never really developed like a growl unless I force it. Yeah, I'd have to work up the phlegm. It's a little dry there right now. But I'd have to do some like, I'd have to warm up my face, I think, to really get into it and like be spitting. And I would not expect to talk for another 12 hours after that. So I apologize. For the sake of my voice, I think I have to decline. But thank you for the cheer. Thank you very much. Maybe at the end of the night. Hit me again. I'll be fine to burn out my vocal cords. Gotta practice that gravel? I don't know how. I don't know how to make it without forcing it. I guess fry is the closest I can get to gravel, where it doesn't feel like I'm like shredding to make the sound. Smoked cigarettes for 30 years, easy. Yeah. I wondered about that. If you're a voice actor, do you sometimes damage your vocal cords on purpose to develop it in a certain way? Smoke 3 joints in rapid succession? Jeez. The noises alone are worth it? Okay. Because that's what it would be. Just far more gross and far more like nasal and snurty and snorty. Oh, Clam. You got gifted a sub? Nice. Yeah, there's been a lot of generosity in chat, and I'm very appreciative. All right. Chapter 8. Despite my better judgment, I was too intrigued for the moment by the sound of pure evil pleading its case. Why haven't the others spoken to me? Can you all talk? It opened its mouth wide, exposing gums full of squirming cilia and teeth that rolled and shifted in position. No, somebody said read it like Lenny from Mice and Men. Oh, Clam, thanks for gifting a sub. not all same. Like humans, not same. The alien crawled on a bit farther. Literally, yeah, it's farther. I don't think it was trying to escape. It knew that was impossible. I began to worry that it was leading me towards something. Ahead of me was a greenish stone wall covered in bas relief, the hideous demonic face. Somehow I doubted that was an original furnishing in the Phobos base of the Union Aerospace Corporation. How aren't we the same? That's my Lenny? No, that's not my Lenny. I declined. Because I feel like that would be culturally insensitive. I'll stick with voices picked out of the ether. It's a good suggestion, though. Some fear. It gasped. Its face showed no sign of distress, but I knew from the the ice maker. But I knew from the shudder that racked its body that it was very near death. Others strong. You strong. Good lord. Was this alien thing admitting to a... Good lord. Was this alien thing admitting a grudging respect for Fly Taggart? Few strong like you strong. Most good for slaves. You man slaves. A thought buried deep behind my ears thrust itself forward. I wasn't too fatigued to pick up that slip of the tongue, even a tongue as thick and brutish as this one. Few strong. Others strong. There must be other humans who were still themselves and still breathing. When hell came to Phobos, I had to keep Hope locked up in a small space without a zip code. I'm losing the flow in some of those words. It betrays my lack of confidence, and that's not good. Because I think the core of it is the read for a character like that has to be dumbly confident, but the confidence has to read. If any words crack, it doesn't quite work, I don't think. Let's see here. Still funny? Okay, good. I'm glad it's working. Where are we? I kept a poker face. The monster might be smart enough to spot my eagerness at the possibility that one of the living might be Arlene. Any human survivor would change the Phobos situation dramatically. Food and water were minor problems, but I could only operate so long without sleep. With no one to stand guard, giving into exhaustion was suicide, but I couldn't keep going forever. And if I couldn't rest, all the ammo in the solar system would not save me. I'm touched by your concern for my survival, I said. Deal, he unexpectedly offered, ignoring the sarcasm. You live, you work, you help. All I had to do was work with the alien invaders and give them help them conquer the human race, and they might graciously allow me to live as a slave. Jesus, how tempting, I thought. I decided that I liked the ones who grunt better. What did these creeps want from me? I've got a great idea. Why don't you tell me what the hell you're after? The thing laughed. The sound grated on my nerves like a ripped bagpipe. Hell, we after, it declared. Surrender. Help you live, human. As a zombie? You live, not dead walk. You see others. Jesus. This is dialogue with a zombie, are you kidding me? What others? Who else survived? Did a girl survive? Great. Oh, wait, no. He said it. He let it slip. His one bargaining chip. And he couldn't let it... God. He's grilling a demon about the whereabouts of his non-girlfriend. Great Fly. Nice and subtle. Does it even know what a girl is? Does it care? You help. You see others. I stared down at the loathsome thing. I knew I had gotten all the intel from it that I could. Let me answer, I said at last. Louder than mere words can do.
Tell me if this is tough enough. Without another thought, I pointed the shotgun at the monster's upper chest and pumped around at point-blank range. The alien jerked. Then amazingly stared up at me, still alive by a thread. Top Dusty, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I'm in the middle of reading Doom, Knee Deep in the Dead, the first Doom novel from 1995, based on the hit game. And I'm doing it as part of a 24-hour subathon to commemorate QuakeCon and to play a little Doom Eternal. Oh, Eric, hey, good to see you. It's getting real intense. I just grilled down a demon because Doom Guy in this novel is a forever alone incel, not even making that up. He is infatuated with a girl who just happened to be a girl around him. That's basically all the data we've got about why she's so special. And he's sick to death that she might be dead and the zombie outbreak on Phobos. So he's bashing around trying to find her, but he's the only living human that he gives a shit about. Man of Awesome, thanks for gifting a sub. That cut out pretty quick. Just hanging out till I'm more sleepy, playing 14. Right on! Well, allow me to provide the background noise and a very troubling narrative. Let's see here. Okay, so I blasted this super zombie. The alien grimaced, facial muscles finally growing rigid. Then for a moment it relaxed. "We could eat anybody once," it declared. Then it stopped moving. Even the silly in its mouth stood up straight and froze. The demon was dead. After catching my breath, I started getting angry. It was one thing to fight a human enemy, but battling malignant demons? Every time I killed one of these humanoid things, I felt like doing 100 more. That might be the only good to come of this latest encounter. Give no quarter and kill, kill, kill. Kind of reassuring to learn that all that Marine training hadn't been a waste of time. Oh man, he's a trained murderer, just ready to get let off the chain. Of course, the rational portion of my brain still made plans. I wanted to climb down and out of this hangar and reach my next objective, the nuclear plant. The plant was the most dangerous item to fall into enemy hands. Better it should be my hands. Making one last circuit of zombie bodies, I scavenged for blessed ammunition. I'd have killed for a decent backpack. Come to think of it, that's probably how I would have to get one. I was running out of pockets for the ammo. So, how'd I get to the hangar? My playmates found their way in, all I had to do was reverse the process. First thing was to hug the wall and make a nice slow circuit of the big, ugly room. Man of Awesome. Thanks for the sub and gifting a sub yourself. Appreciate that. The damned monsters bothered me a lot less than the architecture changing on me. I'd never been in Phobos base before, but I'd talked to guys down on Mars who knew these installations. There was no way this place hadn't undergone a change as bug-nut crazy as the demonic characters themselves. So wait, demons invading actually changed the layout of the base? Alright. And what made that more upsetting than the monsters was the idea that the floor you walked on, the wall you brushed against, the damn place could turn on you and become something else. Like a cartoon world that suddenly turns everything into rubber. Except you. Alright. If this kept up, yours truly was going to place his imagination on short rations. I leaned up against the wall, and suddenly it was like those old Abbott and Costello movies in back Earthside. Okay. Let me take that one again. Sorry. I leaned against the wall, and suddenly it was like those old Abbott and Costello movies back Earthside. The wall had a hidden door. I even tripped going through the blasted thing. In my mind, a laugh track played and played and played. People laughing at me again just because I trip on everything. It's so weird. Man of Awesome. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. You're filling up that meter. Filling up that meter. It's going to unlock another chapter and get us close to all sorts of crazy things. Man, I'm going to put in a lot of work here. I'm obligating myself, huh? I fell into a new corridor, which I followed to a rising wall at the south end of the hall. There was another one of those crazy platforms near at hand. Instinct told me to give it a wide berth, and who am I to argue with my most cherished faculty? When I reached the wall, I found another switch, which I flipped. The wall shooshed up, revealing a down staircase. It was an encouraging sign. The nuke plant was down another level or two, I vaguely remembered. Cautiously, I started down the stairs, grateful for steady light. My reward was the biggest slime pool yet, waiting at the bottom. If only I'd remembered to bring swimming trunks, I could have gone in for a dip. Oh, wait, hold on.
If only I'd remembered to bring swimming trunks, I could have gone in for a dip. Best toxic sludge in the whole solar system right here. Oh. Best toxic sludge in the whole solar system right here. Come one, come all. I'm starting to force it a little bit. I'm zeroing in on it though, I think. I'm playing around with it. He's so clever. That's what I like about Flynn Taggart. Skirting the pool, pressed against the wall, I finally ran out of hangar. Along the narrow corridor, past the toxin, I found the shredded body of another one of those brown leather spiky demons. If it were a talker, somebody had already silenced it forever with 7 or 8 rounds from a sig cow. Score, another one for the core! The bug lay against a sliding door that belonged to a dumbwaiter. I yanked it open, happy to take out my frustrations on something that didn't shoot, claw, or flame me back. Sure enough, it was a lift, barely big enough for a big guy to squeeze into. Alright. I spotted a funny mark on the wall, as if somebody had started to draw a map using a bright red paint stick. We use them to blaze trails in forest or urban environments. Whoever it was had been interrupted mid-map. I studied it for a bit, then shrugged. Whatever he was trying to tell me got lost in the translation. Meh. Not important. I won't think about it. I scrunched inside the tiny lift, wondering which of the 2 buttons would take me down to the plant. Staring at the labels, I decided to push the one marked Nuclear Plant. And they say you don't get an education in the service. With a jerk, the tiny lift sank, swerving and rattling all the way, as much as screaming, "Here I come," to the whole world. Well, to the whole Phobos pressure zone, I guess. I didn't have to guess whether this important part of the base had fallen into enemy hands. The minute I stepped off the platform, I was in the soup up to my neck. This particular recipe called for more zombies than I thought could be crammed into such a small space. Come to think of it, the space wasn't all that small. I guess when it's wall-to-wall corpse sickles, it's easy to lose track of the finer points of design. Awesome. For the first time in my life, I felt what it was like to be claustrophobic from being surrounded by walls of human flesh. Well, formerly human flesh. I couldn't understand why I wasn't dead meat. 2 things worked in my favor. First, so many zombies were sardine canned in the room they could hardly move, and most of them didn't even know I was there. Second, it had become clear to me by now that the only use for brains in a zombie was for gray and white color contrast when you blasted their heads like rotten fruit. Even Gunny used to be Goforth had been operating on motor reflexes, and he was the most dangerous one yet. This is awesome. There was plenty of time to think about such things because there was really nowhere for me to go. I was waiting for one of them to notice me. Then one of those wonderful moments of dumb luck added the final spice to the soup. We got a stew going. Another contingent of zombies trooped into storage, and one of the shambling creeps elbowed aside another, simply trying to find somewhere to stand. In the tiny new space created, I noticed an undamaged map on the wall. By this time, I'd arrived at the conclusion that zombies were not responsible for the destroyed radio equipment, the vandalized map, deliberately wasted weapons. There's no and there. Weird. The advantage of attending my first zombie convention was that there apparently wasn't room for the demon monsters to get in here and do their damage. The space was being used for zombie storage. Yeah, the soup metaphor is interesting. I love that they keep going back to it. It just gets better the more I hear it, so I just hope they keep nailing that. Keep throwing it back. It only gets more clever. Take a little sip here. Oh boy. Trying to look dead on my feet, not difficult. I shambled a few meters to where I could get a better view of the map. It was a full schematic of the entire station seen from the side. Unfortunately, it didn't include overhead views for each level, but at least I could see how far down the station went. My god, it even had a "You Are Here" arrow. I was indeed at the nuclear plant level. Above me was the hangar, while still below was the toxin refinery. That didn't sound appealing. Command and control, the labs, central processing, and MIS. Jesus. Only 6 more levels to clear. I was afraid it would be 30. Funny how what I was seeing triggered memories of malls and shoppers. That's not to dwell on that. Somewhere in the back of my head, I heard a shrill voice. Screamed for me to get out of that room. I figured the situation was too lucky to last. Without false modesty, I can say I was proven a prophet. And that sea of pale, dead faces, too dry as dust eyes came to rest on yours truly. Hoping the unfocused eyes would continue their survey of the room, I didn't move a muscle, which was normally what the zombies did when they had no orders and had not spotted a human. They stood and did nothing. Except, that is, for the one who wouldn't stop staring at me. I wasn't about to make the first move. I'd been through a lot lately, but I could still count. It seemed like this could go on forever, but then, out of nowhere, a zombie child separated itself from the rest of the throng and stumbled towards me. Jesus! For a second, I didn't recognize that she was as dead as the rest. Seeing plenty of zombies recruited from soldiers made it easy to forget that UAC civilians had been on this base. But somehow I'd never dreamed there would be children here. The kid headed straight for me, mouth opening and closing, but no sounds coming out. Then those soft, wet, cold hands were rubbing on my arm, and I couldn't stifle my reflexes. I put my arm around her to comfort her. Fly's a good guy. All hell broke loose. Staring boy opened his mouth too, but instead of words, he belched an inarticulate roar. He was so hemmed in by his fellows, he couldn't raise the pistol in his right hand. Impatient guy that I am, I acted. I tilted my shotgun and squeezed the trigger. Is he still hugging the zombie girl? Maybe. The dead center blast helped a lot. I pumped the slide, then pounded home another shot to clear a path. And I was running as fast and hard as I could to the left. In close quarters like this, there was no opportunity to use the rifle. My best bet was to find elbow room, where I could at least make a stand that wouldn't put me in a cul-de-sac. Okay, weird. The sounds pounding in my ears told me that they were following me, but I wasn't about to turn around and take a head count. So he hugged a zombie girl, and then started shooting at the other zombies, and then just ran away. It feels like he was doing that because he thought Arlene might read this later and be like, "Oh, you hugged a zombie." He had to nice guy it. We are comforting the zombie girl. Yes. Oh. Where are we, God? I ducked into an open doorway, then turned like Custer at bay. 3 of the creatures shambled past, not even noticing me. The 4th was not so obligingly stupid. I pushed through the doorway and I raised the shotgun. Just before I turned that face into an explosion of red, something about it reminded me of my grandfather. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay. I wish that it hadn't happened. I was doing all right until then. The trouble was that every time I made careful calculations about what I could do in terms of stamina, willpower, and even strategy, the old emotions got completely away from me. I thought I was a better Marine than this. Then again, they never trained us for non-stop horror show. Man of Awesome, thanks for gifting another sub. Appreciate you. I needed a break. I needed to lie down for 5 minutes because my lower back was killing me, and there was a muscle spasm on my right shoulder blade. A nice, cold drink of water would have gone a long way towards cooling the fire in my brain. But seeing old Granddad's face on the umpteenth zombie... Wait. How many zombies has he seen his Granddad's face in? This is a lot to catch up on late in the game here. Umpteenth zombie, for some reason, was the last straw, breaking the latest camel's back. I couldn't shoot. I just couldn't. I grabbed it by its coveralls and shoved it backward with superhuman adrenaline strength. It bowled over some of its buddies. Then one in the back rank raised a lever-action rifle and tried to blow my fool head off. I slapped the deck face first and the bullet scorched the air, blowing apart one of the zombies that had missed the turnoff a few seconds back. Splattering the other 2 with what passes for zombie brains. The creatures went mad. The shot must have kicked their IFF offline because they opened up on their zombie brethren who cheerfully returned fire. In seconds, every zombie was shooting wildly at anything that moved. I stayed very, very still, frozen on the ground, trying as hard as I could to look like a dead zombie. That's the end of the chapter, but hold the fuck on. This dude was calling out the two Rons not long ago for playing dead. He was like, what would these idiots do? They'd probably just lay down and play dead. And here he is, master tactician, reads The Art of War every day, in between, like, tipping his hat to Milady as she walks by. And what does he do? Hits the deck, cries, covers up his head. It's pretty sick to think about Doom Guy blasting a zombie to bits while he's hugging a zombie girl, though. That's pretty sick. Wow. Wow, my dude. Double standard much? Double standard much, dude? Dude? Anyway, I actually have to use the restroom, so I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Doom Eternal right after this. See you soon. Alright, and we're back. Actually, I gotta clear the plastic off my protein drink. Excuse me. Dun dun dun. Eh. Ever had a, oh, that one? Yeah. Change skin. Yes, you're right, Chalk. So we will change skin. Gorgonon, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Dr. Senwar, thank you for gifting subs too. How's your coding going? You making strides yet, or are you just? I feel like we're just slipping into like since you get in, like grind it out hours right now. Just sitting here looking. Thank you. Tapping out, Strider. Run on. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you when you wake up. Good luck until then. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's do Doomicorn. I think there's some good cutscenes in the next level because it's UAC based, right? Or the one after you, like the BFG is firing level. Should I be ashamed that I would rather play Quake with a controller? No. Absolutely not. I'm happy that you want to play Quake. That's it. It feels like that would be a challenging fit, but people can play anything with a controller. Like, I'm impressed sometimes at people's adaptability when it comes to playing games that I would think wouldn't fit certain inputs.
I have lost his signal. I can no longer locate him. Dr. Hayden will be able to find him. Dr. Hayden has translated himself into your ship's mainframe. The architecture is similar to his own. This will
My first PC gaming experience was Quake 2. Feels so good going back to it. I played through Quake 2 just before the RTX remake came out. And yeah, the campaign was really impressive. It was a vision of what campaigns would be. There's actually a fair amount of like the methodology of Half-Life 2 in the Quake 2 campaign. It's just really sort of like timid, sort of. Like the idea is there, and it's executed okay. But then, man, Half-Life came through and just nailed it.
The BFG 10,000, designed by Dr. Samuel Hayden as part of the anti-demonic defense.
And then I think Call of Duty even took it to like another level. I kind of see them on this like gradient of freeform game design versus like scripted narrative hallway stuff.
Into the surface of Mars.
Shut up, dude.
The portal is ready.
Woo, that was cool. Doom Guy, you can't just shoot on the Mars, Doom Guy. Shut up, Dad. That is sort of their relationship. Sammer did kind of give him the keys to the van. I'm trying to remember what's out here. Jesus Christ, these doors. Oh yeah, alright, you can just come out to space. You can just be in space. What up? I'm in space. There's Earth. It's not doing so great. There's gravity, for some reason. This is a sick skybox, though. There's like another cathedral up there. Psh. Grab foam, thanks for gifting a sub. There's nothing in there. I think that's like an account skin or something. What's your secret to sexiness? Alexandra. It's just having force. Finding it, having it, and owning it, and living it. Rah. Max power, exactly. G full splash. Key to my sexiness is the outrageous savings I get buying G Fuel with my promo code. Having a full bank account makes me feel sexy. Nothing makes me feel more attractive than a cabinet full of G Fuel and a bank account full of savings. I'm spinning on it. I'm spinning on it. Frugality's always a turn on, sure. Energy. I like G Fuel a lot, but I don't suggest the Sanic chili dog flavor. Yeah, I've got it. I actually had it packaged up to send to a friend, and then the friend came and visited. So, I get to unpack my own packaging. Which is actually for the best, probably. I tore up another package to do it, and it was like a bubble mailer, except it had all these weird little peanuts sort of injected into it. So it kind of made a mess, and then I stuffed it all in a box, and I was like, ugh, if somebody unpacks this, they might have some dribbles and fribbles falling around in their place. Ooh, Quake 3. Oh, it's like smoky flavor, not really chili dog? Okay, I could see why that would be as close as they could get in terms of what isn't like actual beef stock. Gorgonon, thanks for gifting a sub. That's something you could maybe mix with like tequila or mezcal. Maybe? If it's just like powdered smoke. Maybe just a little dash of it. So you get a little caffeine kick with your smoky beverage. Never really played Yakuza, but I found a streamer who plays them a lot, and they're really fun to watch. Ah, I need to get into the more of the Yakuza on the stream. Maybe that could be, maybe that could be the part of a feature in the week of streams, as I finally play through the Yakuza series. I would have to figure out in my heart of hearts if I would do them all on hard just for the sake of it. Because that might those games on hard can be bad. Because the series is long. Yeah, it's also like a lot of story. There'd be a lot of time to chill with chat, that's for sure. I was thinking it'd be nice to like use the week to accomplish a grand gaming feat. Finally finish my second Cyberpunk playthrough now that 1.3's out. That'd be maybe pour some G Fuel chili dog flavor onto some roast and put it in a slow cooker. Yeah. Have a G roast. Some G beef. Little G crust.
Is an ARC broadcast. ARC personnel have reported that
I just beat Yakuza 6 on hard and it took forever.
and has retrieved him.
There's value in playing on hard if it's acknowledged how difficult the games are. Then I get cred for playing on hard because people come in and be like, holy shit, why are you playing on hard? And I'm like, because that's just the way I roll. Maximum force, again. That's just the way I roll, babe. Then I crank my hog a little bit. Room fills with fumes, everyone passes out. Yeah, I'm a gamer. Yeah. 100% Lost Odyssey. Oh, that's such a sick idea. Such a sick idea. Or like 100% Arkham Knight. Oh, that would be... I like how the music plays through the loading screen too. So sick. Hard difficulty in Yakuza games just means you have to keep more energy drinks on you. You do have to use items, yeah. But you still have to like hit a certain skill check. Like you have to learn patterns as opposed to just bashing your way through with items. Like I don't think you can do that on hard. I don't think you can just item feed your way through the game. Maybe I'm wrong. I've played several Yakuzas, but I haven't finished many of them. Gorgonon, thank you for gifting a sub. Accelerate 987, thank you very much for the prime and the love. Thank you. It's a bit of a shame this cutscene is not in third person, but I think the gags work better in first. It'd be nice to see the skin though. I do miss the OG 7 hardcore run. I could God, I could get that game working again. I can download all the mods and oh, that'd be a bad project. I did it before, reinstalling everything. I could do it again. I think my save I still have. But the difficulty curve had backed way off, actually. I was getting a little disappointed at how easy the game was getting.
Hey, who are you? You can't be here.
Yeah, I got a new computer. 7 modding is so bullshit. It really is. It really is. I mean, it's just that the game itself is so freaking weird. The PC port of Final Fantasy VII. I'm grateful it exists. I was grateful then. I'm grateful now. Holy cow, is it weird.
Warning.
Wow.
10,000 is fired.
It was busted back in the day. And like, that's how I played 7. I was such a dedicated PC gamer that I waited to play games because I knew they were on PC. Like, I was gonna play 7, but it was either like buy a PlayStation or save up for a PC. So I waited. 7 was like the big game I wanted to play. I had a buddy who had PlayStation, and I was fucking enthralled. I don't know that I've ever told anyone this, but when I played Final Fantasy VI. Like I'd rented it from just on a whim. Like I rented all kinds of games because it was all I had. Just kind of like starting at the top and working my way down, playing like sports games, anything. Just rent it and play it. I remember renting Final Fantasy VI accidentally. You know, it's called 3, but whatever. And just being fucking gobsmacked. Like floor dropped out from under me. Kind of blown away at that experience. The music, the writing, the characters. The combat system, like it was all so intensely awesome because you know up until then video games were just platformers basically, and like SimCity is the only other game I found. I was like, what the fuck is this? So I didn't like. I think I'd seen an ad for 7 or something like that, and then like my friend was like, yeah, I've got it. I was like, oh shit, and like the most enchanted sleepover ever was when he came over to my place and brought his PlayStation. And he just like let me play it and just kind of hung out with me. And I, being who I am, recorded it. I hooked it up to my VCR and then just put in a blank tape and hit record. And then recorded myself playing the game so I could watch it again later. And goddamn, was that incredible. Basically played all the way through until you leave Midgar. And was like, okay, it's late. Thank you very much. I floated. I was like, man, could you let me borrow your PlayStation? And he was like, no. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's fair. I had to ask. I couldn't let it go. I had to ask. That was a bit of an overreach, but I was like, damn, I gotta play that shit. But I think I had a subscription to PC Gamer at the time, even though I didn't like have a PC. I just really liked reading about it. And they had like a review of Final Fantasy VII. So I was like, what? Are you kidding me? I was like, that's perfect. And then like a year later,
BFG 10,000 is firing.
I finally had enough money to play it, or to get a PC, and I had a few games before I got the PC, which was pretty maddening to like start getting 90s PC games and like opening the boxes and reading all that shit, but you don't even have the PC to play it on yet, and that anticipation, like, oh baby, what worlds I will travel to. Oh crap, what is that? Thank you, bye. Oh, BFG Slayer key. Okay. But I think I had Riven, Final Fantasy VII, and Quake 2 before I had a PC. Ooh. I mean, my sister used to record games to VHS for each other to watch. It was part machinima and part Let's Play. Oh, dude, that is so wholesome. Oh, I never even thought about stuff like that. I did do some stuff when I was a kid where I pointed a camcorder at the TV and would do like, not necessarily Let's Plays, but that's kind of what they were. It's like I would run through a level and explain all the things that I had found to the camera while I was playing. I remember watching it and being frustrated that one, I sounded terrible, and two, rolling shutter or whatever the problem is when you point like a camera at a refreshing display and you don't get every frame in your capture, made it nearly impossible to see what was on the TV. It was just like a flickering ultra white box. So maybe if I had stuck with it or experimented more, I'm kind of surprised I didn't. I think my parents were a little weird about me experimenting with a camcorder. My dad was always on edge about breaking things. Part I miss most about being a kid is sleepovers, where you turned on the volume on the TV so you and your friend's parents, or so your and your friend's parents don't wake up and just play until like 6 a.m. 12 to 13 years later, I still remember that last one we ever did. That is a whole, like, that's a space, right? That's a liminal space. Being like with friends, feeling safe, having like really no cares beyond the moment. Brain hasn't even developed the ability to like experience dread yet. Innocent times. I think that maybe that people associate media with that feeling of innocence, and then they try to get back to that feeling through the media. I'm going to be downright fascinated to see how people react to Halo Infinite, one way or another. Like, that series is so charged and so connected for people that it's going to be really, really interesting to see, like, what it is, and then how people react to it. It's actually been really pure, I have to admit. Everything about Halo Infinite, everyone's just like, yeah, yes. Just like chef's kiss, like pointing at it, like boom, boom, boom. That's it. And that's such a good response, and so hard to land. So hard to land for a game in Halo's position. So I feel really good about it. Expectations are so low because of 4 and 5. Yeah, people have been pretty unhappy for a while, huh? Tell me about the BFG. What's it doing? What are we up to? Give me some updates. Crap. So green. That's okay. I see. Ah. Neat. Man, that is some grungy guitar. Ooh. Your explanation of the BFG's bullet mechanics in an older stream helped me write a really cool weapon system for my game. No shit. That's outrageous. Oh. Well, I'm glad to have played some small part in your creative process. That's cool. I mean, I was just kind of riffing on what I had read, so... It's funny sometimes how, like, just merely laundering idle thoughts through multiple brains can provide inspiration. there was a time when like maybe that's what's meant by like everyone has value. In the right situation, your brain might just be like, bleh, and that just solves it. That just solves it for everybody. And if you weren't there, it wouldn't happen. It doesn't have to be you every time. No one expects that, but like, I don't know. I really vibe on ideas that like take the pressure off, you know? That's a wonderful way to say it. We're all thought laundering. Yeah. I mean, even the things that I love the most and think are the most creative still are like not even shy with their immediate inspirations or something like that. I don't know. Maybe I wonder if this is a byproduct of American exceptionalism. So I don't know if this is just a United States culture thing, but man, the self-imposed pressure to be the number one, to do it all, sucks. It needs to go away. More like tacit acknowledgement that there's so many people in the world that we, like, an individual doesn't have to do everything. If everyone did everything, that'd be too many things. It's okay to take it easy and just do one part of a big thing. Or to even wait for the time when your part is. What gets me, I think, now that I'm getting deeply philosophic about it, is when the part comes and goes and you did it but you didn't know. That's me a lot of the time. The things that I think are that I offer that are valuable are not what other people tend to think are valuable. And rectifying the two is very bizarre. Oh, just be something you hear a lot as a kid, but it's only as an adult when you realize it's actually profound. Yeah, that it has dimension. Saying that says more about your motivations than it does about what you should do, and that's kind of the core of it. Yeah. It's cheaper to pay for one guy to do everything and then substitute them than to pay 3 guys for years and years. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that. I think in work situations, the philosophy is sort of twisted. I wonder sometimes, too, if companies, like, intentionally, proactively construct environments that promise or incentivize overcommitment and doing it all yourself, and then absolutely never intend to, like, compensate or reward. It's a thing, being compelled, or compelling a lot of free work out of people.
Warning, BFG 10,000 is fired.
This level does feel like the reset point of the game, when you're at max utility and are asked to dominate. Never died here on Ultra Nightmare. I think there's like a dip. Yeah, it definitely hits a cruising altitude. I don't know that I've died on this stage either. I don't know what would have killed me. There's not a whole lot that can get you. Maybe the pain elemental showing up for the first time, but like, unless you're just totally caught with like no ammo and it's right on top of you. It's hard to imagine that being a serious problem. I see this all the time. I have to tell my team to go the fuck home when 6 hits. It's tough because, like, for me, I was always like, if I want to burn hot, like I want to work, why can't I be rewarded for that? Or if I want to go home, why can't I take it easy and just not get compensated as much? Like, I was always frustrated that the work product I was expected to output was not fluid. And I guess on a team, you have to, like, make predictions and stuff, but I really didn't feel like that was necessary in a lot of the roles I was in. But I'm like, I'm okay with working really hard. It just feels like it's frustrating that, I don't know, the game is always, in that regard, the game is always rigged against the worker. You have to be like, you have to defend your time. You have to defend your work. It's yours. You can't just give it away and hope people will, like, reward you for it later, although that's always what they say. So, I don't know, sometimes it can be a catch-22. Sometimes you do have to prove that something's valuable. I don't know. Ah, well. I think it all comes out in the wash. I guess it'd be nice if that stupid process in the middle didn't happen, where employers get a bunch of free shit from good workers. Yeah, Machinima Prime. To the moon! We'll all be rich! Guys, we'll be really rich when we start syndicating TV shows. Oh my gosh, look at how gleamy, glimy, gloomy. Ray tracing. I feel like part of what I like about working from home is that it's easier to just get your work done and not have people judge you for looking busy. Yeah, it's definitely more objectively about your work product and not in any way about the method you use or the professionalism you comport yourself with. It doesn't matter. It never did. It's all stupid fucking optics. Oh, these sound effects are crazy. Ooh, that was bad. I don't know that it should be doing that. But yeah, there's just an expectation for how businesses ought to look. People follow that. It's dumb as hell. I remember when I got my software development job, we were in a building and everyone basically had their own office. It was nice. I had like 30 or 40 developers, but we just had a bunch of individual suites. It was great. And then we moved to like a more open plan and they put us all in cubicles just because that's how they wanted it to look. That was straight up the answer from my manager. It's like, it's optics. They want to bring people by, business partners, and have them see a field of people in desks all making code. Bullshit. I quit it. I quit there. That reminds me of getting reprimanded for sleeping at my desk because some VP walked by when I had my head down and closed my eyes thinking about how to write an Excel formula. Yep. People that just see like one glimpse and they suddenly they know exactly what's going on. Ugh. Executives, man. Ugh. Your salary on my team, you work 40 hours. I have to tell people to go home. I don't think this comes from the top, but just ingrained in American work culture. Yeah, so that's why I've kind of like... I think the American work culture is tied to the exceptionalism idea. Like, yeah, the rugged individualism. I can reach into this planet and grind what I want out of it. I mean, it is a nice cultural lie because it does lead to a lot of free work being given to companies. I guess that is part of the American system then, yeah. Like, hey, just work harder. Just work harder. This is actually your fault for not working hard enough. Now, if you work even harder, maybe we'll give you a raise next year. I think it's more like... It's the, like... I don't know if there's a term for this, but it's the cost of requiring activity. A company gives you a job offer, you know, you accept it, and that's where it is. If you want a higher job offer, you have to negotiate, you have to pit offers against other offers, all with the threat that they can just withdraw the job offer. Like they could, it seems like the odds are stacked against you as an individual in the process. And then once you're in the company, it's all on you to antagonize your leadership into giving you more money, and often your only leverage is quitting. That's it. All you can do is take your work product somewhere else, and that's a big disruption for you. So it's like they have the leverage there too. It's dumb, man. Like the system is stacked against the individual worker, and just by default, it feels like. I guess it would be interesting to be an employer and feel what it's like to try and hire workers from the market. Just straight up go out, talk to people, and find good workers. Maybe I would gain some new insight into the process in that way, but also I wonder if like I kind of mentioned before about like I do try to keep my rates like higher as far as like feasibly high as they can be. I wonder if that'll pay off. I mean, it doesn't matter. That's still the way I want to do business, but I wonder. Maybe it's just giving away money. Ooh. Ooh. Eesh. The irony is, oh, maybe there might be an editor in chat. Workers need to be part of the means of production again? What would that even look like? What would that even look like? Like, even what I'm doing right now is downstream of somebody else's creative output. And it's relying on tools from a private company, so... Sure. I don't know what that looks like. God. God damn it. Fine. There's secrets around here. Oh, worker-owned businesses? I guess I've been in that situation where I had just some utterly meaningless stock options that I think I lost money on. So it's like, worker-owned stuff is good, but then if you aren't part of the decision-making process, I guess I guess it's tough. There are situations where employees can vote on things and stuff too, so. I was talking about seizing the means of production with a streamer parasocialist discourse.
Welcome to hell. Brought to you by
Is that what I'm talking about? Maybe. I don't know about the parasocial stuff so much, more like what are the means of production for me? I don't think there's anything for me to seize. Everything I use right now is borrowed. And I'm lucky to be able to borrow it. Is kind of how I feel. I don't think this is about me, really. I'm not including myself in like the frustration of labor. Just the frustration of like, I don't know, just kind of the inertia that's against you anytime you want to improve your station in this world. It's not that it's work, it's like it's work on top. You have to do your work to do it, and then you have to do the work for everyone else around you that would be affected by it. Whatever it happens to be. Oh, damn it, another one? Alright, alright, alright. Last couple of years have done a ton in changing how this conversation goes. I wonder if like work from home like shattered the illusion. Everyone's like, wait a minute, none of that shit mattered. Why was I doing it? I wonder sometimes if there's no putting the genie back in the bottle, which is good. I think maybe this made people realize that you really are just kind of on an island. Like, going to a building and sitting in a row of people made you feel like you were on a team, but... I mean, you might have friends. But in most places, I don't know that I'd call it a team. Like, are they gonna be there for you when shit's rough? Oh, company's not doing so hot. We need everybody to, like, chip in and really pull us out of this. Alright. You're gonna be there for me, though, right? What? Oh, okay. Depends on the job. Yeah, you're right, you're right. I'm being deeply cynical right now. I should apologize. I'm getting a little salty for even my own taste. What the why? Oh. I think the genie's already half in the bottle. Yeah? The only time I see it as a team is when it's a union. Yeah, and then man, those guys are tough. That would feel good. To have, like, just somebody come out and finally tell somebody else how it is on your behalf. Ooh, that would feel so good. Like, hey, that's not how this is gonna go. Here's what you're gonna give us, and be like, oh, praise God, somebody's saying that for me. I don't have to say it this time. Jesus Christ. Work from home firefighting wouldn't work? Well, yeah, sure. I'm not suggesting that every industry be work from home, but... Wait, work from home firefighting can work? Like all drones or something? I could see that. Like, woo! And then you just fly drones out, you scope out the sitch. You send up some firefighting or some firefighting drones, you spray it all down, remote style. Huh. Easy. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, alright. I think the gun. Yeah, okay. Oh, you run a US-based electronic manufacturing company. Ooh. Well, thank you for your work. Yeah, I imagine manufacturing, you can't. That has to be somewhat on-site. I don't know, I'm not arguing for the complete dissolution of in-person work, I guess. Because I've certainly seen the effects of that. Topically, Stephanie is finally about to travel to Poland and work in person with people she's been working with for the past year and a half. Never once, like, really sat in the room with them, so... Where do they... I gotta hit this? Feels like a thing I have to hit. Okay.
Access to surface gun bridge granted.
We allow people that can work from home too? It's cheaper? Yeah, I would think so.
That is a weapon, not a teleporter.
You don't have to buy as many snacks for the office, so you don't have to clean as much. Don't have to stock the bathroom as much. Like all the little things. Fine, you pay for toilet paper now. You're saving money and gas. Guess what? It cancels out, and all of a sudden, all the stupid... You're spewing all this pollution into the atmosphere, wasting our lives in cars for no reason. Well, again, a reason. There's a reason. Sorry, there's a reason. Bubba Dump Shrimp Dumpany. What a name. Thank you for gifting 5 subs and letting me read your beautiful name. The old boomer mentality of destroying your body and sanity for a company is finally dying. Well, for a while it was worth it. If the company actually gave you like a pension, took care of you, made sure that like if your job went away, they'd find you a new one. People who would employ you for life. That shit went out the door, man.
The ion catapult is designed to use only approved UAC ammunition. Loading sequence. 3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah. You recall me saying at some point, hey, sick. You recall me saying at some point I liked the idea of destroying my body for an ungrateful family of shit kids and a terrible wife? I think there's something romantic about it. Yeah. It's that sort of like lost in the American dream sort of thing. I think we have like notions of things we know are not healthy, but still are find appealing for one reason or another. Let's see. Up here? Oh, get up there. There's stuff up there, I think. Maybe not. Oh, whatever. The last time I felt loyalty to a company, I was a contract, but I was a contract. I wasn't happy. It felt like it wasn't working, but I wanted to tough out the contract period, excuse me, so they wouldn't be shorthanded. Then I got fired because they felt the same way and didn't share that feeling of obligation. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, companies will leverage whatever they can. Guilt. I got that routine. That's my, like, it's just a series of increasingly pathetic negotiation tactics when you realize that that's really what it is. It's somebody trying to use words to get something for free out of you. Because words are free. I want that. I have to come from the other side. That's just good business. When I finally realized that the idea that somebody saying work family wasn't healthy, I have quite a few friends who I work with, but that friendship is more about random trips to the bar than work. Not bad. Yeah, I think it's possible for a company to earn that kind of loyalty, but I don't know, it's like it's often a negotiating tactic. Okay. Anything else in there? No? Okay. This is so weird. Okay, cool. Whoa! Oh! Oh my gosh, I thought that was like the top half of the whiplash. That was so weird. I didn't even see that guy coming. Oh my gosh. Alright, okay. Ow! Ow! Jeez. Shooting me while I'm playing with my toys. I work for money, not because of passion or whatever. Yeah, it just sucks if you do have passion. Like, what do you do with it? Do you have to suppress it because it's not fair? I guess so. Or save it for something else. Making way more money off my work than I'm making? Cry me a river if you want more money than that. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. They want to keep the money from you because they want to spend it on other stuff. And you want them to spend it on you because it's yours. Oh, the big worker energy in this chat? Ash. I feel like we're all people who have worked jobs. I feel like the only way you don't agree... I mean, these are just universal complaints, and I think things that are universally likable. So it's not like any of my observations are particularly brave. I just think the only way you don't agree with some of this stuff is if you have never had to work at that level. It's like, I guess just privilege, really. You've been a rich bitch who's always had, like, jobs where you think about people like resources. Or that's just the world you've always lived in. Being treated like a resource makes you not want to do it. Makes you resent people who do it. That's why I'm kind of perversely curious. If I get, like, years and years into working with contractors and stuff, will I do that? There'll be a day where I'm like, oh my god, I did it. I just did the thing. That's why that happens. I don't know. Probably not. Hey. Yeah. God damn it. Oh, wait. Right, I should have used BFG. I already killed a lot of stuff. Oh, whatever. chronic underuser of the BFG. Don't forget to stay hydrated. Hieronimo, thank you so much for that. Excellent advice. Alright, I just needed to get to a spot, because yes, I do need a sip. I've been working as QA for software for 4 months now. Recently got a raise. I think the feeling of getting noticed was better than getting more money for a brief moment. Yes, Jado. That's kind of an observed phenomenon. Money helps to a point, but sometimes raises are like, yeah, they're more like, hey, gold star tools. But then companies will exploit that the other way. They'll come up with programs of recognition to make people feel special without actually backing it up with money. Ooh, what the hell? Oh. Wow, that actually worked really well. That killed it really fast. Caged Money, thanks for gifting 3 subs. Oh, he looks so sad. Oh, little guy. Oh, he probably got softened up with a BFG. That had to be what happened. Or maybe pain elementals are just specifically weak to microwave beam. Oh no, not enough. Aw. I love that emote so much, Goose. And the Paga Demon. Oh, man. Doesn't get any better than that. Oh! I think you gotta jump back up. Yeah, I haven't found a Slayer Gate yet. Found the microwave beam killed stuff pretty well. The issue was that you had to hold it on them, and the whole time you're limited mobility. Yeah. That's the thing. That's always what terrified me about, like, the Destroyer Blade. It's that issue. Being locked in place seemed never worth the risk. But I'm realizing now that there are, like, you can use a freeze grenade, you can use a frag grenade, and kind of piggyback off the stun. Or just get some distance. That doesn't seem like it's too hard to do. Oh. Oh, dear. Fuck. God damn it. He's jumping right at me. Fuck! Jesus. Jeez. He just bullied me for a little bit there. I just got cyber bullied. By a cyber demon? That's why they're called that. God, that. Just doing the main campaign of the DLCs as well. DLCs as well, provided that we still have time on the clock. It would be a shame if we didn't make it out of Doom Eternal, but I'm just here for the laughs, the good times, the pro-worker dialogue. All of it nourishes me for sure. How long are we into Eternal? I would say about maybe between a half and 2/3. Uh-oh. I never BFG enough. I think I can come back to that one, though. I think. Have you looked into speedrunning anything? can't say that I have. No, I don't know that I could ever dedicate that much time to an individual game. Even though I played Doom Eternal quite a bit, but, like, I'm not nearly, like, even in the same galaxy as speedrunners when it comes to skill. I like too many different kinds of games, and I'm okay with that. I don't know that I could dedicate that much time to learning an individual game. I think if I did, it would happen accidentally. And I guess I know some stuff about Eternal, but nowhere near a speedrunner's level of knowledge. Is that a battery? It is. I gotta go back. So let me see. How close am I to the... okay. Why do still have jump pads? Because it's fun! Whee! This is space, not hell? That's true, we're not hell. Maybe the Union Aerospace Corporation used them to launch shipments around the facilities. That makes sense, doesn't it? I think it does. Caged Money, thanks for gifting more subs. Creeping up to adding another hour and unlocking another chapter of the greatest story ever told. On top of that, closer towards hitting the max number of subs and unlocking a week-long stream with a variety of weird craft segments and video game miracles planned within. Le gasp, yes indeed. A stream that doesn't go down for an entire week. I feel like I have enough random media banked up that I can probably pull that off. I've tried to avoid doing that because I don't want people to burn themselves out on media tech. I think by the end of the week, things would start to be a little repetitive. Maybe I could spend the time before that grinding out a lot of new media to kind of fill the week out. But that's the plan. If we hit all the sub incentives. I think there are 8 more? How do you get up there? I think some of those boxes moves at some point. There's like a switch, I think. Already hit this one. Yeah. Oh wait, it's this. Okay, here we go. Did I miss what happened with the lady character who had her back turned? Yes, it was another woman, not Arlene, and she was slumped over a shotgun, which the Doom guy got, and then used to shoot some zombies. Hell yeah. Pepper PhD, thanks for gifting a sub. Hell yeah. And then he got really creepy and weird, kind of thinking about how much he liked Arlene a lot while he's climbing down a shaft. Ooh, Anders, thanks for gifting a sub. Okay. Ooh, still not open though. Wait a minute. Well, I got the key at least. No, I didn't. I guess I saw it, but I didn't pick it up. Oh. Sunny Delight, thanks for gifting a sub. Love that his little wand is sparkling. The magic sparkle wand. Hooray, Doomslayer! Use your magic or sparkle magic. Just not get this. Actually, I should go get that before I do this. Get a little upgrade action. Why didn't I grab this? Eh? Oh, I just completely blew past this door. That's right, I always assumed it's the other one around that would be like the secret one. Does your goal always hit 24 hours or do you hope for sleep? To be honest, at a certain point in the night it becomes an even trade. Because, you know, I'm getting... the truth of it is, I'm getting paid to stay up. So, I mean, I'm very happy with what that eventually evaluates to my time being worth. But if, you know, if there's not enough people gifting subs and that the universe just says that's enough, you know what? Going to sleep is fine too. To be real, like, it's mostly just... Oh, crap. It's mostly just a sort of a louder moment to ask people to just chip in a little more. I find it's good to do that in on a somewhat routine basis. And in return, I try to offer something up as well. In this case, a lot of Doom gameplay, a long stream, and selections from the Doom novel, which I think is it's a pretty unique thing. Entertaining, maybe not, but I'm putting it out there. I'm trying something. Fuck. Not expecting to come around the corner like that. Oh, come on. Fuck. The Prowler's a kind of a pain in the ass. I would like to deal with just the Prowler. Okay. Fuck. Whew. Crab Foam, thanks for gifting 12 subs. That's gotta get it right. There may be infinite Prowlers here. Fuck. Apple Juice Lord, thanks for subbing. Where's the dog? Ooh! Ooh! Alright. Ugh. What? Oh, wait a minute. I got an idea. Dang it. Well, I did it right at the end. No, there's some more. Okay. Boy, that was a bad time to use a BFG cell. Huh. Wait, I only have one, that's right. Okay. Hey, you guys did it! Wait, hold on. Wait. Yeah! Absolutely sick! Almost as fly as fly. Right. Didn't drop a life.
Only thing that's kind of a bummer is the BFG shot could have been better. But thank you all very much. Crab, thank you for gifting yet another sub. Tesser, thanks for the prime. Gorgonon, thanks for the gift. Sig Wave, thanks for the resub. Thank you guys for starting a hype train again. That's a lot of hype. That's a lot of hype. But thank you guys. Thank you. Now let me cycle out some numbers here. Let me crunch some numbers. Hit clocks and stuff. There we are. And that's unlocked yet another chapter of the Doom novel. Hey, let me remember how to pick this thing up real quick. I just murdered a lot of demons. I need a little relaxation. I need a little beat before I get right back to the demon murder. I don't think you have to. There's like there's vents you gotta. Oh, you come up from the bottom. All right. Okay, that's how you do that. Violent Venom. Thanks for the resub. Thank you very, very much. Gorgonon, thanks for another gift. You guys are gonna blow up this hype train too, aren't you? Look, rawr, 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 rawr. Little pinky just for you guys. I think the door opens, yeah. Flynn Taggart goes against the stereotype of his name. No matter how much like Flynn he is, he will never be in. I don't know that I can disagree with that. Flynn is kind of a boner. Flynn is kind of a big Weasley wiener boner.
The myth of the Doomslayer, his power, his will to overcome. These are the lies of the non-believers.
Are we spelling Arlene? The first spelling there. Arlene, as I'm pretty sure the track that this one is on. Oh, not that one. There we go. Boop. Let's not forget that Flynn has zigzag 90s hair. Yeah, he's got like a cool pattern cut into his marine head. Doing 24 hours of Doom. If we get enough subs, yeah. Not only Doom Eternal, but also this right here, Doom, the novel, Knee Deep in the Dead, which I'm about to read another chapter of. We are this far. Wait, hold on. That far. But the night is young? Can I ask you, kill these demons with extreme prejudice on my drunken birthday? J-Bat, you got it.
This was before your time with the Sentinels.
Cover art to the book is odd looking. Yeah, it's not the original printing. The original printing is a much more like appropriate looking cover. I'm gonna go ahead and finish this level, and then I will get to reading that novel. Because when I take my hands off the computer long enough, it goes into sleep mode. Sometimes I should just turn that off. But I'm afraid that the game might crash, and then I'll lose a checkpoint or something. Actually, no wait, this game has checkpoints. Ah, who cares? The game has checkpoints. I was thinking like Ultra Nightmare tactics. All right, screw it. Well, tell you what, I'm gonna get up and use the restroom, and then I'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll read that next chapter. Where last we left, Flynn Fly Taggart. He, oh my gosh, there was a tender moment. Flynn is working his way to the nuclear reactor that he wants to get in his hands, I guess. He doesn't want bad people. And on the way, he went into a room full of zombies. Demon zombies. And a cute little zombie girl who came out of the demon horde and wandered up to our poor hero, Flynn Fly Taggart. And she potted him, and he couldn't handle it anymore. He is still a man underneath all of that trained, expert killing instinct. And he leaned down, and he put his arms around her and hugged her. Zombie got mad. And then I guess while he was hugging her, he blasted him to bits. Like, sprayed him all over the walls. And then just started running. Just ran away. Because the zombies were everywhere. But the zombies started shooting each other. And like a hero, he was cowering on the floor in a ball, crying. Hoping that he would somehow survive while the zombies shot each other in their mindless rage. And that's where we rejoin our hero, Flynn Taggart, right after this.
You
you do.
Muted. Sorry about that. I don't know why that happened, man. They were both dead. Anyway, guess what? We're back. We're back with Flynn Fly Taggart, a Marine, a real man's man. He cries a lot and was just playing dead in a huge firefight. He hit the deck, praying to survive. Chapter 9. Turns out he did. When the ammo finally ran dry, the jerking bodies above me started tearing each other limb from limb, as if auditioning for modern ballet. I seized the opportunity to roll out from under the forest of legs. The rifle was strapped to my back, but in the chaos of the moment, I left the shotgun behind. I ran, and this time I wasn't followed. After 30 heart-pounding seconds, I was alone with me, myself, and I. And somewhere along the route, I had stooped to grab a pack, one of Fox Company's, but I had no memory of doing so. So wait, he just got stuff? Okay. Maybe that's like referencing the fact that you run in Doom and things just appear into your inventory. Like, you just grab it while you're running. I wonder how literal they're getting with writing into game mechanics. They have exploding barrels and shit, so... I was utterly lost. I silently cursed at being reduced to the sig cow... Wait. Oh, the shotgun, yeah. Reduced to the sig cow and wandered more or less aimlessly, terrified of shadows, where half an hour ago I stalked with confidence. With just a pistol and a semi-auto rifle, I avoided confrontation wherever I could. I'm Burrito Man, thanks for the resub. With no map, I wasn't sure what part of the planet... Excuse me. Yeah, switches and sliding doors, yeah, for sure. Very literal, it turns out. So far as I could tell, I was alone here, at least in this section. I wasn't happy about the way the corridor went up a little ways and disappeared around a bend. Oh wait, I missed a whole paragraph, sorry. With no map, I wasn't sure what part of the plant I reached. Then I pushed through another one of those trick doors. I would have missed it if I'd not been sliding along the wall like a mouse, and found the computer room. The lights were blinking on and off. Just what I needed for a headache after everything else. When the light was on, it had a sickly blue-green color that didn't do my empty stomach any good. So far as I could tell, I was alone here, at least in this section. I wasn't happy about the way the corridor went up a little ways and disappeared around the bend. I decided then and there that if I ever tried to be an architect... Oh god, he's gonna start complaining. Complains about everything, this guy. I mean, it is a zombie outbreak, so okay. All my buildings would borrow from my old high school gymnasium. A big empty space where you can't possibly hide anything. May not be much in the way of privacy, but there are advantages, all right. He's always snarking. He's like, yeah, it's a gymnasium. The demons can't hide in the gymnasium. Oh boy. Placing my back firmly against a wall, I took inventory of the contents of my new pack. Why did he wait this long to do it? Whatever. First thing that jumped out at me was ammo for the missing shotgun. I was going to have to replace that as soon as possible. Dude, Dardier would have wanted it that way. This is the dead lady on the shotgun. She would have wanted me to have another shotgun, I think. I had some 10mm rounds for the sig cow that also fit the pistol, a bit of water or other liquid, chewing gum, and a small little metal object that appeared to be a shiny flashlight battery. I had no idea what the last was. The UAC logo was printed on the side, not the globe and eagle of the core emblem. We got some cells. First order of business was checking the liquid. I was worried it might be vodka or gin or rubbing alcohol or something other than what I wanted it most to be. But at long last, I was in for a bit of good luck. It was water. While I took a first grateful sip, repressing the desire to finish it off with one gulp, I picked up the battery-like object with my other hand. Then I realized what it was. I'd heard about but never even seen a rocket this small. Rage Phase, thanks for the sub. Hello, and welcome to Lore Time. Reading the first Doom novel here from 1995. I laughed out loud. LOL. Wait a minute. Fuck, I missed it again. Okay, so, correction. I had seen one in a UAC weapons demo video where they were trying to sell it to the Pentagon. We didn't buy it. I wish we had. Yeah, these were special little babies, all right. But no one from Fox Company had been carrying any rocket launchers. This kind of ordnance was for desert fighting. Where'd this rocket come from? You know, the desert, where people shoot mini rockets. I then laughed out loud. LOL. Not smart in this situation, but it was becoming a bad habit. If evil demons could be lurking anywhere, and the walls and floors were metamorphosizing into Halloween decorations, why couldn't there be a state-of-the-art tack rocket and a forgotten backpack? Maybe I'd find a tomahawk next. Oh, excuse me. I got my Duke Nukem voice. Maybe I'll find a tomahawk next. At least I'd stopped laughing. The rational part of my brain was trying to figure out where I might find a rocket launcher. Made sense? I was trying real hard to listen to the little voice that made sense. Only trouble was that a much louder voice was roaring from somewhere lower in the brain and wanted me to find the rocket launcher too, but for a less defensible reason. Do we know what level Fly's on so far? He got to the nuclear reactor, but he just sort of lost all direction. He was like, I need to get to the nuclear reactor so that it doesn't fall into enemy hands. And then he got here and just sort of freaked out, dropped his shotgun, and now he's just sort of wandering aimlessly. Straight up, that's what's happening. He's just like, what the fuck? I don't know anymore. He's trying to, like, his grand goal is to rescue Arlene, but he has zero agenda. And now he's laughing, yeah. There was a rocket in a backpack, and it made him laugh. He's digging through the back. Just laughing at every random object. Maybe he's cracking up. Maybe he's like actually losing his mind. Okay, rocket launcher, yeah. I guess I'd been more upset by the room full of zombies than I'd realized. Or maybe I'd been this freaked out all along, and I was only now realizing it. My god, did I really want to find that missing launcher just so I could eat a rocket? Oh, come on. Right, trigger warning. Suicide isn't in my nature. I'm an extrovert type, more likely to frag someone, say a certain butthead lieutenant, than to snuff. Yours truly. He loves saying yours truly. That's sort of a job requirement for the Marines. The battlefield doesn't cure depression. But the tax sit here on Phobos was a lot worse than a battlefield. Having to go through the same crap over and over is just a part of life. I know guys who have been married. But what had happened on Phobos was so far beyond normal repetition that it turned me totally cold and numb. If I could just find one living person, that thing had implied that someone still lived. Jesus, if there's such a thing as the soul, then mine had been beaten black and blue. Yeah, that's right, he's lonely. And he did interrogate a demon, which was a pretty cool scene. Wife bad, technology bad, book good. Hannah, as you have summarized this work eloquently. Maybe I wasn't being completely honest with myself. I could have killed myself with a rifle. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. There are other ways too. God bless our training. Waiting for the launcher could have been just a good excuse for postponing the inevitable. Maybe. Or maybe if I found the launcher, I would really put the tube in my mouth and, as they say, fire and forget. Fuck me. Fortunately, I had never had to make that decision. I found something else instead. This guy really is dark and twisted. He's super damaged, man. Oh my god. It's so good. It's starting to sound like a suicide kink. I think this book's just trying to be edgy. It's like, it's because it did that with like the girl zombie girl. What's her name? He like shoved the gun in her mouth and like. There's weird moments of just like, come on, bro, don't make it weird. It gets weird sometimes. I stood in a long steel corridor that curved off to the right. The only light came from a bluish fluorescent tube that curved along the left wall and a sporadic white overhead spot. I crept as near as possible to one of those white light areas. Somehow I felt better surrounded by more natural colors, even though it made me more a target. Then I glanced to my left and saw it. I didn't trust my eyes at first. They hadn't been doing much to encourage trust lately. But if what I was seeing was real, then I wouldn't be fooling around with any more self-destructive fantasies. Directly in front of my nose, scrawled with the same red paint stick that had started drawing a map in the dumbwaiter, were 2 capital letters. A-S. An arrow was drawn by the same dye marker, pointing to the right at a downward angle. I stared at the mark, memory working furiously. 2 years back, I had gone to see the old James Mason movie, Journey to the Center of the Earth. I didn't know who Jules Verne was, but Arlene had insisted she loved sci-fi of any type. We made a big event out of it. We'd just come off a 3-month stint in Peru, torching coca leaf fields so they'd never be processed into cocaine. And we were ready for an old movie orgy. We didn't usually eat junk, but for this special occasion we gorged on the unhealthiest popcorn we could buy, even including the black market liquid grease butter. I can honestly say that I have never enjoyed a trip to the movies so much. In the movie, we're going into the... Okay, tell me about the movie, author. Arne Saknussemm, world's greatest adventurer, was the first to explore the secrets of Earth's inner levels so anyone coming afterward can follow his route. The arrows point out the path he took when the caverns branched off. I stared at the mark. A.S. Arne Saknussemm. Arlene Sanders. I got dropped to my boots. Arlene! Arlene was alive? Doom Eternal looks way different. This is still Doom, baby. This is Doom novel. Knee deep in the dead. Straight from 95. This is just deep lore, that's it. This is a brief stop away from playing Doom Eternal to talk about Doom Eternal's lore. Alright? 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 Arlene! It had to be. What other explanation was there? She was alive. And she was doing just what I was doing, going deeper into the station, hoping to find a radio or another living human. Or maybe her old pal. Fly. She was drilling deeper into this hell, hoping to find a way out. There was no doubt in my mind. AS meant my bud was still alive, or at least she'd been alive up to that point. Alive and still herself. She must have survived the firefight that killed her platoon. All thoughts of self-destruction were wiped away in an instant. I felt supercharged. That rules. Okay, that's awesome. The supercharge? Love is Doom Guy's supercharge. Or really, his like creepy and silly infatuation with a coworker. That's okay. Thinking about the nice movie they watched. She's like, yeah, we just hung out and ate popcorn. He's like, it was the most meaningful experience of my entire life. Like, bro. We just watched an old dumb movie and ate popcorn. I will remember this forever. Oh, come on, guy. Boy, I hope I don't have to rely on you saving me in an underground zombie-infested factory someday. You goddamn dweeb. Oh, Fly. Oh, Fly. We're in this together. We're in this together, Fly. Stop making fun of him. Their love is pure. I don't know about that. You're gonna regret those words? Yeah, maybe. I shouldn't be so cynical. You're right. I'm sure she's into it. She's already dating someone else, by the way. She's already dating somebody else. Okay, alright. I felt supercharged. For the first time since stepping foot on this damned space rock, I was happy. I moved forward, military discipline reasserting itself, putting some brakes on the warrior who would still be needed for the killing time. That is a sick fucking phrase, bro. Oh my god. I moved forward, military discipline reasserting itself, putting some brakes on the warrior who would still be needed for the killing time. Oh shit. That's sick. That's sick as hell. Following the arrow led directly to an egg. Shit, I can't stop thinking about that sentence. The killing time. Is it time for the killing time? Not yet? Very well. I will store my warrior rage away. For now. Holy shit. So good. It's so good. Following the arrow led directly to an exit to a patio. I took it. As always when entering a new locale, I braced for a potential zombie attack or another encounter with the monsters. Now I had a new objective, to find Arlene, and for that I had to find a new shotgun. Neither waited for me on the patio. Something brand new was there instead. This one took the cake, and it was nobody's birthday. Picture a perfectly round sphere floating in the air. No strings attached here. A blue sphere, as pure a blue as a perfect spring day back home. With one extra touch, there was a face on this ball. I didn't have very long to appreciate how butt ugly the mug was, because no sooner had I registered all this in the brain department than the sphere rushed me and smashed into my head before I could even twitch, bursting all over yours truly. I figured I'd had it. For a moment, I couldn't breathe with all that weird glop all over me, running down the length of my body, reaching the floor so I could He just wrote a Ghostbusters scene into this book. He got slimed, right? Anyway. Running down the length of my body, reaching the floor so I could conveniently take a header, which I did. My first thought was poison. I could still breathe, though, once my mouth and nose cleared. With the first swallow, I felt something cold and invigorating rush through my body. Taking a deep breath, the air seemed cleaner and tasted better. Suddenly, I felt great. If this turned out to be a strange symptom of the alien poison, I could recommend it. Special endorsements available from Flynn Taggart's coffin. Oh shit, hold on. He's snarking again. Special endorsements available from Flynn Taggart's coffin. Reasonable rates. Sitting up, I expected an attack of dizziness, but it never came. Liquid had mostly evaporated by now, or maybe absorbed into my body. With another deep breath, which felt better than ever, I stood up. I hadn't been poisoned. Just the opposite, in fact. This crazy floating sphere had been good for me. It was perfectly reasonable to assume that any weird creature coming through one of the gates would be bad, and worse, deadly to all things human. Discovering that lovely AS had been the most pleasant surprise of the day. Yeah, I know day and night are pretty tricky concepts when you're stranded on a space rock the size of an average-sized garbage dump. Not a large or a small garbage dump. Wait, hold on. Author of a soon-to-be acclaimed novel Doom, I have a question. About this line here, page 70, yeah, about halfway down the page. You reference a garbage dump, and I gotta be honest, first of all, I love it. First of all, I love it. I can see it. I love it. I did have a question, though. What? I mean, I've seen a lot of garbage dumps, and when I read that, I think, like, what are we dealing with here? Big garbage dump? Because that's different, man. That's different than a small dump. I grew up next to a dump, all right? They can be big and they can be small, and that's a world of difference. So we're talking about, the size of Phobos. We want to make sure that we're pretty accurate here. That's important, right? It's on the moon. We don't want people to get the wrong idea. So how about we just, we revise the line there? And he's like, what the line? Size of an average-sized garbage dump. Fuck you. There, you happy? Oh, yeah, normal. Yeah, okay, I got it now. That's why you're the writer, you know? I just do the editing thing. I'm just here to check it. Just here to gut check, that's all. That's me. Anyway. I've lived in many dumps, yeah. Oh man, this track is called Waiting for Romero to Play. Oh, we are in deep QuakeCon territory now, aren't we? All right. Okay. But the second piece of good news was how this blue sphere had just made me feel. Like $1 billion. Now that I was feeling like a new man, I was more dedicated than ever to the proposition of finding Arlene and exiting the nuclear plant. Easier said, Arlene's arrow pointed me to the blue sphere. But was that all? Maybe I should follow the arrow down to the computer room corridor, I thought, and forget the door leading to the patio. Then again, maybe she didn't even see the hidden door, and I just stumbled through it, misreading her arrow. I returned to the computer room and headed in the direction of Arlene's arrow. After 20 minutes of winding through the maze, I ended up right back at the arrow again. Well, that was a real brainstorm, I grumbled. I decided to leave a small mark of my own, a simple F, next to her initials, whenever I found them. This would prevent my mistaking one mark for the next, and anyone else, Arlene or maybe the Ron twins, who came this way again, would know he was not alone. I followed her mark again, this time picking a different route, and at last I made eye contact with some company, however unwelcome. One of the familiar brown monsters with the painful white spikes was eating something. It's back to me. Hey, Scoot. Good morning. Back in time for more lore? Yeah, the book's picking up. I'll say that much. Our Doom Marine just got plastered with a mega health, and he feels great. That is literally the last page. Okay. Up to now, I'd been spared seeing them eat. He's just stumbled across some imps eating something in a hallway. I don't think he's calling them imps, though. They have yet to be called that. Just demons. It sat on a table, hunched over, making hard, crunching noises. I caught a glimpse of something red in its jaws as it turned its head to the side. Fortunately, didn't check its 6. If I'd found another shotgun by now, it would have been blasted. I would have blasted the blasphemy from behind. But sometimes frustration is the father of fortune. Suddenly I heard a whole bunch of the bastards walking right past me, on the other side of the thin computer maze wall. If I had followed my gut instincts and shot the demonic son of a bitch, I would have been ambushed. Shaking from a retroactive adrenaline rush, I silently told myself that my objectives were to find Arlene and get the hell out of here. Off Phobos and find a radio somewhere. The italics I'm trying to... No, that was the wrong use of italics. Anyway. He's still after Arlene. Yep, still after Arlene. He found her initials carved on the wall, so he's using this as validation that she is alive and still kicking. And now he's going to rescue her. Except he's done an awful lot of crying and like 90s comedy riffing. Like, what's the deal with blank? He keeps doing that shit. What's the deal with shotguns anyway? What kind of idiot called him a shotgun? Just because it's a gun that shoots shots, you could call it a shotgun? I'm just like, ugh. He's gonna say something like that eventually. I know it. I just know it. And I'm gonna roll my eyes. Fly is a bit of an insufferable guy to be around. Just always nitpicking. He's always nitpicking. Always observing things. Always making quirky observations. He needs to cut that out. Zeno. Oh, thank you for the sub, and thank you for a year's worth of subs. Thank you very much. Oh, Jesus, where was I? Okay. Okay, to find a radio somewhere. We gotta find Arlene, we gotta get off Phobos. Then a thought hit me like a ton of slag. Arlene wouldn't bother taking time in this hellhole to scribble her mark unless she had a damned good reason. Not just to point out the sphere. If she knew it was there, she'd have used it herself like a good soldier. The only logical conclusion was that the arrow was pointed the way out of the nuclear power plant, the way Arlene Sanders had already gone. Like Arnsock Newson, she marked her own trail for all who followed. So why hadn't I found it? Same way Arlene missed the patio door. There had to be another hidden door nearby that I had missed. Third time's the charm. Lucas, thank you for the sub. Is Arlene still okay? Or whatever she was earlier. She's still around, and Flynn's still trying to find her. There's been some misadventures, but nothing ultimately meaningful. Flynn continues to prove that he's a boner. Like, he's just a big old boner. All the time. All the time. Third time's the charm. The damned door couldn't have been more than 5 feet from the one I had found. One good push and it was open, leading to a beautiful piece of straight, well-lit corridor that reached its end with a clean, massive metal door that had printed on it the welcome letters, Exit. Ah, another video game reference. Obviously a holdover from the plant's mundane days as a hangout for humans. Yeah, he's a flaccid boner, a gloppy boner. Yep. Feeling bold and unstoppable. I walked right up to that door and discovered that it required a computer key card before it would bless the lonely traveler with an open sesame. Great. Now I could be miserable again. Door's locked. Chapter's over. Chapter 9 concluded. But he's up. We're up health. We're up ammo. Things are looking pretty good for Doom Guy. Or Flynn Fly Taggart. I dare say things are looking up. Things are looking up for our guy. No, not girlfriend. His bud. Best friend buddy pal. Doing just fine. Oops. He got glopped, so health and armor through the roof. Back to the war. Ow. Did I... Hold on a minute. I think I have to... Yeah, BFG. Oops. There we go. That sounds like... Sounded like a mission challenge poppin'. Love to hear it. This is such a change in intensity. The killing time. Oh, Borg. Oh my gosh, you were waiting. The expert timing. It's time to let the warrior play. Whoop. That was neat. Shit. I just used a blood punch. Dang it! Urgh. Urgh. There we go. Oh, that was sick. Absolutely filleted him. Yeah, yes, the sub time is extended by chunks of subs. Or sorry, the stream time. So we have just about 3 hours left. But every time we get 50 subs, or I get 50 subs, I should be honest. Should be honest about the grouping there. I perform another chapter from the Doom novel. And another hour gets added to the stream of playing through Doom Eternal and the DLCs. And if I beat the games, then I'll just read the book. Or, play Quake maps or something like that. Maybe play battle mode? That'd be fun. That's in the spirit of QuakeCon. This is all celebrating QuakeCon, but it's also sort of... It's showing some love to G Fuel. Gotta plug them again. What's that? What's that? The Panther of Energy's on the prowl? Oh yeah, it is. I'm trying to save the BFG cell. That's where you're really supposed to use it, but... Thanks for reminding me. I was gone long enough I forgot to buy some G Fuel. How dare you? But that's okay. There are times in our lives where maybe we lose sight of what's important. But that's why we got people like me to help each other out. To remind you about the wonderful product that is G Fuel and the hot savings you can enjoy right now. Using my code, SirLar, for 30% off. Oh, Digital Tears, thanks for the Prime. There are 3 women in this story, and Zombie Girl had more character development than love interest. That's true. And they also interacted more meaningfully so far. There was, like, Arlene said one line to Flynn in the intro, I think, and only one. And he actually talked with Zombie Girl more than that. They had more to say to each other. This book rules. That's basically all I'm saying. Play Rage or Rage 2? I think Rage 1 would be interesting. I'm trying to think of, like, I don't know that there's an id Software game I haven't finished. Actually, playing Quake 4 would be a trip. It doesn't take a whole lot to make that game civilized. It's a little, it fights you a little bit. I think you have to use, like, INIs to push, like, higher resolutions, and you also have to use INIs to kind of push some graphics options that aren't even exposed in the game. Like, it was, unfortunately, it was the beginning, or it was a few years into PC just being shit ports. There's a good game in there, though. You mean they accidentally kissed once? That's true. They were both drunk, and they awkwardly kissed once, and she was so adamant that that's not a thing that she set him up with her friends. But he didn't do the same for some reason. Am I remembering that the main conversation we've heard was Fly telling her that she has to earn her haircut? No, that was somebody else. That was the Southern Georgia gentleman, Go Rush. I don't remember his rank, but he was being a right cockwaddle, being a misogynist prickwad. He was lieutenant? Okay. Always feels absurd when you watch a stream, get a full night's sleep, and then continue watching said stream. Good morning from the EU. Well, good morning. Or good evening. Good night. From Pacific time. California. Southern California. Fly shot zombie him. He did, and it felt cool. Fly didn't give 2 shits. They had a movie orgy? Yeah. They watched Journey to the Center of the Earth and ate popcorn. He didn't even talk about, like, anything that they did, though. He wasn't like... And then she, like, made this joke and it was really funny, or, like, we talked about it. They were just in the same room together, eating popcorn.
He was badly wounded and wearing this.
Guts. Huge guts. Kill them. Must kill them all.
He has fight in him yet. In spite of his injuries. Send him to the arena.
Why is one of the...
Be judged like the
He's got a cut on his face. Or why? Because they found the Doom guy just sort of wandering around in the desert. They were like, who is this weirdo? Just gibbering about murdering demons. They're like, who fucking cares? Throw him in the Coliseum. And then he just started beating ass, and they're like, okay. Hey, all right. You want to beat ass? Okay, cool. Hey, you want to beat ass with us? Like, yes. All right. Great. Look at him go. I'm going to think of it. Has the book said the word Doom yet? I don't think so. No. This is evidence that the comic Doom guy is canon, not the book Doom guy. That is true. That is a reference to the comic book of Doom, which I have not read, but I've seen the memes. There's some good ass memes. Doom memes are pretty solid. I guess of course I would think that. Got to put one on the board for Olkino Fabino though. Their cultural contributions are meaningful and substantial.
They have asked me for this, and so I give it to them. If you let the priest live, then I will return to you what the demon
I wonder, all the pain you carry will be gone. I wonder if, like, she's actually offering something or she's just throwing shit at the wall. She's like, whatever you want, we'll get it for you. Or if there's, like, she actually knows something about him. I mean, yeah, I guess the makers were aware of the Slayer. But his motivations seem pretty direct. And pretty contrary to the maker's motivations, so I don't know. Is it his bunny? Like, maybe. I guess if you want to, like, do a sort of, like, cheeky reference to it, that's the way to do it. Write dialogue that hints at a motivation. She's desperate and capping. That's what I thought. That's kind of how I read it. But the line does imply some kind of lore about the Doomslayer's motivations, aside from kill demons. It's Arlene. Ah, I'll give you Arlene. Coolest of the broads.
I pity the humans. I do. Theirs is a hard role to play. But I too have a world to save. Without their souls, there can be no hell energy, and the Argent will cease to flow. I cannot allow this to happen. You will not stand in the way of Erdak's progress. This is how it has always been done. It is not for you to deny us our chance at prosperity.
Should it have a motive? No, I don't think that's necessary. I think it just being like a force of will, like a force of nature, is fine too. Especially since it's the player character. I think characters with amorphous motivations or just very basic motivations are easier to play as. Because you can kind of slip in there easy, you know. Your silent protagonists. Forgot all Doom lore? Oh, that's a shame. That's okay. That's what this stream is for. We're just now getting to where the lore bits kind of pick up. So, yeah, it's pretty much just ridiculous carnage for the first half of the game. And then the last half is like, okay, story time. We got flashbacks. We got progress. We got like characters saying shit that makes no effing sense. We got it all. So, buckle in. This is basically the kickoff of the lore. What the? There's a demon. Demon attacking something somewhere. Yeah, these guys. So mad. Rawr. Why is it so loud? Gee, I haven't. Yeah, it's been upgrades in a long time. Ooh, car. Let me swap this hourglass for you. Also, it's good to see you again. I saw your name pop up in chat a while ago. I think I was eating at the time, but good to see you. Good to see you. I just played Ancient Gods Part 1 and 2 last week, and damn, they are hard, but they are so good. I agree. It's just exceptionally made content. Glad to be here, jumping a little late into the subathon. No sweat. Appreciate you swinging by. Still plenty of subathon to go. Should have been playing the long game without VIP or ban. That's the, these are the challenging choices I invite you to make. That's interesting game design. Crab foam, thank you for the gift. Maybe retro filter time. Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that.
You'll make a fine addition to the front line, stranger.
The demons! They are everywhere. Must kill them all.
Yeah. Kill demons.
I want to know more about the others.
This motivation is so pure. It's so pure that you can't reason with it. It can't be corrupted. There's no, like, angle. Oh, it's past midnight. You're right. I do need to put on my cum shirt. It is indeed. Also, yes, more subs, so I have to do a 7-day stream. It's true. I was actually drinking a watermelon 4 Loco bit, and it reminded me of you. Ah! You made me want a watermelon for Loco now. Maybe one of the stream days can be for Loco Day. Yeah, he can't be reasoned with. He can't be bargained with. Yeah. Terminator references are intentional. That's like Hugo throws that out all the time, describing the characterization of the Doomslayer. All right. Let's get Ariki. Oh man, ray tracing with a render mode. Gosh. See, it's retro, I think. Wait. Doom Classic, yeah. I just wonder how that looks through Twitch compression, basically. Here, let me... Because there's another one with a little more crushed colors, and I think that's the one I'm thinking of. That might be a little more fitting. The retro console, maybe? Let's try that. Oh god, no, ew. Sorry. That was a little strong. It's pretty... That one's so intense with, like, the, like... I don't know what the word is, but, like, when you see the grid of all the light-emitting photovoltaic cells. I think I said that wrong before. Anyway. I may have missed it. What do you think about the educators or teachers working 60 hours just for lesson plans or grading? I mean, it sucks. Teachers are being wholesale abused in our economy. Phosphorescent. There it is. It's gross. My mom was a teacher and like not only was like this was Texas, so hooray for conservative states, but she had to buy her own supplies. She had to volunteer a lot of time just for the like it's just expected for like the passion of teaching or whatever. Insane on one of the most societally important jobs is the least taken care of. Yeah, I mean it's what happens when you put it all on the free market, and really I think it really does show societally where our values are. People vote for all this stuff, or they just don't care, and then people get it turns out the way it does. Wow. Oh shit! I didn't know he'd pop out of it so fast like that. Ah! Shit. Damn it. The aliasing plus compression makes it look mostly blurry. I figured like it has to move slower to actually have the glory kill animations were so fast and so jerky. Cutscenes are probably a little more predictable. Didn't even let him finish talking. Just done with it. Halvrek, hey, thanks for the sub. Good to see you. All that shit. Tossing it like discarded change on the ground. Like if the DS had a 3090 in it. I love like a low-res, ultra-high frame rate look. It's just so buttery and pixely and chunkily. I love it. Nah, love it. Ooh, I missed something. Oh, I missed a lure somewhere. Tisk tisk. Alright, I'm gonna change up the skin again. Why did the graphics for the game get all weird? I turned on a shader. The game has them. Let's see. Just mixing it up a bit, that's all. Pretty. Oh yeah, it's like film grain. Classic. Wait. Yes, retro console. Retro handheld. Ugh. That's awesome. Like each individual box has like shading across of it. That's cool. Dots. That's neat. Surrealist. Thank you for the sub. May pass out soon, but I'm here for the doomin'. Well, I'm here to provide you some doomin'. Seems like we got us a nice little arrangement. Let's see. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of the big monstrous ones. This one's not bad. I'm gonna throw on the QuakeCon skin one more time. Oh wait, no. Well, I guess Pop Dot's not here anymore. I would like black and white, but the blood is still red. Oh, that would be cool. Wait. Oh, business in the front? Oh, okay, let's see. That's a mullet one. That was I used that for a level. I can put that back on too. Have we done Barbarian yet? Yeah, but I can put it on. Oh, Witch Hunter, thanks for the sub. Thank you for the resub. What are your other skins for the demons? There's quite a few of them. It would take a while to get through them all, I think. They've released a ton of skins over the years. Oh yeah, there's the Guy Fieri skin. That one's pretty good. Plan on streaming Endwalker? Oh yeah, big time. Big time. Dak Doc. Thanks for the sub. I always love watching you play some Doom. Well, you're in the right place.
The Con Maker has overloaded your systems. Vega has no control.
Hey, Turtle Master. Goes pretty well. Join myself, killing demons. Tiptoeing through the Doom novel. It's really taken off. Glenn Taggart got a mega health. No shotgun, though.
Life on your planet shall never return. Unless we be yet another world you brought to extinction.
Doom novel? Yeah. Every time we hit a sub goal, every time we fill up the bar up there, I read a new chapter of Knee Deep in the Dead, the 1995 novel. Novelization of the Doom video game. It's been a real journey so far. Just a real hell of a thing. Why is the Con Maker consistently so wrong and stupid? There's something about like the overconfident, snooty villain. They're just so used to having everything their way for so long they forgot how to play tough. That's kind of the idea, I think. And just kind of unprepared for that direct, unrelenting force. Is ready for some, like, can only reason with, can only, like, bargain. But for something that can't be bargained, it's just like, out of tools. Don't know how to deal. Okay. I got more arsenals. Spend some points. You can hear the music in the background. I don't really have anything else to upgrade. Been in education for about a year. It's mostly my mom I'm worried about. She deserves 6 figures for sure with how much she works. Master's degree doesn't mean shit, apparently. Unfortunately, no. No, it doesn't. It is a damn shame.
She didn't know you had the demonic crucible. In the end, the very power source you sought to eradicate from Earth is now to save.
The mission on Sentinel Prime was a success. The demonic consumption of Earth has been stopped.
Only a Slayer's crucible blade can stop a Titan. You must get to the Sentinel city of Taras Nabad to retrieve your crucible before it is too late. Without it, the Titan cannot be stopped.
Setting the portal to Taras Nabad.
Is Doom Man related to Mr. Quake? I'm not familiar. No.
This is the Resistance Network.
No.
Broadcasting live from inside the Arctic safe zone. There was a Slayer sighting on Phobos. Eyewitness reports.
Just like
He was spotted
just
inside a command center.
Just like this!
To fight his
Doomslayer on Phobos, how exciting.
and onto the deck of the BF.
Transmedia is fun, isn't it?
This can't be confirmed, but many believe it was the Slayer himself.
Is it canon that Doom Guy is a Blazkowicz? It used to be. Those connections were made in the mobile games. That Commander Keen and BJ Blazkowicz
Is an ARC broadcast.
and the Doom Marine were all related. But that's not really something that they've drilled in with the current iteration of Wolfenstein from Machine Games and this vision of the Doomslayer. Huh. I have to, like, hold on. Oh, okay. How do you get up there? How do you get up there? I did it once. So not really canon. I mean, not canon to their current run of Doom, really, or their current run of Wolfenstein. And it was just like, it didn't really mean anything either. It was just like a fun little fact, I guess. What's going on with that? Oh. Hey. Does anyone remember where the QuakeCon cheat is? That would be ideal to turn on. I guess I might as well go open that door over there. Why do high school teachers make so much more? The elementary school teachers do so much more than the single subject high school teachers. Oh, because high school students can be bigger shitheads? Yeah, you gotta deal with like bigger, more intense problems, I feel like. Maybe that's truly it. I don't know anything about education, so I mean, in terms of it as like a business or an institution, I just know perceiving like my mom's working conditions. They were pretty raunchy. IMO, I prefer it not having anything to do with each other in this iteration. Yeah, and even if they did try to link them up, it would just be for giggles. That's essentially what the link to old Doom is in this game. Just having a laugh. Ooh. Only one more for the best weapon in the game. The most meaningful. The game doesn't start until you get the Unmaker. QuakeCon cheat is unlocked when you buy all suit upgrades. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, alright. I'm getting there. I don't think there's any more, like, once you buy the thing out here, you can't buy it again, right? Oh yeah, it's just the skin. Checking around, checking out space. Space is still here, that's great. Good stuff, space. Good talk. Next time. Not a fan of the Unmaker? Pretty much nobody is. I mean, I think it's just there for funsies. That seems like a why not kind of thing, not necessarily that it's like a necessary thing. I mean, it is optional behind the Slayer gates. It's a neat throwback to have, but I think by definition it's not really considered important to the balance or the flow of the game.
This is the Resistance Network.
Burrito Man, thanks for gifting a sub.
From inside the Arctic safe zone, there was a Slayer sighting on Phobos. Eyewitness reports say that
Unmaker has been used in speedruns?
and then
That's cool.
his way through
It is nice to think that there is a use for it. Somewhere. Someone loves the Unmaker.
This can't be confirmed, but many believe it was the Slayer himself who destroyed Mars in an attempt to stop the Challenged from further advancing their position on Earth. We will post more information as it comes in. This is an ARC broadcast.
Word. Is the Unmaker good? I always like using the BFG over it. Not really. BFG is usually the better shot. In some very specific, hyper-specific scenarios, the Unmaker might be the better choice, based on what you're trying to kill. I never really use it. I can this time, why not? Little drum rolls. Oh yeah, this level. Boy, I spent a lot of time here recently. I gotta take a quick break though. I'm gonna eat a quick snack and use the restroom, get some water. And I'll be right back with you guys soon. Caged Money, thanks for gifting 3 more subs. This, we're inching closer and closer to another hour. To another hour, another chapter of Doom lore, deep Doom lore. Little DDL. Alright, thank you guys. Be back, snack time. Oh yes, and the cum shirt. Yes, thank you, Malcolm. Thank you for reminding me to put on the cum shirt. Thank you. Word up. I'm back. I'm back. But I just realized, actually... Am I, though? Am I? I'm going to do a bit of a sign-off for the YouTube VOD. Hey, if you're on YouTube, I'm cutting the recording right now because you can't upload videos to YouTube longer than 12 hours. So I'll see you in part 2.